Hey there, all you filthy heathens. Kirk is coming to you. It's the Election Day live stream. Just to give you a little bit of a heads up here, what we're doing. So, what I got, let me go ahead and grab this camera here. I can pull it around. We've got red meat, red wine, red vines for a red wave election. That's what we're doing today. So mostly today the plan is mostly just a watch along for all the results that are coming in. I'm just checking here. If you look back, the reason why I'm kind of going back and forth here is that Facebook decided that they were going to flag my account. That wasn't flagged earlier today, but it's flagged now. So I have been posting all week that I am going to go live on Facebook. So Facebook decided to flag my account basically less than an hour before I was scheduled to go live. So I don't know what their problem is, but from what I can tell, it looks like I'm up and running on Facebook. So you should be able to see that. Let me see if I can actually go through and share this here. And go. Just doing some little things here. Make sure everything is good to go. Let's see. So yeah, we're what I'm going to be doing is just I have I have 3 different outlooks here. I have 3 different places open right now to look at election results. I generally use Fox News for the actual election returns, so they tend to be correct more often, less shenanigans, and just better. But I don't really watch the news coverage. That's what I have. I have the Daily Wire open, and then I'll be going to Steven Crowder once he opens up because he's funny, and I'd rather be entertained during today. So, all right, let me see here. It looks like my YouTube stream. Good. That is up and running. Let me make sure. But yeah, Facebook, for my close friends and family, Facebook decided to put a restriction on my account. Basically, moves all of my stuff to the bottom of everybody's newsfeed. And they just did this within the last hour, which makes perfect sense because I've been putting more conservative, thoughts out there for a while, and they've tried to restrict me in the past, but I'm still gonna go ahead and go live there because that's where most of my friends and family are. But on YouTube, I am on YouTube on the Filthy Heathens channel, so take a look there. We're gonna go through the election and see how it goes. If you go to, let's see, that looks good. If you go to my, what was this? All right, sorry. So there's some news coming through here. Looks like some races have been called already. Polls are just really starting to close now. So obviously Vermont, that was going to go blue, no problem. Indiana, Kentucky, and South Carolina, those are obvious. Those Senate races were going to go Republican. So yeah, that's fine. We have 2 House seats called for Republicans. They're both in South Carolina. Makes perfect sense. So nothing out of the ordinary right now. I'm not hearing any news about really anything at this point. But if you see anything, feel free to put it in the chat. So put it in the chat for right now because we're going to again, this is mostly just a watch along. I'm going to be going through. I'll be eating dinner and just watching the red wave sweep over us all. That's what I'm predicting here. If you go to my filthyheathens.locals.com, if you go to my locals page, you can see my finalized predictions. I put those up there today and did a live stream on my locals page earlier today. So you can see what my predictions are. Just to give you the basics of that, I am predicting a red wave, both, not just both, but for governors, for the Senate and for the House. I have my dark horses, my bold picks. I think that a Republican is going to take a House seat in Rhode Island, which is a major blue state. I think you're going to see a Republican take one of those House seats. Those polls have been pretty close. I also think that in the Senate, I am predicting that either Pennsylvania or New Hampshire, one of those two is going to go Republican, even though it's been really tight for the last few months in the polling. I think one of those goes red. Right now, I have it as Dr. Oz going red. Pennsylvania, I have that going red, so we'll see how that pans out. And then in the governor's races, my dark horse, my bold pick is I think Lee Zeldin in New York, the Republican in New York, is going to beat Kathy Hochul. I think a Republican wins the New York governor's race. So that's what I'm seeing right now. That's what it's looking like right now. But that's where those are the high points of my predictions. Anybody who's jumping in, feel free to go into the chat. Let me know what you're kind of seeing, how you feel, if you feel differently about anything that's going on. What election are you watching the most? I have a lot of friends in Idaho who are probably just watching the governor's race there. Apparently that got kind of dicey. So yeah, maybe that's it. But yeah, we're mostly just going to be doing a watch along today, and we'll see how it goes. A lot of these races, if you're looking at the Fox News map here, and I'll show you here in a second why that's not a big deal. You're seeing like blue in the Senate and blue in Georgia. That's not too much of a big deal because the cities are going to have votes counted faster. So the blue areas of any state, they're going to be counted faster. So those are going to be the first ones out. So of course you're going to see a lot of blue on the map probably pretty early. Also, Democrats tend to vote early, so a lot of that's going to be early votes. So yeah, I wouldn't worry too much about that. If you see it's a red wave, and then 2 weeks from now we have a problem, then you can be a little bit upset. But I don't think you can get away with that kind of incompetency 2 election cycles in a row. So I think this is going to be overall a very clean election. There'll be the usual stuff that they say every year. There was voter suppression somewhere else. The courts, let them count votes that shouldn't have been counted, stuff like that. There'll be that kind of normal stuff. But overall, I think we'll be able to leave tonight fairly certain of the outcome of most of these races. So no real issues. That's my take. I don't think you can get away with the level of incompetence that happened in 2020. So yeah, that's what I'm thinking right now. But yeah, feel free to chime in on the chats on Facebook and on YouTube. I'm right now I'm watching the Daily Wire's take on this, so I'll just be doing a watch along. And so if you want to go, if you are a Daily Wire member, I definitely recommend go to Daily Wire, watch their election coverage, and chime in. What do you think? I'm going to be giving my take on if they're full of crap, if I think they're full of crap, or if I think they're correct. I usually agree with them, so there's not going to be a whole lot of I think they're full of crap, but there might be some.
It is true, however, that when you look at the early mail-in returns,
See
you
here?
can see how many votes have come in, and you can kind of see what the party split looks like. They're more even than Democrats thought they were going to be. It's not as much of a blue advantage. Republicans, they have this routine where first they complain about the Democratic procedures in place correctly, and then they learn how to use those same procedures. So you saw this in California. A few years back, Democrats turned a bunch of red seats blue by ballot harvesting. And then in the last election cycle in 2020, Republicans were like, yeah, this process sucks, but it's there, we can do it also. And so what you saw is the Republicans really said mail-in balloting is bad, early voting is bad. Also, I early voted. I did. I early voted, so I was going to be here today. So the fact is that a huge number of Republicans
Let's see here.
voted. So when you look at Pennsylvania, all 700,000 of those ballots for Democrats, those ballots were probably split 360, 340, or 370, 330 in favor of the Democrats. Can Republicans take the 40,000 vote deficit on election day, when the total number of votes cast in Pennsylvania will likely be around 5 million? The answer is they definitely can. Will they? Who knows? But I don't think that the
All right, we're doing red meat, red wine, red wave. That's the plan today. I'm going to be eating my dinner here soon, so bear with me a bit.
The only country in the world in which the right is represented by red and the left is represented by blue. It didn't used to be that way. Yeah, he actually switched. I'm so glad that it switched. Future governor of Great Lakes. Really, I would give credit to my wife who said, first of all, let me just say this. You guys are fun. And I know in the world in which we live in, where everybody's attacking everybody all the time, this is not
Here.
I told him so not slow down. I was planning to sit and watch the first 15 minutes because he was coming on the radio show, and I had a link on my phone, and I started watching, and I watched the entire thing on my phone. And so, anytime, everybody's busy, everybody's got a lot of different things going on.
What does everybody think? What's everybody think about the steak here? Does it look good?
Watch the whole thing. Watch the phone, which is not exactly the best.
Good cook. Good cook on the steak. Yeah. Good.
So I am honored that you guys have brought so many people to town here. I would have never believed that, as a kid growing up here, that Nashville would ever have kind of this nosh that it does. And again, I know we live in a world where people are constantly throwing punches all the time, but you guys are absolutely phenomenal. So, but Red Jacket was going to get more credit. Yeah, Red Jacket, my wife was said, we're throwing a party tonight for the Play and Buck radio show down on Broadway. And my wife said, hey, you have zero fashion sense. You should wear a red jacket. And this is literally the first outfit I wore. And I don't want to, we were throwing a party, I was like, I don't want this to turn into Lori 2016. We're expecting a red tsunami, red wave, and it doesn't happen. But I think the Republicans are going to become re-sentencing. I feel good about. I was last night with Herschel Walker. I went to his final rally in Cobb County where the Atlanta Braves play, and I'm still fired up about what Major League Baseball did there to take away the All-Star game. They were going to honor Hank Aaron. Fire at the ground. Correct. And I'm filling the quote up. But they feel good about winning outright tonight, so I hope that you guys are able later in the evening to talk about them flipping that Warnock seat. Nevada.
All right. So like I said earlier, it looked like Marco Rubio had fallen behind early, but he's already caught back up, according to the Fox News map here. So I'm thinking this is going to be a pretty long night for the Democrats, just based off of that. The fact that Rubio has already pulled ahead this early seems like Florida's just going to be gone. It would not surprise me then if Rubio and DeSantis both are able to pull probably win one of those counties like near Miami. So it wouldn't surprise me.
Backyard, we all had like, my burger. Yeah. By the way, the rights is just like, what happens if we actually gain advantage? I mean, what does it mean for the Biden agenda? What does it mean for some of these senators like Manchin who have kind of really been mavericks over the last years? Does it give them cover to move back and left? Or does it ministry of the party, which is not a party. They've done a lot to help to try and get people to move. So they've not been funding guys like ambassadors, so that couldn't shut them up better for money and campaign. That means that if Republicans win, I personally think that they take the Senate, not so bad. That alone is a red flag. They take it by one vote. Remember, months ago we were talking about Republican possible that panic, right? For the last 2 years, we talked about how what. And the left is way behind. Because the guard couldn't change anything. Everything, no plans forever. Yeah. I just want my generation to go without taking Still, the end of the baby boomer generation has to come in at some point. And I think that this is good. It's a red wave. It's even a red wave. I think it's a change.
Let's see here. Check out the Senate races.
Been able to stop their pretty well work. But there are a lot of things that they can do to executive action and legislation. You stop them even just in the House by wiping them apart, probably brought their legislative agenda to a standstill. You get them in the Senate, they can't even really appoint judges at this point. They've really done a lot of damage. Some of those executive orders are going to be a challenge. But the problem, Matt, I'd like to hear your perspective on this, is that
Look how fast Florida is counting their votes. Their polls just closed, and they're already 35% of the precincts are done. It's just crazy. I don't understand how states that closed earlier don't have as much vote counted. It just doesn't make any sense. So,
they're not going to have the power to pass laws, but I personally would like to see them. And the media is worried about Republicans take over. They're going to be investigating Fauci. They're going to start impeaching. Personally, this is what I would like to see happen, because I think that the Republicans need that power, willing to be aggressive and go on offense, and also set the tone.
all right, so Rand Paul won. That's good. Tim Scott won. That's good. All those were stuff that we expected.
well, and these are nominated. Point now, the bad one, I think, on that. You should also point out that Donald Trump is responsible for several justices on the Supreme Court, and Mitch McConnell was justice as well. I think that's so. I agree with you on that. One thing I will say is that go along with it. When you don't have that, you don't actually have a massive override. You don't. Okay, let's be frank about this. They went to 50%. They don't have the ability to go right. You know, on anything. You have the ability, rationally speaking, to say stop bad regulations. You have the ability to see that from the executive branch for stopping bad regulations. They have the ability to do investigation. But what we're doing is we're biding your time until 2024 to get a Republican president, and then ram through an entire. And so the biggest thing that both parties not doing is avoid. When Joe Biden hit the mandate was
All right, so South Carolina sticking to normal. Looks good. Abrams is ahead early in Georgia, and DeSantis is way ahead in Florida. So, let's see here. Oh, I was not expecting Sununu to be behind. He was polling so far ahead. I wasn't. Well, there's only 1.5% of precincts reporting, so it's not that big a deal. But
let's be real. He Donald Trump twice. Didn't hurt the Republicans. The Republicans really better than Democrats. After Democrats impeached Donald Trump twice, and failed to convict in the Senate, which, by the way, is exactly what happened. 60 votes to convict in the Senate. Yeah, to impeach Joe Biden. He ain't going. I don't know because that's totally fine. I'm saying avoid the big group win. Republicans.
let's see here. Steven Crowder.
I think this is it's like the number one rule of being a doctor is supposed to go along with that. Yeah, this is
Marjorie Taylor Greene has been projected to win in the House. Again, expected. In fact, let's take a look at that.
And the other thing here, and I went to vote early, and and I live in a Republican state, in a very Republican county inside of that state. There are so many laws, I think, all over this country. As much as we talk about the border, as much as we talk about inflation and the economy and crime, that are still furious over it. There are so many people out there that may have voted Democrat. They consider themselves.
Yeah, Devin, no worries, man. Just handle that local stuff. It's great that you're getting involved at the local level. I'm really jealous. Actually, you and a couple other people from college have inspired me to start getting into our local politics here in California. Since I'm gonna be stuck here, living here in this state, don't get me wrong. I love my in-laws. I love my family around here, so it's great. But since I am gonna be in California, living here for at least a while, you and Amelia Dahl, who is running for county commissioner in North Dakota, and I believe it's in Burleigh County. So shout out to Amelia, the only Democrat in the whole country that I'm rooting for today. So, you guys have gotten me inspired to at least get involved at the local level here. Since people like me can't win an election, like a big election in California, I'm gonna go ahead and try to see what I can do here at the local level, see what happens, see how it pans out, and just see how far we are from being completely lost at the local level here. So yeah, we'll see how that goes.
I would vote in this one.
Yeah, our personal lives, our families out of one state and moved into 3 states because of COVID. And so did hundreds of thousands, if not millions of other people.
You're exactly right.
And the aftermath of all of this, and then it's all tied to everything the mask can do, like with the school.
Yeah.
Suddenly you see school, what if your kids, why are these people just, and then they put you out of school.
Yeah.
And like darkness, after putting a Kathy Hochul today.
Yes.
All of this.
That's why you can't trust the polls necessarily. Like the polls, they don't, I haven't seen an exit poll that lists angry about COVID. That's not.
Yeah, but anger was hot.
Anger in general, but not specifying COVID. Not specifying the fact that they're trying to trans the kids, they're tracking the story hour stuff. I think all of that needs an environment of anger. People feel like these people across the country right now are just are totally disconnected from it.
That's why COVID also represents the moment of this is our chance.
Yeah.
Some black man going to get killed by a cop, and some it's always going to happen. What those three things are racist. I thought we saw racist. Racist, you have to recognize it's passed on. I just looked at it off the spot, and I thought, it's a good moment. That's a good moment.
Maybe that's COVID. Right. So the fact that everyone saw this switch and all of a sudden that you're looking at, they were locking down schools, can't go to school, but now you can go right.
And that's the anger, I think.
Okay, so still just 3 Senate elections that have been called.
Everybody has been asking if they want to get a vaccine, but then you spend more money than God or man has ever seen for affording your inflation. These people are utterly disconnected from the rest of humanity. They have their own priorities, and their priority set is not our priority set. And so when they go out there and they've been tampering democracies with this, democracy with this, and maybe people who are worried about this, they look at the Democrats and they say, right, you're the risk, or maybe I'm more worried about getting my kids over to you than I am worried about some weird guy in the district who's so concerned to make the 2020 election. Like, this is not what we are teaching. This is why I say Republicans can avoid the big mistake after they take power. I think 2024 will be a very good year for Republicans because people are not going to forget this thing. It's life-changing stuff. They took kids out of school, they addressed kids for more than 1 year. They exposed their entire agenda to literally create money out of thin air to make people depend on the government by the hundreds of millions and destroy the American economy in the process. That's not going to go away. That thing ain't going to go away.
I have to say one thing about I know I'm a minority on impeachment. Here's my answer. Is that if Republican wins in 2020, whether it's DeSantis or Trump, if the Democrats have power, they will try to impeach you. But so my concern is that there's no mutually assured destruction, and that Democrats know they're the only ones who will pull this stuff. They're the only ones who can do this. Republicans don't show that they're willing to do it. That's my concern. Sort of like they have their fingers.
All right, there we go. So Nunes pulled ahead. He was behind, but yeah, he was supposed to win easily. See how it goes.
But they tried to turn January 6th into 9/11. They thought that that was their route to power for, I think, a generation. And what they missed on was it actually makes them look so incredibly that I believe they're going to reap the consequences of talking about all the wrong issues.
Let's see here.
And I
The great irony of that, and we on the right, and so we almost very critical. Twitter bubble for Democrats more than because everyone in this administration is on Twitter 24/7. All they are doing is deciding whether to put their pronouns in the Ukrainian flag at the profile. And they don't give a crap about the American people. The American people know. You can see it. Forget about white folks, right? Because their whole theory of politics is, oh, white folks are out for revenge, out for revenge election. What? That's not what polls are showing. The Republicans are going almost split to this thing. Yeah. Throw a lot of black support. 17%. Yeah, I saw that. Wall Street Journal poll. 17% of black Americans are going to vote for the Republican. For those who don't understand that, the Democrats routinely win about 90% of the black vote. There has never been a Republican president in the last, really since like, probably the last 50 years, who has won north about 10 to 12% black vote. You start entering the 17 to 20% territory with black vote, Democrats cannot win elections. With the it's not possible to win. And here's the thing, today, there's a Wall Street Journal today about census 2020. What it said is that a shrinking number of Americans generally are living in race segregated areas. So a huge number of white Americans are no longer living in areas where 4 out of 5 people around the world. So it's much more racial in this country than it was 10 years ago or 10 years before that. And the country's getting redder. It's what's happening is now, like, they're running away from all the brown people and setting up their own
Alright.
place.
I'm just eating dinner. Like I said, it's just a watch along today. So,
Democrats are experiencing this, right? And they're all thinking the same thing, which is you people self-governing. You got Katie Perry, who's out there involved herself voting for a person who's not a Democrat. Rick Russo is not a Democrat. He's a Republican. He created this vote. It's like one of the nicest areas in LA. It's where they burn it twice. He was a really wonderful place. It was great. And now you've got Katie Perry out there. Folks, I'll say, LA's unbelievable. And there's my favorite clip of this week. Kathy Hochul was asked about the crime in New York. And she's asked by Stephanie Rule on MSNBC in New York. And Stephanie Rule says, you keep downplaying crime. Crime's a serious problem in New York. You got to still make Rule have a certain.
so another state to look at, as far as a state that will be kind of a bellwether early, is Virginia. There are a lot of districts that are generally should be safe or pretty solid Democrat leaning. Probably I think Joe Biden won them with less. He won them with less than 10% advantage in 2020, but that's a solid win. So if those districts go to the Republican, that's going to be a bit. It's going to show a long night for. It's going to show a long night for Democrats. All right, so Fox News has already called the governor's race in Ohio. So, hey, buddy.
Where's the candy?
Here, how about this? You want a lollipop? All right. So
What's two?
let's go. Okay. Hey. Let's go. All right. So I think that's going to be the way I go. If one of my kids gets in here, or if I have to go to the bathroom or something like that, I'm just gonna close the the camera cover, and then I'll be back. I'll probably leave a note in the chat about that. So
Have fun tonight. I think there's going to be a lot of reasons to celebrate, and look forward to hanging out with you guys anytime in the future. Thank y'all.
Yeah. And I'm going to kick it over to our election wire team. These guys have been bringing you nonstop updates about the election, about polls, about who's running, what's going to happen all week long, and they're here to join us throughout the evening tonight and give us some perspective. Let's kick it over to Gavin Phillips. All right, it's great to be here tonight. We've got a lot to go on. It's been a tough time for us because all we've had is just pontificating, predicting. We're finally going to get some results. John, you're going to start us with the Senate, and we're going to the government race. And look at the good news.
now I know DeWine in Ohio was a shoo-in to win, but I'm surprised that they weren't able to call the Senate race yet. If they can already call the Ohio race, it's really weird that they can't call the Senate race. So that is something that we'll have to take a look at, especially since JD Vance was doing pretty well. Let me find that Senate race in recent polls.
So a couple of things.
And that should have been a pretty solid. Yeah, the aggregate was 8 points. So it is surprising that we haven't been able to call that race yet. It should have been pretty much a shoo-in, just a lock. But yeah, we'll see how that goes.
Basically, every polling analyst says this is going to automatically be a red, at least a red trickle that's been said. They're going to get the majority very easily. We're starting with the assumption, as you can see, that they're going to have if they have the majority, starting assumption, right? Now the question is, how many more do they get over the course of the night? That's what's going to define whether or not the state is not or dissuade. We think it's going to be, according to the polling that we looked at, pretty strong results as you guys have mentioned. So we're going to make this up from the Senate races, the governor's races, in one particular mayor's race, which we've already hinted at. We'll look at that when it comes to from LA. LA's race is very, very fascinating. Okay, so a couple of races we're going to look at. So if you look at the map for the Senate, how does it shake out? And Republicans will have control of the House. We're almost certain of that. It's all about the Senate. What do they need for the Senate? Our assumption is we start with 48 safe seats for the Republicans. Some of these have been mentioned, but we have Ohio, North Carolina, safely now Republicans. Remember that we thought that for a while in the summer? That's changed now to solid red. What that means is that we 3 more seats. There are only about 2 tossed up races. If it's actually more than 8, that we think is probably realm of the toss up. The last couple really reaches. Okay. Thank you very much. Okay. One of the toss up races. Wisconsin and
Senator JD Vance is ahead.
every single poll Johnson ahead, and that begins to shift from Biden. Looks like he's pretty safe. That would get Republicans 49. Georgia, we think, is the next most likely. This is partly because Brian Kemp, the gubernatorial candidate there, is running an amazingly strong race. Or you could say Stacey Abrams is running a really weak race. He's about 10 points, 8 points ahead of the polls. A lot of times you're going to see this sort of coattails effect with governors. Kemp will probably help Herschel Walker's case. Herschel Walker is already up ahead of the polls by about
see here.
So we didn't even have Georgia is unlikely to pick up for Republicans. We'll see what happens. The next house is Nevada. Nevada is very strong as an entire state. You guys talked about COVID backlash. Nevada is the perfect example of COVID backlash really affecting the political landscape. All of the Republican candidates, all of them, are pulling ahead of the Democrats. There used to be a Democrat machine there. It's kind of collapsed. We think a lot of this has to do with backlash to COVID really impacted the capacity. That's another possibility. That would be the majority. There's also the Arizona race, really late Masters versus Mark Kelly, the Democrat. Masters has been again, we might have a co-deal the total candidate for very late. Very fine. Then we have Pennsylvania, Dr. Ross, John Fetterman. This is the most money that's ever been, I think this is correct, the most money that's ever been invested in a senatorial race. Is this correct? About $250 million. Okay. This one, everyone's been watching the fascinating. It's hard to predict where this is going to go. You have a weak Republican candidate there in terms of the polling for governor. Might not help Dr. Ross to see that one. And then the last few, just to get through these quickly, New Hampshire, Don Bolduc. It looks he's within reach with Maggie Hass. Some polls, Trafalgar, our pollster that we partnered with, has fallen ahead. The last poll was by 1 point, so really towards the fair stuff. And then Edward Smiley, she's suddenly surged into contention there against Patty Murray. That's an example of charisma, someone without much charisma. So we're going to watch that one. That might be a little surprise to a lot of people in the state. And then Colorado, that's the biggest reach. It looks unlikely for Republicans. That is Joe O'Dea and Michael Bennett. Joe O'Dea is Republican. He's polling 8 to 10 points behind, so we'll see what's happening there. The other races we're going to look at are the gubernatorial races. We're going to run through a couple of them real quick. Yeah, so 36 governor's races in total happen this evening. It's interesting if you look at what those toss-up races are. If you look at real clear politics, their list of the 11 toss-ups, 10 of them are states that currently have a Democrat governor. So Republicans are kind of salivating right now at their candidates first in Georgia, dominant in polls just closed there with 30 results coming in. Stacey Abrams going to clearly be less than 10% reporting. All the polling showing that Brian Kemp should be cruising to victory. Kind of gives you a feel for how the Democrat Party feels about Stacey Abrams. In the final weeks before the election, the outside spending was cut in half. It seems like Democrats don't have a ton of big case here to pull through. We'll go down to Florida, where Governor Ron DeSantis is expected to cruise to victory. This is another one of those races where polls started to tighten over the summer, especially after the Dobbs ruling. Something that said that DeSantis could be at risk. We do not see that happening tonight. It does appear like he's going to have a big win, and polling is like they could be up double digits. And finally, out in Arizona, another race where Republicans are confident, and they're hoping for kind of a coattail effect, like John mentioned, where Kerry Lake's popularity around the state could help bring voters to the polls for Blake Masters. But I want to also get to some states where Republicans are surprising with how close they've gotten in these gubernatorial elections, such strongholds for Democrats tradition. First, in New York, everyone's talking about this race. We now all know it's going to be closer, at least many polls seem to indicate it will. Republican Lee Zeldin, after being down 20 to 25 points against Kathy Hochul, has now surged. Our latest polling from Trafalgar has that tied. A lot of legacy outlets still have it with a 7 to 10 point lead for Kathy Hochul. Tonight is going to tell us a lot about the accuracy of some of these polls. Trafalgar, up before the final week, was releasing poll after poll. A lot of legacy outlets have been hesitant to release their final horse race polls, which a lot of people are saying, hey, it could be they don't want to stand by. It could be a good sign for Republicans that they don't want to show Republican momentum in the final polls. Another state like New York, Michigan, Republican Tudor Dixon was not supposed to be in this race. She is now up 1 point in the latest Trafalgar polling that we have over.
There we go. That's better.
But that's going to be a race for Governor, incumbent Governor Gretchen Whitmer is very vulnerable, which would be a big get to kind of rising star on the national stage had been hinted at as a potential like
Next poll's close.
Oregon. This is a race that I love talking about because many people have no clue that Republicans have a chance to pick up seat. I like mentioning states where I get smart, and this is one of them because the Steve Ray Republican there has a chance to become the next governor of Oregon. He'll be the first Republican governor in 40 plus years. That's the longest drought in the state. Tina Kotek, Democrat. She's been ahead in the final polls we've seen by about 4 points. The big outlier here is independent Betsy Johnson. Over the summer and recently into the fall, she's only 10 to 20 points away. She's a independent, but she's really a Democrat. She's got statewide name recognition there. Now the question becomes how much of the vote will she pull away? And then it's not all bad for the Democrats when it comes to governors. They have the problem with them. That went big first in Oklahoma. Oklahoma, 30 plus points. This is probably the red state in the entire country. But right now, under Governor Kevin Stitt is in a toss-up race with Democrats with Hyde Hoffmeister. Keep an eye on that race. Democrats are hoping it's one of the few chances to have to pick up. Polls have shown that from anywhere from tie with the Democrats to take a slight lead in Oklahoma. We're pointing out not a ton of polling coming out of that race. It's still one to watch. And then finally, the governor's race in Kansas, the Democrats are hoping that they'll have a chance there. Incumbent Laura Kelly, she's got a slight lead right now over the Republican Derek Schmidt. She's got a 3-point spread at the moment. But again, Kansas is a state that we're by 15 plus points. The Democrats are hoping they can have success there. These are all the races we're tracking. And keep us posted as it goes.
Thank you, Gavin. Thank you to John Bickler as well, the electric wire team. And I want to welcome to the show with great heartfelt appreciation. Michael Moore. Wow. No. Nah, that's all. I'm glad. I'm sorry I'm a little bit late. I was doing tech stands at the Playing Buck party. So for trading places. Though I arrived here and it looks like the polls are closed in Georgia.
Yes.
So I got some good news and some bad news. Good news is incumbent governor. You know what that means? Yeah, the incumbent president. Yeah. So the good news is the polls look good for Walker, especially in recent days and weeks, and it really, I was feeling very confident that this, anyway, I'm not confident that I was, and frankly, I'm not confident that right now. Bad news is we got 14% reporting now, and Warnock 58.5%, Herschel Walker 40%. Now you might say, well, that doesn't mean anything. You only got 14% reporting. Who cares? Well, the reason it's a problem is that right now, Stacey Abrams at 55%, Brian Kemp at 44.4%. So that doesn't mean that Brian Kemp is going to lose. Brian Kemp is going to win. But the fact that there is a difference between the percentage of the vote that's going to Kemp that's going to Walker, that's a big problem. People actually are still. And so there is a shot. I mean, Kemp is so far ahead that it might not matter. I'm still bullish on Walker tonight, but that's not good news. If you look at the exit polls in Georgia, NBC has done some exit polls. Again, all exit polls, just stop worrying about anything. All exit polls, giant barrel of salt into the exit polls. Does the candidate show good judgment? The question for Walker, 33% yes, 64% no on showing good judgment. Given, all the scandals broken during this campaign is not a particular shock. For Warnock, 51 yes, 46 no, which is obviously not a good result. Is the candidate too extreme? On Warnock, 44% say it's too extreme. On Walker, 39% say it's too extreme. Neither say 9%, and both say 5%. So, again, what will candidate follow his health tonight? It very well could. If Republicans don't perform in the Senate the way that they should perform, given what I think is going to happen in the House, we're going to have to look a lot at the candidate quality of many of the people who won the primaries. If Oz loses in Pennsylvania, if Walker loses in Georgia, if Masters loses in Arizona, but Lasso wins, for example, in Nevada, then you're going to have to say, was this a candidate problem, or was this something else? And we'll decide that once we come in. There are a couple of bellwether races that we're building in Virginia. There's one bellwether race that I've been following, which was 28 which is Lynn Luria. She won that race by approximately 6 points in the last outing, and Biden won that district by about 5 points in his last outing in Virginia second. Right now, Jen Higgins is leading Elaine Luria fairly handily again. Very early, not front voted, 16% of the votes in, but she's up by solidly 13%. So, obviously, momentum moving in the right direction there. In Virginia 7, which is very broad district, Abigail Spanberger's district. Spanberger has made a name for herself by being a moderate Democrat. by which I mean not insane, not a less insane Democrat. And Spanberger has chided the Democratic Party for moving too radical, too fast, and been beat about years for it by her own party. She was locally saying, this list has to stop this crap. So Abigail Spanberger is running in the TA7. In that district, Biden won that district by 1 point, essentially, in 2020. And Spanberger won by about 2% in 2020, slightly outperforming Biden. Well, right now, only a few votes in, and she's down by like 20% in that race. So Spanberger goes down in that race. That's the red trickle. Virginia second, which is a more solid Democratic district, goes for the Republicans, and that starts to look like a red tide. And then we'll get to some of the outliners. There's some of these races, like the VA10. VA10 is the Biden plus team. And so we'll have to see what the results look like in the VA10.
When we're talking about quality, definitely mention again, but I think it's just absolutely phenomenal. And phenomenal for the one, for nothing else, is understands the substance how to run this. The press conference is pornographic. Plus, watching a pretty girl slap the crap out of this. You know, I think that calm down. So, no, this is like she said to me, we want to perform the press to something that's definitely and if you do the way she does, she's a Trumpy candidate in the good sense of that word, and that's the difference of the things that Trump would have got free, regardless.
It's terrific. That definitely is a big thing. One other quick political note: Miami-Dade County. I don't know up there in Florida. Yeah, and I'm proud of that state for Florida. Miami-Dade is 18 county. Okay, Miami-Dade went for Gillum over DeSantis in 2018 by a margin of 21%. It went for Biden over Trump in 2020 when Trump won the state by a margin of 53 to 46 for Biden. Right now, the early votes in Miami, the early votes, right? Same day election is going to be dramatically Republican. I mean, the early votes, right? The early vote came in. Rubio beating Demings by 7 in Miami-Dade. DeSantis beating Chris by 8 out of 478,000 votes in Miami-Dade. Maria Salazar, the Florida 27, which is entirely inside Miami-Dade, is winning by 12. And the early votes. Florida is a red state. It's not a purple state no longer, thanks to Governor DeSantis and the Florida Republican Party.
Another note, assuming we get the red wave we're talking about, before I get to that, I'm proud of us for having that fancy board back there. Real big stations. I think if we get the red wave, Roe v. Wade being overturned might be one of the reasons for it. Because only because it's not that pro-life voters are mobilized about it necessarily. I wish they were more mobilized than they are. But it's only because it led Democrats to this false conclusion that they could run on the fact that Roe v. Wade was overturned. I was reading CNN. I think it was CNN had an article a few days ago. I forget who wrote it, but the question was, did Democrats make a bad bet on abortion? And in that article, which of course they did, it's too late to realize that now, but in the article they said that Democrats in the last month of the campaign, they spent like $220 million on ads centered around abortion, and they spent about $18 million on ads centered around they spent $200 million more on abortion. So I think this happens. Part of the reason was because they were motivated by the open. It's so important to them. They assumed that it's so important to the voters. So they made their campaign.
They can't spend enough money talking about abortion on television for me. The thing that I've learned in the last 40 years of being alive on this planet is that the more people know about abortion, the less they think. That's one of the things that I think that the hubris of the Democrats to almost deliberately run against the influence. Like, we're talking with places here about sort of politicization of families. You haven't seen that here. And abortion is a big part of that. Most people have a somewhat moderate view about it. Most people are not like radically pro-life. I'm radically pro-life. Most people are not radically pro-life. The more you expose them to the truth about abortion, most people aren't overly concerned about what their kids are talking about. People sort of have they take for granted what their kids are learning at school is roughly the things that they're going to know in order to be successful in life. You shut kids out of school. Make them beam in remotely where parents can actually see what happens. You expose them to what the kids are actually being taught. The more they learn about it, the less they like it. This seems to be the case. I think this is the case. Under the run in all of our institutions right now, the Democrats made the mistake exposing people to the reality of what their policies are.
Right, they don't think that far. Here's the question. The other thing about abortion, right, that children go away, shouldn't turn the matter back to the states. Some must be able to this point. It simply is.
Would it work?
It's not, yeah.
And you know, I mean, I'm all obviously for having those relations, and I think it has something to raise. But they also failed on the economic questions because there was a big split coming out of the Democratic on where they did talk about the economy, which was the number one issue. And Joe Biden's answer, the White House line was, the economy's great. What are you talking about? We're not in a recession. Everything's wonderful. 16 cents on high right? So that was his line. And then the line coming in at the Triple C, just 2 days ago, this is the Democratic congressional campaign today, run by Sean Patrick Maloney, very possible to lose his seat, is, oh, families are struggling and they can't afford groceries. Just buy chemically or help them buy something and hospice. And then you'll save money. And both of those lines, well, for starters, they're contradictory. Well, it's not happening, it is. But the other thing, it is so callous, it is so distant. Reality is so distant. Yeah. By the way, Florida is already reporting these votes. I'm just saying, or just saying that they're able to count their votes on election. They are. I mean, so the way that Florida works, it's hard to panhandle. It doesn't close until 8 o'clock Eastern time. But the vast majority of the state closes at 7 o'clock Eastern time, which means that mostly close in Florida, and for most of Florida, 50 minutes. They've already got to vote. Yeah, I think that's the state should be brought. By the way, the parts that are in the 8 o'clock factor on our board are red. Those are red. They're right part of the Brazil of America. You know, it's like objective elections. Yeah, right. So here are the current results with 2/3 of the vote in. Marco Rubio 55, Dalton is 44, which is just like that. And Ron DeSantis 57, Charlie Crist 47. Oh, man. I just want to know who these people are who voted for Charlie. Right, exactly. Like, this is Chris. Okay, so now I'm just going to take a brief detour here and just mention a quick fact. Ron DeSantis won the 2008 gubernatorial race with 30,000 votes for Andrew Gillum, who turned out to be a meth addict with particularly interesting sexual problems for a married man. And now we'll probably end up in jail. He won by 30,000 votes. The state of Florida is now entirely red. Ron DeSantis is going to win this race, looks like, by not only double digits, by significant double digits. So, for Republicans who are thinking about the future, perhaps might want to consider a person who took a very small victory and turned it into a whopping victory for his entire party across an entirely purple state, turning the state entirely red. You might want to consider that in determining who you choose to run for president in 2024. It might get back. There you go. Guys, the polls have closed in Ohio. We're going to go talk to David Wire, reporter for Raven 40, who is there on the ground to give us an update.
Hi everyone. We are here at the Ohio Republican Party's election night watch party here at the Renaissance Hotel in downtown Columbus. Polls are now closed in Ohio. They closed at 7:30, which is when this party officially started. Guests have been filtering into this room for about the last hour, and the room is starting to fill up now. It's upbeat here, but it's still pretty quiet as we wait for the results to start rolling in. We're still waiting for J.D. Vance, who is the Ohio Republican Party's Senate candidate in Ohio. He is a big ticket guest here tonight, and we did catch a glimpse of Ohio Governor Mike DeWine, so he's here as well. NBC and ABC are already projecting that DeWine has won his race in the re-election as well. J.D. Vance currently leads Ohio's Democrat Republicans Brian by 8 points. Some polls have up 10 points, 54. So polls are now closed. We're just waiting. Just to give you an idea of how the process goes in this state. The Ohio Secretary of State notifies all 88 election boards that the last polling location has officially closed, and that's when they start counting the election day votes. Under Ohio law, election boards can process absentee and mail-in votes prior to election day, starting at 6:30 when we're watching the election day. Ohio typically counts votes pretty quickly. In 2020, Ohio was called for Donald Trump shortly after midnight, which is just after the polls closed. So we are.
All right. right. So like I said, Virginia is kind of a bellwether state. At least 3 congressional races, I believe. Let me check here.
Is the economy not so good or poor, or is it good or excellent? 1% say excellent. 1 to 2% say good. 75% say not so good.
And House.
So JD Vance is going to win this election. Yeah.
And 23% of Ohioans are illiterate and ignorant.
Yeah, that's right. That's pretty much right. I keep saying, by the way, that some of the board numbers get the first report. They come in really fast with stuff. They should run their elections the way they're supposed to be run. One is
Here. Now, some places have already called Marjorie Taylor Greene in Georgia. In which
that race is over. Anna Luna has now won that district.
There we go. Georgia 14. So yeah, some places have already called that, but Virginia is the is the place to go. That's going to be a fairly solid bellwether for the entire night, I think. And I believe, yeah, it's going to be this district right here, Virginia 7. If that goes Republican, and it's looking like that based on what I'm seeing here now, that's going to be a solid sign that Republicans are obviously going to take the House. No problem. I think the issue is going to be there is another district. I believe it's let me find my map. Hold on one sec. I had a map earlier. Let me see here.
So in Georgia, a lot of Brian Campbell walks and out in Georgia, of course, if it's not just the walk out of Florida, somebody has to get about 50% are going to be rerunning this thing in a runoff. And so it's quite possible to end up with a situation in the Senate, say Republicans underperform, say Pennsylvania or Arizona, where the entire Senate rests once again. Georgia.
So yeah, like I was saying, it looks. I mean, so far I'm not seeing anything that would suggest Democrats are not going to win, or not Democrats, Republicans are not going to take the House. But Virginia is the state I think to watch right now. If you went to my locals page, filthyheathens.locals.com, you'll see my map. But here, these 2 districts are really what's going to be the deal. So if District 2 in Virginia goes to a Republican, which it's supposed to, okay, great. It's kind of supposed to. Most of the polls are leading that way. But District 7 and District 10, these 2 districts here, if one of those goes to Republicans, then it'll be a pretty solid night for Republicans. Probably somewhere at least in the 230s is where they'll end up. Probably in the high 230s. If District 10 goes Republican, this is going to be a bloodbath all night. That's kind of what I'm seeing here. There are some races that I am a little bit concerned about. The Georgia elections don't look as much of a victory as I thought they were going to be. I thought they were going to be pretty solid, and they're not looking that way so far. Maybe there'll be a catch up. I'm not sure, but yeah, it's not looking like the kind of obvious win that I was expecting out of Georgia for both Brian Kemp and for Herschel Walker. They called the Florida Senate race for Marco Rubio. That was expected. That's good.
But I thought, it takes a lot for me to be disappointed in California, but I was. Yeah. After all of the businesses that were closed due to COVID stuff, but it's worse. You guys were talking about this activity, what everybody happens, and I started when I started this. If you're really looking at the grassroots, the first sign of people political, when people get to the school board meetings, you get angry.
And then the other, which was the expression of those school board meetings.
Right.
The host of them said about the times, for good, the problem with
And they voted. What Democrats have achieved is, over the past several years, they've created an entirely new voter bloc of parents. It's like they focused the voter bloc and they themselves a voter bloc. They have broken Hispanics as a vote block, like completely broken. That was supposed to be the ethnic coalition. They broke, they're breaking black vote as a vote block right now. Like, this is an amazing achievement. In fact, David Proof just went on National Obama's campaign manager in 2008. He says the Obama coalition in Florida is broken. It's not coming back. This leadership stands. And what we're watching right now is massive political realignment. And let's not make a mistake here. It's not because the Republicans are hasting it. Democrats are about everything. Like, you cannot name an area in which Democrats have not screwed things up beyond all possible recognition, from crime to the economy to foreign policy. There's literally not anything tough that is on remotely going to Joe Biden. I don't know how to get it. Joe Biden.
North Carolina's not looking good, so my house map in North Carolina is probably not as solid as I thought. I thought Bud in North Carolina was going to walk away with this, but it's not looking that way right now. We have over a third of the polls, a third of the precincts reporting, and he's behind 11 points, or more like 10 points, 10 and a half points. That he's going to win. If he wins, it's going to be pretty close. It's going to be a lot closer than I thought.
Trans children. Like, it's the single greatest political job I have ever seen. I mean, it's not close. It's not like the approval ratings for Donald. You know, Donald Trump entered office, his approval rating was about 45%. And he left office, his approval rating was about 45%. And Biden entered office, his approval rating was north of 60. And his approval rating is now in the low 40s. And the delta there tells the whole story.
You know, all Democrats had to do was not push for sex change surgeries for kids. And also simply say crime is bad and we want to keep you safe.
Okay, looks like Kemp is catching up in Georgia, so that's good. They've already called the race for Bill Lee in Tennessee. So, yeah, so far there's nothing that's a real surprise. I'm just surprised how close these races look. Well, it looks like Sununu is going to take over from here in New Hampshire. So it looks pretty solid. And I think Kemp is making some inroads here. He's starting a game here, so we'll see how it goes. I just I was expecting more of a kind of obvious victory for Kemp and a close but pretty obvious victory for Herschel Walker too. I'm not seeing any of that.
And also the FBI has changed the way that they count violent crimes, so that something like 40%.
Again, the difference between Warnock and Stacey Abrams. I mean, there's like a 2-point difference there. So there does seem to be some people who are voting for Brian Kemp, but are also voting for Raphael Warnock, which seems kind of weird, but they are doing that.
They like to blame the rich, of course, but the real reason that everyone is wealthier is that we just haven't produced enough money. That you can literally print money with impunity that will never be a consequence. And they did. They, throughout the COVID crisis, they printed more money than has ever been printed in all history. They pushed that. It turns out that a little thing called reality exists, and that when you just print tons of money, you didn't actually add any value to the economy. And now, you know, it's incredibly cynical.
All right, Fox News called Ron DeSantis winning Florida governorship, so that was expected. But he's winning by 15 points.
Very simple play, and it does not work for very long because the thing you're handing them stops having any value.
He's ahead by 15 points right now in Ron DeSantis is in Florida. They just called the race, and yeah, I mean he's up by almost 1 million votes, 15 percentage points, and parts of the state that have already that have just closed, like right now, they're more red than any other part of the state, so they're more Republican. So yeah, that's actually that's crazy by how much he won. It's nuts.
Out there trying to explain to everybody that his words were twisted. Twisted, we watched him come out of his face. His face hole opened and the words came out. And shockingly, they were in the form of a coherent sentence. And that coherent sentence was very bad. And don't forget, by the way, too, so energy is at the root of lot of the economic problems, a lot of the inflation, and the energy problem is two aspects, both of which are by default. So yes, there's the domestic part, which is he shuts down the oil and gas leases, he shuts down the pipelines, just says no to American energy. But then there's the international part, where Vladimir Zelensky himself, don't take my word for it, said, if America lifts the sanctions off of this pipeline, Putin is going to invade. Biden lifts the sanctions, bipartisan sanctions on Putin, Biden rather lifts the sanctions, and then literally invites Putin to invade Ukraine, says it's minor incursion, then we won't really do anything about it. And so what happens? Putin says energy prices skyrocket. Biden suggests that he's going to read the Iran deal, takes off Saudi Arabia, Saudi Arabia won't work with us on oil. So you've got this entire international component too. And coupled with the dumb domestic policy, energy prices go through the roof. Joe Biden can't blame circumstances for that things. It's not false, the oil company. That's right. This does raise the question of just how fast the Democrats were going to put the Biden house. This was always going to happen, right? So they were already like,
All right, so it's after 5 o'clock where I am. Steven Crowder should be up and running now, but he always likes to go late, start late, so yep, he's starting late again. So that's looking like another trend. Steven Crowder got a strike on YouTube right before the midterms, so he is on Rumble. I definitely recommend that you go and check out his Rumble stream. If you're going to be watching Steven Crowder, check him out on Rumble. That way he can see how many people will tune in to his Rumble stream for the election night. I think it's the way to go. I think as many people as possible should be getting off of YouTube. I'm streaming on YouTube right now because that's where I have most of the people that, most subscribers. I would love it if everybody went over to Rumble and subscribe to my Filthy Heathens channel there. I'd be even more happier if you guys went to locals and I could just put everything on locals and I wouldn't have to put it on any of the more big tech stuff. But yeah, that's where we're going right now. But so that's why I am where I am when it comes to YouTube. But yeah, I definitely recommend going over. If you're going to watch Steven Crowder, watch his election stream on Rumble. There we go. All right, so Brian Kemp is gaining on Stacey Abrams. Okay. Polls just closed in Michigan. Not a whole lot reporting. Tudor Dixon's obviously going to be behind. Again, big cities are going to get some votes out faster, so you're going to see more Democrat votes. Also, they tend to vote earlier, so a lot of these early votes are going to be more for Gretchen Whitmer. The reality is whether or not we need to, how much does she need to make up? And will the media, I mean, I was alive and I was watching the 2000 election when it happened. Yeah, will the media decide to call it early and screw everything up? So we'll see how that goes. The good news is Sununu has taken the lead in New Hampshire, so that looks good. And then Maine, we'll see how it goes. So I'm going to take a quick break, and I'll be back in less than 5 minutes. Oh shit! I ran out of wine. Let me go grab that.
We have Donald Trump Jr. We have the entire Daily Wire crew, Ben Shapiro, Jimmy Boyd, Candace Owens, Michael Knowles, Andrew Clavens. We have Ted Cruz, and of course, we have Terry Lake on the show. Future governor. We have future governor on the show, and we're going to get to that in a second. I'm not going to use the hashtag Crowder election stream, because of course we are not on YouTube. Really quickly, if you're watching right now, on Facebook. We're just doing that for a little bit. I guarantee what we are about to get into will not be allowed on Facebook, but there was no way to reach you on Facebook because Rumble was throttled on Facebook, so we're streaming to Facebook right now to tell you that we're not going to be streaming to Facebook. So Facebook, go to Rumble because Facebook is not Facebook. I believe that's it. Now, we're looking at some predictions here. We're looking at what's going on. Like, here's the deal. Like, we're going at Donald Trump here. Really quick. Assume, it won't be a quick guess. But we'll be covering everything tonight, and I give you my words that we'll not only be up to the minute and as good as any of the legacy that we have. But then, we're going to be making some calls, and we're going to be covering some stories here tonight that you're probably not going to see anywhere else. That's what we did in 2020. That's why we chose an opportunity to do this. But let me kind of get into the story of
All right, I'm back.
This election. And I should tell you some stuff that's going on here. So. This election is a referendum. A couple of things.
And let's see.
Voter security and on big tech. I'll tell you this, it is providential that we are not on YouTube tonight because we would never, ever be able to cover what is happening today in Arizona honestly, just as none of the other streams on YouTube are able to cover it honestly right now. They all have to walk on eggshells for fear of the tech overlords removing them. We don't have to. And I'm genuinely grateful for them. I'm incredibly grateful that Rumble is going to support what we have. They have been telling you, by the name of the left, and those in the media, the entertainment, media, political, industrial complex, they've been telling you for years that what you experienced in 2020 with us, with all of us here, never happened. A big lie. That's what they told me. Okay? Any conservative out there who questions the integrity of our election, or election is labeled an insurrectionist, maybe domestic terrorist, certainly extremist. Well, here we are. Here we are where, at best, today, and I've not seen this covered on CNN, at best, today, the current gubernatorial candidate of the Democratic Party, Katie Hobbs, who's also the Secretary of State of Arizona, she oversees the vote, is in charge of the statewide election. At best, it is in shambles because Katie Hobbs is doing nothing. Or at worst, deliberately stealing the vote. Now look, we don't know. There's something we don't know, just to be clear. Here's what we do know. We do know that this morning people went in to try and vote in Arizona, and the machines didn't work. They were told to put their ballots into boxes where they would be hand counted. And if people didn't trust that, where on earth did they get that idea? They could wait 2 to 3 hours. We also know that obviously Republicans.
So Brian Kemp is starting to close that gap a lot
And that later day shift.
on Stacey Abrams.
So we do know that that happened. We do know.
Why are we defaulting to a chart like this? This is really stupid. This is really stupid.
To extend the voting, just like they did for Franklin. Ironically, they did it in Franklin for Fetterman because there was. They ran out of paper in Scranton, Pennsylvania. So we do know that Kerry Lake was gaining on Hobbs in the polls and even overtaking Hobbs consistently leading up to the election. And we do know that all of us here in commented on this thought it was odd that Hobbs wasn't really campaigning aggressively as she lost her lead. It was odd. We know this, that Hobbs didn't even show up to debate. She didn't show up to debate as her lead shrunk. We do know that Hobbs, by the way, extended mail-in vote. We'll have all the references available at BioBetter.com as we always do. It'll be a little bit tougher today because we're doing this for my guess at least 6 hours. Again, we know that the same day voting favor coming into minutes. So the actual best case scenario that is going on in Arizona is the least odious, the least odious, the least outrageous scenario possible is that this voting issue in Arizona is a glitch. Well, guess what? That should still result in a newly conducted election with neutral overseeing body. In the best case scenario where someone's made a mistake, there's a lot that we don't know. And that's the whole point. That's the point. Of what happened in 2020. And what's happening here today. Each step is designed to ensure that we can't know. I can't know if I voted in Michigan in 2020. I know it's in South, I know it's in the process. State level, the people who actually voted in Michigan in my family haven't applied for that. We can't know. For the conflict of interest, with Hobbs being Secretary of State and the gubernatorial candidate to the in the White House, colluding with big tech to remove any information or insight into this race to begin with. It is designed to ensure that you can't know. And so if you ask questions about that, if you ask questions about Hobbs not showing up today, if you ask questions about a conflict of interest, someone being the Secretary of State while running for
that they didn't let
Get back to
them
Daily Wire here.
illegal immigration generation. They don't understand that native-born Texans today are first-generation Americans, but their parents crossed over illegally. That you have this huge move. You know, I mean, we were talking 4 years ago about Texas becoming purple. We're talking 4 years ago about Florida as a swing state, which had historically been. We were talking about Ohio as a swing state, which less and less is true. The great report is mentioning it. It's not that Democrats are moving out of California. It's that Republicans. There are more registered Republicans
That's right.
in LA County than in any other county in the United States of America. More Republicans, LA County. Now, there are even more Democrats in LA County. But what's happening in all of these blue states is that the number of Republicans in LA County is shrinking. That's the people who are moving to Texas. People are moving to Florida, moving to Ohio, moving to.
This by the way, I'm an Eagle fan, so I really like. I have so many Republicans. We moved our company.
That's right.
We had a lot of people come up to it and sort of like they were like, "Why don't you stay? Why don't you fight for the state of California?" And I was like, "Well, bye." First of all, as we flew over the Colorado River headed east, I turned to my wife and I said, "Don't look back, you might turn salt." But I said to all these people, "What are you doing? Your vote does not count here. Why don't you move to a state where your vote will count?" And you're seeing that happen in massive numbers right now, and it's real and it's spectacular. It's like what's happening in a lot of these places is fun to watch, and the results continue to pour in. So far, nothing but good news for the Republicans. We'll have to see how these Senate races shake out. The polls aren't yet closed in some of the other places. The polls have just closed, I believe.
So Georgia 2
it'll take us about a year.
is supposed to be the closest race in Georgia. So I think we'll see how that goes.
Show off a little bit, play for you. A little trailer of things that have been going on at the Daily Wire.
So we'll see how things go with that race.
Black Lives Matter released their 990 IRS filing. They collected $80 million. Where is that money?
It's not hidden. Everything looks worse than it was.
Where have you seen that money impacted throughout the city? So my producer just sent me a link. It is just shocking to me because of how much money was raised to think that where he lived, the bills weren't being covered. Super frustrating.
So earlier I said that Virginia 10 was going to be could end up being a close race and a bellwether for the rest of the country. And it's looking like, with just over a third of the vote counted, that the Democrats only ahead by 3 points. So if that's close, or the Republican catches up and wins, I think that's basically Democrats are just kind of a really long night. I don't know if they'll be able to recover from that. The only caveat to that is I thought that on in 2020, where it looked like Republicans were just running away with everything early in the night, and then basically once Arizona got called, everything went to hell. So we'll see how that goes. There's just a lot of info here. Let me see here. How is it going in? Hampshire. New Hampshire's supposed to be a close Senate race.
It has to come to a point, it has to have a destination, it has to have a moral, it has to have an ethic. And what the story is a description of that ethic of contextual and action prioritization. Peace is dependent upon us being brought together under the rubric of a single centralized narrative, much of which is reflected in the meta-narrative that the library constitutes. And so I hope to enjoy this tour through the history of the world's most significant book.
This does not look like the red wave I was expecting completely. The House is still looking good, but the Senate is not looking like the red wave I was expecting. I thought J.D. Vance would be farther ahead by now, or at least they'd be counting the votes a lot faster. Same thing with Herschel Walker. I thought he'd be running neck and neck with Warnock by now, but he's still about 10 points behind. Man, that North Carolina race has been solid this whole, like all the way through the summer and everything. 6 points ahead here. So maybe I'm missing something here, but
To lead with confidence, now Candace showing us all how it's done. Fabulous. Tell us you've been watching. We've been here. You've been backstage. You're probably a little bit more up to date on what's happening out there than we are. How are you feeling about tonight?
I feel good about the night. I mean, obviously, like, just I'm sure you guys very discussed it, so I don't want to be redundant, but the Maricopa thing is just like, what?
We actually have not talked about.
How is it always Maricopa?
Well, it's really important, Candace, to remember for all Americans. Do not take your right to vote for granted, because there are people who live in places like North Korea and Afghanistan and Maricopa County who don't have that right.
20% of the voting machines are not able to calculate votes. 20% of the entire country. That's just unbelievable. I think
It's a pretty blessed problem.
yeah.
Election.
They don't know what they're going to do about it. They're working on issues, and of course, people are already ahead saying this is just the Republican trying to pretend there's some cheating. Why don't you give us an understanding, a good explanation for why 20% of machines throughout the entire county, in the 3 fair elections that we have in America, are not working with the candidates to work on these issues, knowing that was the place for all of the election lawsuits, the place where Trump said that there was, trouble during the 2020 election.
Why are we
Resolving issues.
Why are we so invested now in these electronic voting machines in the first place? The truth is much better system. I think you've got the answer, right? They say, well, we know that paper ballots work, and we know that there are no questions, and you get the answer on election night. So why do we keep using these starting like brags out for days and weeks, and I got my answer. So, forgive me, I haven't actually followed what the actual machines in Arizona are. So, is it like on your screen, or is it like you take a ballot? So, I can and if you done for it too. I went early, like 3 weeks ago, exactly that machine. They got the results. They managed to stay confident. It's not about how the machines are stupid or something. It's their confidence. People weren't there, don't know how they're doing.
I thought it was funny. The White House spokeswoman said today, or yesterday, when she was preparing everyone for the fact that it's going to take weeks to count ballots. She said, "Well, this is how it should work in modern elections." I'm like, if you go modern time, and 2022, it shouldn't take longer than our else until 1802.
Can we go back to some medieval elections?
Right. Exactly.
A quick update on Virginia 7. That is the Abigail Spanberger race. She's currently losing in that race. Virginia 7. That's bellwether race. Virginia 2nd District, it looks like Elaine Morgan is going to go down to the 8th District as well. It's going to be tonight.
That it's also, I mean, on this point, you raised again of how everyone's talking about voter fraud, whether it's going to be if the Republicans have a great night, then the Democrats are going to say that we rigged the election, and Democrats pull out some crucial races, and we're going to say that they rigged the election. And that's just a fact that everyone is an election denier, and it's for 2 reasons. The Democrats say that it's illegitimate when the Republicans win.
yeah, North Carolina's the only one that's really worrying. So, right now. Walker, Georgia's Senate race is kind of worrying me too. I mean, as long as Warnock can drop below 50%, I don't care if he beats Walker outright. Um,
It's much more unfalsifiable theory. Because you can always just say, well, more people would have turned out if you hadn't suppressed the vote.
Very high.
Things actually says that guy to have a high voter participation number. Voter suppression. So
Yeah.
they're already like, well, what is that?
It's one of the reasons that number one nonsense, which is not inconsistent. Because the same Democrats are out and say, oh, you denied an election, oh, you're saying voting fraud. We all know. I mean, they already started, Jason Johnson on MSNBC started going nuts like 3 hours ago. He knew which way this night was going to go. He was already going absolutely over the notion that there was voter suppression in Georgia. There's no voter suppression in Georgia. There are simultaneous articles coming out saying the wait time at Georgia polling places is 3 minutes. 3. It sounds like just like Iraq 2005 with the purple fingers in the air.
Well, that's what they consider to be voter suppression, because it's actually considered a lot bad. It's like Black Americans don't have their ID. That's the thing. That's what we really should talk about how difficult it is.
The latest one, they say that voters are being starved and not given water because you're not.
Yeah.
And I kid you, I'm walking to the polls today, sweet little Lisa, and she turns to totally dead bitch. She goes, man, I'm just so hungry. We have to stay. You know, if you can't bribe them outside the public place, you can voter fraud. The actual Democrat position is you cannot. But aren't they supposed to stand up for cigarettes? By the way, as long as you're talking about the subject of expectations, let's talk about what racist Joe Biden is for a second. So Joe Biden was asked the other day, he said, what's it do for black voters? He said, well, I did get rid of marijuana convictions. Dude, like, what? Like, that's your first, and then he went to historically black university, and he's like, you know, you guys be just as smart. He literally said this. He said, what? You're not going to be just as smart as Bill Gates. He's like, as everybody else, what? Oh, okay. I bet the people that Latino voters might come to got to see a red wave are exactly the same. And they're
Well, I was like, expressing against how easy it is to use. All I have to do is tap one.
all right, let's see. Back in with Steven Crowder. So I'm gonna have to be careful because Steven Crowder has said he's going to say things on Rumble that you're not allowed to say on YouTube and Facebook, and that's where we're streaming today is YouTube and Facebook. So I have to be careful watching his stream. So we'll see, but I might have to stick with the Daily Wire. So and then come back. But right now, I mean, Florida's looking exactly like I expected. The bigger cities are have Republicans. This Florida 9, I did say was going to go to the Democrat, but it's a lot closer than I was expecting. So that's good. It's a good sign in Florida anyway. And let's see here, Georgia, on the other hand. Let's see here.
Well, that instills confidence.
Yeah.
You had one job.
And it looked like she was crying and someone was threatening her family.
Yes, exactly.
She's like, no, 2 people can be shot.
Yes, I need to go back to the closet from which I emerged to tell people they need all their junk fingerprints.
Let's see here. So now this.
It's all junk. You have no power over it. And speaking of power, Carrie Lake addressed the situation herself. She's fine.
Do you think what's happening here in Maricopa County is we have had problems after problems? And there's a reason we decided to change locations. We were going to go to a Republican area. But I don't get more than minutes of polls opening up. I started getting people calling. Voters in tears calling my personal number saying, what's going on? Potentially something. Did
eventually put my ballot into a box that they could drive it downtown. This is really all about. We don't have to have elections running this way. We switched from a Republican area to vote. We came right down to part of liberal Phoenix to vote because we wanted to make sure that we had good machines. And guess what? They got zero problems with their machines today. Not one machine spit up a ballot here today. Not one. It's just
Let's see here.
Else there to get into. But they claimed that there wasn't enough ink.
Yeah, in Maricopa County, in Arizona, no. It was in Scranton, Pennsylvania. Scranton, Pennsylvania. How many fans of The Office are out there? In Scranton, Pennsylvania, a judge said they had to keep the polls open later because in Scranton, Pennsylvania, they ran out of paper. How do you run out of paper first thing in the morning? Absolutely ridiculous. Yeah, I mean, nobody called Michael Scott. Seriously, you didn't think, oh, we might need some more paper. I don't get it. So it's really frustrating. Let's see here. Okay, so Herschel Walker is slowly but surely gaining on Raphael Warnock. Bud is not closing the gap as much as I thought. He was the one I was most confident in out of probably every race that was considered a toss-up. So that's kind of weird.
Yeah, cheating. I didn't want to look at it. Yes, well, both are acceptable. And by the way, this is one thing. This is also, I know you're family history member. I hope you're setting the record for this evening for most people ever off of YouTube here on Rumble watching live. So this is kind of case in point. YouTube, Facebook are no longer needed. Enough people are migrating. This is the first election where that's happened. That's a silver lining.
Listen, I love it. I'm a big fan of all of this red state economy stuff, guys. And then if you actually pull up the Rumble feed, I think it was the second sort of like verified user on Rumble 2 years ago. So I'm a believer in supporting these things and having Americans go out and see other conservative companies and like.
All right, so the two races that I thought Democrats could make kind of a push in were going to be Kansas and Oklahoma for the governor's races. I believe Kansas doesn't have a very popular Democrat governor, but she did win, a conservative state. She did win a statewide election in a conservative state, so that's great. Oklahoma, on the other hand, their incumbent Republican governor not very popular. So those are the two states where I was a little bit concerned. Democrats might pick up some governorships in red states, but it's not looking that way. It's looking more like it's going to be more of they're going to stick with the red wave here. Let me see here. Oh no, that move. Never mind. Those were Senate numbers. Let me check the governor's races. Okay, never mind. Those are going to be tight races. Beto's going to get his ass whooped so bad. He's going to get destroyed. It just flipped right there in front of me. But yeah, he's done. He's going to get destroyed. Nothing makes me happier than watching Beto O'Rourke lose again. Brian Kemp is taking the lead in Georgia. Let's go back to the Senate races. Maybe Herschel Walker has made some gains. And I don't mean in the gym. I mean gains in the votes. All right, so Warnock is slowly but surely coming down, and Walker is catching him. So, yeah, this could turn around with a couple of extra ballots coming in from more rural areas. Let's check out the House races. I really hate this chart. chart might be cool, like maybe at the end of the night, but not at 8:30 Eastern time. That's stupid.
But that young generation in there.
No, look, I don't want to step that's your saying to be cool. Who do you, if you're gonna, you gotta stick who do you bet? If you're gonna say long shot, give me your biggest long shot tonight. Who you think either will win or a spread is tough.
Look, I think the two that could really pull it off, long shot contenders would be Blake Memphis and Lee Delton.
Okay. You know, it's funny. I hate to say it. I'm going to talk about I thought we're winning by less than 4. That was one of the long shot predictions. Should be double.
It's sort of being stated with the Democrats in New York. I mean, you got to get five.
See
It's sort of that could be a rude awakening to the Democrats. Parents that 3-year-olds should be deciding whether to chop their genitals off to become a different sex.
Let's see here.
We're on Rumble. You can say that.
Yeah. I got TV sort of mindset, so I it's hard.
Let's see here.
Yeah, don't stop. Your shit at 6 years old and removing you from your parents through CPS if you don't do it. Okay, so New York. Okay.
All right, so far my long shot pick in the House, which was the for Rhode Island 2, congressional district 2. The Republican I thought was going to win. It's going to be pretty close here, but I decided to take the Republican as like a long shot. If that goes, yeah, I mean, a lot of these bellwethers are just showing up as big time Republican stuff. The only thing that really stands out as an issue, Walker being behind in the Senate right now in Georgia, and Bud being behind in North Carolina. North Carolina, like I've said repeatedly in the last hour and a half, I thought was just a foregone conclusion. I thought he was going to win pretty easily. He'd been up basically between 3 and 6 points since the beginning, so I was not expecting it to be close at all. And it's really weird that it is still close. He has gained. He slowly but surely is catching up. He's behind 90,000 votes with only half the precincts reporting. So, I mean, he can obviously catch up. North Carolina is a pretty populous state, so he does have the opportunity to catch up. But I thought this was going to be kind of an election that could be called within an hour, and it just hasn't been. So, yeah, I'm thinking Herschel Walker is probably going to catch up pretty well. This number hasn't moved. What's going on with Ohio?
That should be a walk-off as far as the flip, as far as the momentum. But God, I don't know what's going to happen in Arizona. You guys only, can I say this? You guys won Arizona, but lost by 11,000 votes. Let me ask you this. I know, look, and you're not a conspiracy. Just to be clear, we talked about this. It's not like the ghost of Hugo Chavez came and rigged the machine. That's not what we're saying. But, and you know what can happen? Oh, let's not update. That can happen where you just know it might create a glitch and people have to wait 3 hours, and if they have to go to work, they're not going to get the biggest Republican candidate in a very close state that shouldn't have otherwise been close. That usually tells people, well, you can't vote right now, maybe come back here, and they hope that 5,000 don't feel back up. I mean,
Holy crap! Marco Rubio won Miami-Dade County. Now that is a deep blue area. If you don't remember, in 2000, Miami-Dade County was basically one of the counties that Al Gore was trying to selectively count to make sure he could win Florida. It's a deep blue county, and so I'm fascinated here. Come on, you son of a bitch. Let's see if I can get Florida's.
The Democrat machine is literally like, they're going after me this week, Stephen, because, like, they're saying I'm ableist. In other words, I'm racist against people with disabilities because I think that a United States senator making trillion-dollar decisions needs to be capable of using his fucking brain.
Yep, Ron DeSantis won Miami-Dade. So, or that's what it's looking like here. That's just crazy. Okay. I think what you're seeing here is a solid shift in in uh, the demographics of voting. I think Hispanic votes are, I think it's changed. I think you're going to see a more 50-50 split for the Hispanic vote. I think especially in Florida, where a lot of the Hispanic vote is Cuban. I think in the black vote, because in Florida, a lot of the black people are Haitian, or they are Caribbean, like they're West Indian black people. So I think you're going to see that shift towards Republicans in Florida, especially. So I don't think Florida, at least in the short term, and by short term I mean like the next decade, I don't think Florida is a swing state anymore. I think it's a red state. It's solidly red. That's it. So, all right, let's go back to the Daily Wire. See what's going on. Looks like the feed might have dropped on the Daily Wire. Let me check here. Let me make sure my stream is up and running. Okay. Let me make sure my stream is up and running. Yep, still good. And let's see if I'm still on Facebook. Facebook put a nice little tag about an hour before I started, letting everybody know, or letting me know, that all of my posts would be dropped down to the bottom of everybody's news feed, so including this stream. So that was nice of them. Let me see here. So my account is restricted, so I'm trying to see here. Yep, it is up and running here, so everything looks good. And just make sure. Alright, so we're still good there. That's good. Alright, looks like Daily Wire might be having some issues, so I'll go back to router. Oh wait, let's see. Alright, I'm gonna have to do that. We'll come back to Crowder. So let me know what you guys think too. I know there's not a lot of people watching right now. I have some friends that are probably going to check in later, but let me know what you're watching as far as election coverage. Is it Steven Crowder? Is it the Daily Wire? Is it Fox News? Is it CNN? Is it MSNBC? Are you a Young Turks fan? What do you think is the best place for news? Just let me know, and I'll check it out at least.
We'll be back to the I don't need to heads up. If I'm sleeping, I will be fine. Don't worry.
Okay, yeah, it looks like, DeSantis, that's huge. That's a huge thing. All right, so DeSantis and Rubio winning in Miami-Dade County is huge. I think that's a huge shift. That county, while it might stay Democrat going forward, I think it's going to be a lot closer for Republicans. It'll be kind of a swing district for a while, or swing county for a while. So it's going to be crazy.
Going live on CNN or MSNBC. I just want to make
Let's see here. Check the Senate races again. Like I said this earlier on my locals page, filthyheathens.locals.com. I said this earlier, is that they got a drinking game, so I've been drinking. So
protocol for the same. That's the one that okay. Give me the numbers on that though, because I was thinking that was
wait, 83% of the vote? All right, let's check out the Senate map. Let me check this out. There it is. That's what I was looking for. So less than 2 points now, with less than half the polls shown. So I think Herschel Walker is going to end up taking this pretty easily. That's another thing I was looking for. Bud kind of catching up. I don't think it's going to be as easy as he thought leading into this race, but I think that's what's going to happen. Let me check Oregon for the governor's race.
13 yeah. I think he's gonna think that will be the case if people are Democrat. That's true.
Yeah.
We got 59% for the state. It's 41% for
Said, okay, I think double digits. It'll narrow probably a little bit, but so I don't think I might fly.
Okay, Brian Kemp is taking over the lead for the governor's race. Oh yeah, DeWine was going to win this whole time. That's a surprise. Shapiro being ahead is not a surprise either. I'm just hoping Bolduc can, or not Bolduc, but Mastriano can get some of that grassroots Republican enthusiasm to turn out for Oz. We'll see how it goes. I like that Tudor Dixon is this close. I mean, granted, she's down by 13 points, but she is above 40%. And Gretchen Whitmer is not above 60% this early in the night. So that's actually really good for Tudor Dixon in Michigan. So that gives me some hope for that state. There is the only governor that deserves to lose more tonight than Gretchen Whitmer is Gavin Newsom, and unfortunately Gavin Newsom's not going to lose tonight. So Gretchen Whitmer, that's just a huge win for just freedom in general if Gretchen Whitmer loses. So I'm really hoping she loses. I think out of all the politicians in the country, besides Gavin Newsom, and I live in California, so obviously I have a vested interest in despising Gavin Newsom as my governor. Out of all the other politicians in the country, I really despise Gretchen Whitmer the most. She is first of all, a liar. She's female Gavin Newsom. She's female Midwest Gavin Newsom. That's what she is. She's a fake, a phony, and a fraud. She did all the same stuff that Gavin Newsom did. She put people in nursing homes to get them killed during COVID. She put in these huge lockdowns, but made exemptions for her family and herself. And yeah, it was ridiculous. So she was telling you to be scared to death of COVID when she didn't give a damn about COVID. So yeah, she deserves to lose more than anybody else. And 2A is Kathy Hochul in New York. So yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing how Michigan plays out. And you can see just in the last second, Dixon has jumped up a point. So that's looking good. Hopefully that keeps up. Remember, you have to also keep in mind that with early voting, Democrats tend to vote earlier. There's a few exceptions to that rule in certain states, but in general, Democrats tend to vote earlier, which is good, I think, in cities, especially in big cities. If you can vote like a day or two earlier, that's fine by me, as long as you still are presenting photo ID and all that stuff when you vote. I think it's great because it makes sure that on election day the lines are shorter. So yeah, I think, but I think all your votes should have to be in by election day. So by the time the polls close on election day, your vote should have to be there at the place that it's supposed to be collected and counted. So that's how I think that should work. But yeah, so I don't have a problem with like a few days of early voting, even if it's like the whole weekend. So like Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday, Tuesday into election day. I actually wouldn't have too much of an issue with that. Provided, again, if you're going in and voting in person, you have to show a photo ID. If you are voting absentee, you should have to, again, show a photo ID, and then your vote should have to be in early. It should have to be in before the end of the election, or before the end of election day. By the time the polls close, they should be in. If you're voting by mail, again, that's absentee. Absentees are fine. The first time I voted for president, I had to vote by absentee because I was out of state in college. So I can appreciate it, but yeah, how crazy we went in 2020 with the mail-in ballots and everything, I don't like it. It felt really weird when I dropped off my ballots in California. They got mailed to the house, and I just dropped them off. I dropped off the ballots for me, my wife, and my in-laws. Nobody even really kind of monitored me. There was no cameras around. There kind of was because I was in City Hall, but yeah, it's really kind of weird. I just dropped them off. Good to go. So yeah, it's really weird. I don't like it. I do think there needs to be exceptions for people like my in-laws who are a bit older and difficult to get around. But in general, you should be able to show up to vote. And if you want to add a few extra early days to vote, that's great. That way, if somebody works 6 days a week or they have 2 jobs, and I know you can get time off to go vote, but I'd rather be at work. So let's go ahead and give a couple extra days so I can go and vote. All right, yeah, Beto O'Rourke's gonna get destroyed, absolutely destroyed. Stacey Abrams is gonna get destroyed. Let's check the Senate races again.
Five weeks ago by 5 points. DeSantis, Florida, 5 points 5 weeks ago. There's no way you can beat an unpopular governor of the country. What popular governor in the country?
That's in all states.
Yes. Running very quickly for president of the United States.
There it is. That's what I was looking for. I was looking for Warnock in Georgia to drop below 50%. That way, if Herschel can't get above 50%, there's at least a runoff between the two of them, which will suck because I think you're going to see probably $100 million. It depends. If Republicans take control of the Senate tonight, if it's called out that they're going to take control of the Senate tonight, then there's not going to be a lot of money spent in Georgia on that runoff. But if it's 50-50 roughly, or if it's 50-49 with Republicans tonight and that goes to a runoff, that Senate race is going to be huge. You're going to see crazy amounts of money poured into that state. You're going to see, again, like what happened in 2020, you're going to see MSNBC reporters saying, oh yeah, go and just move to Georgia real quick so you can cast your vote, even though that's illegal. So yeah. All right, so I've been worried about North Carolina all night. That looked like the race. I was like, what is going on here? But it looks like it's finally turning. Let's see. Let me check that race. Here it is. He was up 6 points for the last month, or these last few polls. He's been up, at anywhere between basically 4 and 6 for over a month. So yeah, I'm more enthused now. I think that's going to shift here. Let's see. It's a third here.
Or maybe we had like 20 of those that we didn't get to use the last election.
Let's see here. Okay.
You guys reported 40 states of that?
But we should have been able to use.
I know, but nothing was called that night.
Well, and when it was called, it was.
So we have Donald Trump, with President Trump. So we have to finish your drink. So let's you guys can all see what's in there. See the froth, see the home.
Let's see here.
I guess we're going to have that. Okay, everyone, go along. Hashtag Crowder election streets.
Right, let's see here.
Long night. About your sleepy now.
Go for the chat.
You want to live it.
Two.
Go to the gubernatorial map. Governor Peppers, gubernatorial election.
Let's see here. Okay. All right, so Herschel Walker's closing the gap, and we don't have half of the precincts reporting yet, so that's good. Let's see here. Ted Budd is again closing the gap, and they have 55% of precincts reporting. So yeah, I think he's gonna take that. Ohio, I don't know what's going on here. I keep hearing on the news that JD Vance has a lead, and I'm hearing it on Fox News, and it's really weird that it's not showing up on this map. So maybe if I refresh.
Crowder election, Crowder election, okay. Only on Rumble. And Facebook, we're probably going to be leaving you relatively soon once we go to Rumble right now. So here's my thing. We already have Florida and Texas. Here's one of my countries, and I want to give you guys pictures. I think Athens beats Beto by at least 8 points.
Oh yeah, I think he's gonna beat him by double digits. Yeah, Beto's gonna lose by a. Crowder just said Beto's gonna lose to Abbott by at least 8 points. Yeah, I think that's low. I think it's gonna be double digits. Beto O'Rourke is just garbage. He had that one. First of all, he was young and charismatic, and was able to just kind of put it out there that, it's like it was a Democrat year, so there's a lot of enthusiasm, even in Texas, and he still lost by like 5 points or something like that. So yeah, he's not gonna win in Texas, not a statewide Texas election, just not gonna happen. So all right, so we got some good news here in the Senate. They called the election in South Dakota for Thune. Always appreciate John Thune. He beat Tom Daschle to get into the Senate back in the day, which, made me happy. I think that was in 2002, 2004, something like that. So that made me happy. I was glad about that. So sure, he's an establishment hack, but hey, you know what? It's you give and take there. This Senate race was never really in doubt in Kansas, so that looks good. Again, Chuck Schumer, that's fine. We knew who's going to win. Who else do they call? They called Arkansas. Yep, that looks good. Let's see if they called any other governor's races. They called Wyoming, Iowa. All right. So that actually bodes well. If they're calling Iowa for the Republican now, that looks good for the House race that's in Iowa, the House races that are coming up in Iowa. Because Iowa, while it's, I'd say, a pretty solid red state now, it has some Democrat leaning still. It used to be it used to be a swing state and usually lean Democrat state. So the fact that it's changed over to a red state, I like. And but that bodes well for a lot of the House races, which are still kind of, there's I think 3 that are kind of toss-ups. So that could be on, at least on a map, solidly red. Let's see.
You got about a third of this funds rates for, let's say, Texas.
So let's see. All right, so Sununu has taken the lead total. Oh yeah, that's looking good. Yeah, here's what's weird. Vermont is kind of a weird state because they called this election for the Republican for governor, and he's whooping ass there in Vermont. But they had to change everything up because the people in Vermont are voting heavily, 73% right now, for a Republican governor. But they've already called the Senate race for the Democrat. So you're talking like more than half of the people in the state probably have to vote for the Republican governor and the Democrat senator. So that's a unique thing that you don't see a lot in these states. And that's really... I mean, granted, they vote for Bernie Sanders, which is just really silly. But I can appreciate it, that they're willing to vote across party lines for whatever they think is working, who's going to be the best candidate. It sounds like they vote for the candidate, which I can appreciate that. All right, looks like Tudor Dixon is kind of holding steady, but Whitmer's vote share has dropped, which is good. Let's see what the initial breakdown is for Hochul. All right, this wasn't what I was hoping for as far as numbers right off the bat. this is my sleeper. This is my dark horse. My hot take. My hot my long shot pick is I think Lee Zeldin's gonna win, and we'll see how that pans out over time. And I'm really hoping he does, because here's the thing: is New York, especially New York City, is not a place I'd want to live. But spending a few days, like a week, on a vacation in New York City would be great, and I wouldn't feel safe doing that right now. So there needs to be a change in New York for me to feel safe to go to New York City again. For me to even want to go to like Niagara Falls, like in the Buffalo area. I don't know if I could really feel safe going there. So I'm really hoping that New York makes a change tonight. We'll see. Their polls just closed, so we'll see how that pans out over the night. Remember, you're gonna see blue initially in a lot of these red states because early voting tends to go towards Democrats, and mail-in votes tend to be Democrat, but day of voting favors Republicans in general. There are a few exceptions to that, obviously. So that's what I'm thinking. I'm thinking that's what's going to happen, is you're going to see a lot of blue initially, and then it's slowly going to turn red. That's what's going on right now in Georgia. Stacey Abrams was way ahead about an hour ago, but now she's behind. She's lost that. And I don't think she's gonna catch up either. In the Senate, you saw the same thing in Georgia. Georgia's kind of you can really tell how that works out, because when I first pulled up the Georgia numbers, Raphael Warnock was at like 80%. So I really hate this. Fox News, get your shit together. Why are you defaulting to the chart? I want to see the state. I want to see the actual map. So, holy crap, Warnock is... Okay, that was not what I expected. Warnock jumped up, and Herschel Walker dropped down. So that is not looking good right now. So Georgia is... That's not looking good. Pennsylvania is still too early. Yeah, I don't know what's going on with Ohio. Let's see if I can open up a website.
There's so much prep today. It goes on for hundreds of pages. That it's really hard for us to find this. Because
here. All right. There you go. Okay, so North Carolina, I was freaking out about it all night, but there you go. I think that's really the turn. Ted Budd is going to take that. I think now he's taking it. It's good. They called both Oklahoma Senate races at the same time, so that's good. Lock in those obvious ones. That's what you need to do. And let me see if there's another site. If you guys know any other websites besides Fox News, the Fox News map has been, to me, it's been kind of shitty all day. So if you have a different map that works as far as, or something that's better calling as far as calling these races, let me know. Because yeah, Fox News has been kind of crap all day, and I'm not a fan. Oh, let me see here. There we go. Let's try this. All right, let's check this out. See if I can pull this here. All right, so let's pull up the Senate. See if we can go. Oh, jeez. Nope. Let's go home. All right, so Walker is still the favorite to win that. So I'm using the betting odds here too. It's a solid way to look at it. It generally tends to track pretty well. People put their money where the mouth is. This is the Senate. Yeah, this is Senate. Let's take a look at the governor's map. Okay.
yellow hunting glasses. I'm sorry.
We had the president saying this too. You had the president's mouthpiece up the lady in jump. Yeah. Well, don't
no.
expect to have results.
Let's check the map here.
They come in hard for Republicans at first. That's a good.
No, he said it was hard.
No, that's not.
It's an announcement.
All right, let's see.
Yeah. I'm hard. Oh,
All right, finally, it's looking like JD Vance is closing the gap here. Yeah, Herschel Walker needs to do something. I don't know what's going on there. It's really weird because Herschel was just about to take the lead. There might have been a vote dump from Atlanta, which would make sense. But if that's the case, then Raphael Warnock's not going to get a lot more. Let me take a look here.
Instagram.
Let's see here.
Crowder election stream. Get this party. I'm not started. Okay, we want to because it's so much fun. Okay. I think in Wisconsin, is it Michaels or Michelle? But only Reddit's never been.
2020.
The beat's there. The beat's there. I actually call them.
Yeah.
Never. Never. No, I thought you were know that I French Canadian some names. I spent
1.6, 1.2. Let me see. So, getting roughly 3 million votes. So let's see what it looks like here. All right, yeah. Herschel Walker's going to have to basically kind of have a Joe Biden in Michigan type spike to really pull this off. I think it's looking like that state's going to be kind of weird. This is probably the state you're going to need to look at the most for the rest of the night. Is Georgia. Fetterman Oz isn't something to really care about right now. Looks like JD Vance is actually making that a race now. All right, let's take a look at some governors. Again, like I said this earlier, I think the governor's races are the more important things. The only reason I really want the Senate to be in control, the Republicans to have control of the Senate, is that means that Joe Biden is either going to have to nominate judges that are, less crazy, or he's going to have to not get his judges passed, which is fine. So that's fine by me. That's as far as I'm concerned. That's perfectly fine. It is shaping up. It's really looking like Tudor Dixon is gonna really make this really close in Michigan. So I'm really excited about that. I'm really hoping that is. They have 600 votes in Wisconsin. That's good. Same thing in Minnesota. No one was going to win in South Dakota. All right, so they finally call New Hampshire for Sununu. So let me check that race in the Senate, though. Because New Hampshire it's supposed to be a close Senate race. By the polling data, it's supposed to be pretty close. And it is not looking close right now. So that's odd. New Hampshire races tend to have a tendency to tighten, and then at the end of the night, they kind of just break. So that happened in 2016, and it happened in 2020, where it looked really close, and then just broke for Hillary and then for Biden. So, yeah, we'll see how it pans out. Only 15% reporting. Not a lot of the vote in. That's a credit to Chris Sununu, the governor there, because he's able to win pretty easily.
So they're saying that this man's the 1% lead. Did you and I talk about this here in Michigan? What do you vote for? What has the work done that makes you think, yes, this is the person I'm going to vote for? Because she sends
Let's see. All right, Bobby. Yeah, I'm gonna check out Newsmax, see if they have a. Oops.
On every level, from dining to going everywhere that you could go. Yeah. She's been a terrible leader across the board. Probably the worst. Why are you voting for it?
And by the way, apparently this drinking game rules, they were printed on the same printer as the American Midterms.
Let's see here.
You want to take a screenshot of the At least I didn't look at the great thing all day. Do you think Whitmer wins or takes one?
See if we have a map here. No, Newsmax kind of sucks, Bobby. Sorry. So it's worse than Newsmax looks worse than Fox News. So looks like I'm stuck with Fox News. Boo. You know what's funny is in 2020, New York Times had the best election calling thing here. So I'm but New York Times, makes you subscribe to their website now, which I'm fine with putting stuff behind a paywall, but you can tell they're bleeding money if they're trying to get you to take money, for a website that nobody wants to buy their newspaper. So Kemp is ahead. These are governor's races. All right, it's looking like Stitt is doing fine. All right, so the Kansas governor's race is going to be close. I think it's going to be close. The incumbent, Kelly, she's been ahead in a lot of these polls that I've been seeing. Not by a lot. So we'll see how it pans out. I did predict. Oh, there. Yep. Yeah. The thing with Colorado. So the Colorado governor's race. Let's see if I have it here. So Polis, what people don't want to admit is Polis is basically the Democrat. When it came to COVID, he was basically the Democrat Ron DeSantis when it came to COVID. There weren't a lot of lockdowns. The lockdowns happened, but he really just kind of was like, all right, no, we're done now with this. So that's probably why he's winning pretty handily, and he's already been called to win that race. So that's good on him. We'll see how the New Mexico race pans out. That on paper was supposed to be close, but I'm not sure. Yeah. Here. They already called Abbott winning in Texas, so that's good. That race is already called. Let's see. Tudor Dixon has fallen behind a little bit. Mickles is up in Wisconsin. That's nothing. Those aren't a lot of numbers, so leave that alone. All right, let's take a look at the House. Let's see.
No, absolutely not. Or they're not talking about politics. Please end it for me. I'm married to the speaker. That's actually a more realistic statement.
Actually, now that I look at it, I think it's fine.
All right, so Florida is done counting. How are you done counting? Why? When did they close? The polls closed at 8 o'clock Eastern time. The polls closed. It's only 9:15, 9:18 right now. What the fuck? You're already done counting. Why isn't every state like this? MTG, she won again. Like I said earlier, you can't hold her down. All right, let's see. Wow. So Georgia, the second district in Georgia, I thought that incumbent's been there for a long time. I want to say like 30 years. So, and the fact that it's this close, I think I'm missing something in that Senate race. Yeah, it's really weird that Herschel Walker's not picking up. I thought Brian Kemp would be able to drag him across the finish line because Brian Kemp's ahead right now in the vote count, and I thought Herschel Walker would get a nice bump from him. So even though Herschel was only maybe a point or two ahead in the aggregate polling that I saw, I thought he'd get a bit more of a bump since to me it looks like Brian Kemp is going to win by probably somewhere around 5 points. Yeah, so let's see here. I'm going to go check out the Daily Wire again, see if their technical issues have been solved. Oops. Go. Go. I have to go to their YouTube channel. Let's see here. All right, so in the Senate, nothing's called that I wasn't expecting. The fact that the Colorado race hasn't been called yet is actually promising. I don't think O'Day is going to be able to win that race, but the fact that it hasn't been called yet is actually pretty promising. So, all right, looks like Daily Wire is having some issues, so I'm going to close that down. Go to my YouTube page, check that out. While I'm at it, let's see here. Let's see here. All right, Ted Budd is not pulling away. I would have thought he would have pulled away. So that's really the fact that it's this close. I'm impressed by Democrat turnout in North Carolina. In order to keep the race fairly close. So that's actually really good. Here we go. Trump's ahead right now. Then that's not the right one. This one. Here we go. All right.
Voters are starting to lean into DeSantis. And they're starting to say, and these are, by the way, some of his biggest donors as well, behind closed doors, what upsets me, that, they are, what do you think about DeSantis? They think about DeSantis. There's something that they like better about DeSantis because he's less reactive. He sometimes lets certain things go. And it seems like a better oiled machine that's happening down in Florida. And I will say, just my personal experience, and I don't think I could have been more.
Started the night with a medium rare steak. It was delicious.
And I went down there.
Here's my red meat. Got plenty of red wine. I got red shirt. Red vines. Still waiting on that red wave though. It's not where I want it to be just yet. So.
His own base got upset with that. He said it, and then he was mad at me because his base got mad at what he said.
Bobby, New York, which the governor's race or the Senate race? Because the New York Senate race has been called.
You said this is when he kind of wasn't understanding that his base was not pro-vaccine. Like there was like this random period.
That's right. Yeah, Schumer was always going to win that race. So, but the governor's race.
But there was this disconnect between like we're not happy about that. We don't, and then he sort of blamed it on me. He got very upset with me. For I don't know what, not like censoring what he said on my show.
So also the problem.
Arrogant.
Yeah, the problem with this idea that DeSantis can run in 2028, Trump will be the guy in 2024. Well, the assumption is that a Republican will be able to win after another Trump term, which is like. That's a pretty big assumption. That will necessarily
they don't lost. I mean, they're few. So they're few. We talk about the upsides for DeSantis. One of the something that he's mentioning it doesn't have to.
They called the Maryland governor's race. That's fine.
He's going to be 82 in 2028. Okay, which means.
All right, let's check out the House races. Let's see how maybe that'll give me some some sanity here for a little bit. All right, you know what? I'm gonna take a quick break because I need more red wine. So I'm getting hammered tonight.
2024, he's constitutionally barred from running for a third term.
But the idea would but he's a lame duck the second you.
Right. I mean, that's correct. And so he doesn't have the ability to actually.
Right, well, remind you that.
The real thing is in campaign, no one has yet figured out how to defeat Trump's vision. His viciousness, his cruelty, his ability to brand.
But he's good. And if Dennis is not good, on the campaign
He's
Trump.
really good at it. You know, and Biden only won because Trump kind of defeated himself, kind of positioned himself wrongly, and because of COVID.
And they changed all the rules.
They changed all the rules.
Yeah, they suppressed the laptop.
I'm not saying DeSantis can't do it. I'm just saying.
I don't know what skeleton he's debating Trump. Trump debates kind of like seventh grade. Right? He kind of hits you with an insult, and then there's no comeback. Like, how do you respond to a guy saying he wants something?
Yeah.
What are you supposed to do with that? You ran punch him? What do you do with that? But
It really is cheating. You either punch him, in which case you lose, or you don't punch him, in which case you lose.
He is an entertainer, and that is part of it.
But here's the thing: him attacking again any of the other figures since 2016 who looked like Lilliputians next to him because he was very famous, and mostly because media decided that Trump was the enemy in 2016, and so the base was like, well, he's the enemy, he's my man. And right now, the base perceives the media.
Okay, so let's see here.
I mean, they made DeSantis.
Trump didn't have a record. Right? What DeSantis can do in a primary is say.
Now, something you have to remember about a lot of these races is that, remember, and I've been saying this repeatedly throughout the night, but I'm going to keep saying it, Republicans generally vote same day, and Democrats are going to vote early.
They're now calling races.
so-
BA7, BA10, RI2, right? That's the Rhode Island team. That those look like they might swing Republican. It looks like they're now calling all three of those for the Democrats. So, maybe, so we should start thinking, is it red tsunami or red wave? Maybe red wave to red tide, right? We'll see how this all.
Did I change my dress?
Yeah.
No, we're still going to take the hats. We took the hats for
Fuchsia. Yeah.
So yeah, it looks like they're calling some of these Virginia races for the for Democrats. So it's not going the way I was hoping.
That Trump rep took the first shot at someone. One of Trump's defining.
Yeah, this Spanberger race is going to be a big deal. I thought she was going to lose pretty handily, and then Virginia 10. Yeah. But that is closer than I expected. I believe Joe Biden won that district by like double digits. So the fact that it's this close is still kind of a solid red wave. It's going to be a solid red wave. It's still looking like probably not as much as I was hoping, because I predicted roughly 242 House seats for Republicans by the end of the night, and I don't know if that's going to hold up. I did say, though, that if Republicans don't end up with at least 235 House seats by the end of the night, or by the end of this whole cycle, that the entire leadership of the Republican Party at the federal level needs to go. So Kevin McCarthy can kiss that speakership goodbye. He'll probably still get the speakership. I think he shouldn't. I don't think he should be in leadership anymore, and none of the leadership in the Republican Party at the House level should still be in leadership if they can't break 235 when you have an historically unpopular president during a time that Jimmy Carter wished he had. So, Jimmy Carter wished he had these numbers.
So Trump under the bus. I just love the guy. I know he did all these bad things, but he did so many good things. He got us Roe v. Wade, and so I just think I can't throw the guy under the bus.
It's not under the bus. I mean, DeSantis is the only
I asked you
guy.
what button you were.
That delicious
You
guy.
can't talk to use a balance. You gotta actually just put it into the Trump or DeSantis.
I don't feel
Let me check out Michigan
Who do you
here.
think, other than every day, who do you think would be more effective in a general election? Who would you vote for?
I'm not convinced.
Trump
Yeah.
in a general election. That's what I was going
Think
to say.
Trump would be
That
more effective in a general
DeSantis
election?
is better in the actual office, I think, and Trump, you're talking about campaigning and going out there, Trump is going to be able to move people. DeSantis, do not forget how bad he was next to Andrew Gillum. Andrew Gillum was like selling salt to a slug. The guy was like, man, I might vote for the socialists. I mean, DeSantis was uncomfortable. He wasn't likable. I've also seen him in private circles as governor. And he just kind of comes across as like a frustrated and angry sometimes, and doesn't play well on stage.
But on the general election, you're not factoring in. This is one of the reasons why I would go with DeSantis primary if this was the option. Is that if it's Trump, then like what Ben's been saying is that now the election is about Trump rather than being about Biden. And I want 2024 to be
Oh,
about
sorry.
Biden and his
Sorry.
failures. Trump gets in and it's about, but it probably won't be about Biden, period, because Biden probably won't run.
No, but the question is who's.
But it'll still be about Biden, even if
Do
it's
you know a single person in the United States who doesn't already have a set opinion on Donald Trump? No, of course. Who's the independent? The independent does not exist with Donald Trump. It just doesn't exist. I mean, it's not even a voting possibility. Every single person has their mind made up about Donald Trump.
What about Biden? Has Biden been so bad? Now people that really hated Trump are now missing him because my sisters are now, people that were over in Blue Land or something like, I do not care if it was Trump back. I'm seeing the posts and like, I don't care what you
I mean,
say.
that's
I don't care.
fascinating. But the thing is, the push to get them over from Biden to DeSantis.
All right, so the Georgia Senate race is looking a little bit better. Warnock's still over 50%. He just dropped a little bit right as I'm saying this. At the very least, Herschel Walker needs to get Raphael Warnock under 50%. That way he can take him on one-on-one in the runoff. Preferably, I'd like to see Herschel Walker end up with 50% so that there's no runoff. But we'll see how that goes.
The rigging of the election, we talked about the suppression of the 100 laptop story. There are the very peculiar circumstances around
All
COVID.
right, where's my buddy?
But it did happen. There was an election. Donald Trump was the loser of the election. And to say, well, we want that rematch, I think is bad. To say that, I think the Democrats will say, well, let's rematch with Hillary.
Yeah.
And she has an actual chance of being elected president because those 100,000 people up in the Rust Belt who didn't vote last time because they thought that she was going to win. That's not going to happen now. Trump is the most polarizing political figure in my lifetime. That is not to say that he can't win. He can.
Yeah.
He won last time. He won 2016. He can win. But he can also lose. We know that he can lose an election. We know that he can lose an election against Joe Biden. I think that Donald Trump should be disqualified from being the Republican nominee because of the way that he deliberately caused the Republican Party to lose the runoffs in Georgia.
He campaigned at the end.
He campaigned for them at the end. He spent a month saying, "Do not vote. Do not vote." The idea that you would ascend someone to be the head of your party who not cost you because of incompetence, cost you by deliberately telling people not to vote for the Republican in the Senate is unconscionable to me. But he is not disqualified. So I think he should be disqualified. He's not disqualified. So when people say you would vote for Donald Trump, yes.
Hi, what's up, Brad?
In the primary,
I know it's been I haven't checked in on this on Facebook. I actually turned it off. I actually turned off my Facebook page accidentally. So,
yes, I can both believe that Donald Trump should be disqualified and also acknowledge the reality that he is not disqualified.
yeah, but Brad, your question here about the working man vote later, that's true. But once the polls are closed, it doesn't matter how late the working man votes. So, like I said, we'll see. I'm looking at the maps right now. It's still looking like a red wave year. It's just how big the wave is going to be. Is it a red wave like like you see at like you see in Hawaii, like when they're doing the surfing contests? Is it a red wave like you see maybe in at like Santa Cruz, California, which the waves aren't that big? Or is it a wave that is like hit Japan a few years ago? I mean, what is it? So right now it's really hard to say because there are some races that I thought were going to swing to Republicans that are not panning out like I thought. So we'll see. It's good to see that J.D. Vance is finally taking the lead in Ohio. So Senate-wise, that right there,
people say, well, DeSantis is just
that right there will probably effectively, with J.D. Vance winning that, and that'll not for sure, but they at least end up with a 50-50 split again. Which again, that's not good enough. They need to take control of the Senate. So we'll see how that goes.
Is the Trump show that we all turned on the rally last night because there's a rumor that he might announce that it doesn't matter if you wanted him to announce last night, if you didn't want him to announce last night. It's I think Alan's exact words in a text thread with
yeah, and Bobby, I don't know if I really answered your question on the New York governor's race, but again, we're not going to know. I don't think we're going to know that for a while.
Will not get up out of your chair. It is Trump.
Here's the thing. I don't think Trump's world. I don't know that DeSantis would be Trump. I think exhaustion would be Trump. I mean, I think there are a lot of Republicans. I think a lot of the support that you're talking about, people moving from Trump to DeSantis, not because they're looking at DeSantis, they're like, this guy's the greatest politician in the history of humanity. He is really good at what he does. But you're right, as a retail politician, he's not unbelievable at retail politics by any stretch of the imagination. I think there's a certain level of exhaustion that's set in with people. And you see it in the reaction to the way that he has gone after DeSantis, which is like, God, just can you, like, some discipline? Like, just a little bit, you know? Like, at some point, can you just stop? Just stop. Stop what you're doing.
Please
Stop.
stop the party first in an election that you're not even in.
Right, exactly.
Sometimes I wonder who is advising him, you know, because I do think that he would have definitely benefited from a period of silence after everything. And then I started seeing traces, because I was, when I sat down with him and I was trying to get something out of him, of like, what is your vision? Like, COVID's happened. He was just so obsessed with the election in the same way that Hillary was obsessed with the election. And I thought, okay, I understand this happened. I'm on your side. I'm serious about the election. We're all serious about the election. But people's children are being masked in schools, and I now need to be here in this year.
That's the thing. Right, that's the big
And I didn't know what his vision was for the future. I knew what his vision was for 2020 and why he's angry about 2020. And he's going to have to be able to pivot and maneuver that. And this comes from someone who, I mean, I could not have been a bigger Trump fan. I still love Trump. I think he's amazing. I agree with you that he's electric. DeSantis is just not going to be able to create that electricity.
Virtually no one can come back from losing a general election in this country. That's psychic damage. It is different than losing in a primary, right? When you're in the actual show and you lose, you become man, pig, bear, or whatever.
Yeah.
I mean, Mitt Romney is half of the man that he was before 2012.
But over Hillary.
The appeal of Trump in 2016 was he's taking the bullet so that you don't have to. Right? That they left him until 5 seconds ago. Now he's trying to hate his guts. And the reason he hates his guts is not really they hate his guts is they hate you. They despise you. He's standing out front and he's taking the arrow for you. And in his presidency, that was the impression that you got. It's like they keep aiming at you, but they keep getting hit. He's taking the bullet for you. And then after 2020, and his obsession with the election became.
All right, I'm gonna get out of Daily Wire. Go back to Steven Crowder.
Let's. By the way, the Whitburn gap is narrowing right now. Oh.
All right, that's what I wanted to see. So now the race is tightened back up in Georgia. The Georgia Senate race is really like back and forth, back and forth. Herschel Walker hasn't taken a lead yet, and I thought he was back when we had about 50% of the precincts reporting. So I'm hoping this is where the transition happens, where it's, you know, Herschel kind of takes over, but it's staying tight, really tight. The North Carolina race is kind of blown open here a bit, so that's good. The Republican winning that one. J.D. Vance is finally taking a lead, which is really good here. Let's see how this breaks down by county. That's really good. Come on, Bengals fans. Don't vote for that guy. That guy's a douche. Let's see. All right.
Okay, Senate. I have Jonathan P. Barnes. We're done with the governor. Hey, can you move the...
All right. Let's see here. What's going on here? Let me check my Twitter yet. Let's see what's going on. Yes, Ron DeSantis won. Brian Kemp. Oh, who projected Brian Kemp winning? Daily Wire looks like did. Looks like Fox News has not, but that's what it's. Let me see here. Let me check. Maybe Fox News is a little bit slow on the trigger here. Let me check. All right, so Fox News hasn't called either Georgia race yet, even though the Daily Wire has called the race for Brian Kemp. So that's a good sign for. That is a good sign for Herschel Walker then, because if they're calling Brian Kemp at this point, it's looking like most of these votes are going to go more Republican. And I'd imagine that if you're voting for Brian Kemp, the vast majority of the people voting for Brian Kemp is going to vote for Herschel.
we'll see.
Yeah, Charlie. Fetterman winning right now isn't a big deal. Fetterman winning in about an hour, that'll be a big deal. So the polls closed later in Pennsylvania. Also, there were a few. If you didn't hear on the news, so how many of you guys are fans of The Office? So in Scranton, Pennsylvania, they had to close down. I think a bunch of polling places, or at least one polling place. And so a judge had to say, no, you have to stay open a little bit later. They closed down a polling place because they ran out of paper. They ran out of paper in Scranton. I'm guessing they called Michael Scott, but they called Michael Scott too late. I don't understand how you run out of paper in Scranton, Pennsylvania, right next to Dunder Mifflin. Makes no sense. So, yeah, that's a thing that happened. So yeah, so Fetterman winning, being ahead right now is perfectly fine. Democrats again generally tend to hold. They will mail in their ballots early. They'll vote early. That's generally how it works. Democrats have an advantage there. Whereas Republicans tend to show up and vote day of. There are a few exceptions to that, but for the most part, that's how it works. So yeah, Fetterman winning right now is not a big deal. But we'll worry about that, I would say, probably by 8 o'clock, 8 o'clock Pacific time. That's when it'll be kind of like, okay, let's see how it goes. But you have to remember, too, Pennsylvania has a recent history of voting for people in a statewide election, voting for a man in a statewide election who has brain damage. That guy is currently in the White House. So they have a history of this, of voting for brain damaged people to go and represent them at the national level. It's sad, but it's a reality. All right, so let's see if there's any updates on any of these races that would stand out. Kristi Noem is, yeah, she's gonna win South Dakota.
That's three. Okay. I hope you're right. I hope you're right. I don't want to have a goiter going down to D.C. No, the thing smells. Do you think he wears the
Let's see.
Yes, of course I do. What else did he wear? What else did he wear? It's like, oh yes, I want to vote for a senator who purchases all his clothing at Dick's. Yes.
All right, let's see here.
Your pajama pants. It's true. Guy, yeah. He's getting. Have what else? Yeah, what are your predictions there? Random predictions. So you mentioned this a while ago. I do think Oregon's governor goes.
Let's see here. Checking some more numbers. Let's see here. Where's my brother? Sorry, everybody, but my brother gets news directly from me on elections, so you guys have to wait for me to text my brother. Let me check.
What saying? I hope you're ready to walk those overtime hours. Won't matter how late we're here for work. Oh, well, it's not the well, Oregon didn't have a problem last night.
Let's see here.
Stay till 3. Hey, are we supposed to have the Daily Wire people on already? Or no? Maybe we talk to them a bit.
Lead. All right, Herschel Walker is finally taking the lead. Finally. Jeez, that's what I was hoping for like an hour ago.
I think that's more likely than Oz. I'm not saying Oz.
All right, but he's not above that 50%. So that's the next thing. Now that he's taking the lead, if he can hold that lead, Herschel Walker can going forward. And if he can hold that lead going forward and then get above that 50% mark, that 50% mark is going to be huge for Herschel Walker, so he doesn't have to try to compete with a huge storm of money just flooding into Georgia over the next month. So if he can avoid that runoff in December, that'll be huge. All right, let's see here.
You have to do is stay there. I'm sorry. We have to stay there for 2 or 3 hours and until they get the machine working. I would not trust it if it's
All right, let's see.
I'm saying you should not do that. Oh, like, not like you were saying that for you. No, you were saying that for their saying it's unreasonable.
Okay, here's my thing. The Colorado race, I don't think O'Day is going to be able to beat Bennett. But the fact they haven't called that race yet is actually pretty telling. So, because he's way ahead, there's a lot of votes already counted, a lot of precincts reporting. So, it is kind of shocking that they haven't called that race for Bennett yet, considering how far ahead he is and how many of the votes seem to be counted. So, we'll see how that pans out later. But I think that is kind of telling that they haven't called Colorado Senate race yet, even though they've called the governor's race. And let's see what the Twitter says. No, it won't. That's stupid. Fox News is stupid. Well, that's good. Guy Fieri has been reelected mayor of Flavortown. All right. So NBC News has called the governor's race in Oklahoma for the Republicans, so that's good. Let's see here, anything else? No. Yeah, John King's a moron too.
We'll see that. Before we go to
anything else here?
Oh, Massachusetts, right? 52.96% to 49%. Yeah. Right. The governor's going to answer that honestly. That's also private.
That makes sense. All right. All right. No more of that. Let's go back to the actual data here.
No, I didn't. Oh, that's just because I expect you guys to provide spare support.
Nope.
Hey, by the way, I just sure.
Okay.
Oh,
Any new? Nope. All right. So nothing new has been called. Hey, if you're in the chat, let me know which races are you most interested in. Are you interested in the Senate, the House races, the governor's races? Which ones are you more into?
Looks like we can crash the Daily Wire. Actually, until then, you get it up for me. They don't have straight, and then after Daily Wire, we'll have a commercial break.
All right.
Let's go. Let's stick up for the Daily Wire collectively. Let's go.
All right, so I'm gonna take a 10-15 minute break. I'm gonna need some more wine here in a little bit. And take a bathroom break. So I'm gonna leave the Senate race up. The Senate race is up right now. Those are the maps that seem most
Something thousand people on Rumble can hear you.
yeah, those seem to be the ones that I think if they're gonna call anything will probably be called soon. So I'll just leave that up there, and then I'll be back in like about 10-15 minutes.
All right, let's just cut that. Apparently, Daily Wire didn't know this is a live show. Just stick around. We'll try it again. So probably that one person one time. You didn't show up, and everyone got mad at me. And I said, I don't know who this person is. Well, you, but we'll reach back out to the person. Say that. But I was like, it's a live show. You gotta. I can't change it. When you also didn't want to stretch it to yes, no, exactly. It makes sense. So when they're ready to call in to the live show here, Daily Wire, come on, I'm trying to give you a little piece. Yeah. Here, let's go to what else do we want to do? Let's go to MSNBC, CNN, guys. There are definitely some meltdowns going on, and you guys are. So here's the thing. There's still a lot of results to call. So there's not a lot of meltdowns yet, but it's very, very close to happening. So we're do you see this in my map right here? No, I don't. It says Ohio again.
Okay, I just saw that. I'm glad other people saw that.
Yeah. Oh, you tried? Yeah. We sit down and we have these breakout minutes, like, look, these are the races that I want to like, this is the clips that I want to like, again? Sure.
It's sort of Ohio and
their research was what Drew Kelly trouble. Okay, so CNN is coming back. Kind of doing a lot of it's one for a little bit, then if it's okay, if we're okay, if I can go to the back, that would be helpful. Yes. All right, well, let's go to CNN really quick there. Incredibly important night in America. Just minutes from now, we are going to get our results. And let me start with the debates of America in the U.S. Senate. 40 Democrats in the U.S. Senate, 40 Republicans in the U.S. Senate, 20 seats are remember. Republicans pick up one next Democratic seat in order to regain control of the U.S. Senate. The balance of power right now in the House. Yeah, we just named it three that are well within the realm of possibilities. And I guarantee you one is going to fly. I should say. I'd be willing to bet my bottom dollar that at least one.
I'd be willing to bet that one does happen. It actually does happen.
Well, sure. We have to cheat.
Yes, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah. So we'll need two if that was right, if that was a Republican. Right, that's true. That's true. So I still think we get two. Yeah, well, I'm sorry. That's a real thing. It versus us. Chooses Oz is a real doctor. Like, he's actually a very good doctor. Yes. Here.
I actually took some of his advice over.
Really?
Yeah.
Put a knife through his forehead?
Yeah, it's really good, I guess. Help me fix yeast infection.
Just a little tart cherry Jay. Boy, talk about throwing under the bus. Oh, the guy George Fetterman.
I saw that.
So you never betted Oz before you? Oh, you said wrong. You said the wrong politics.
Well, because I'm sure that she's not a red at all.
Right. Other than saying her secret lesbian or gay.
Well, that too. That's right. Well, I'm trying to say that what Stedman.
I'm trying to say that, yeah, Stedman is
somehow plausible.
Yeah, you know what? You're right. It's not plausible at all.
It's not that. Yeah. It's been made fun of since Robert Schlein did it.
For those of you tuning in right now, use the hashtag Crowder Electric Stream. Let everyone, we've already set the record how high can we go for a stream that is not on YouTube. And for those of you tuning in who are confused, yes, Oprah is a lesbian lover with her friend Gail in Stedman's too. All right, so they're going to on-the-ground stuff in Phoenix and Las Vegas. Let's go to the okay. It's fast time novel. This is the Boulevard Mall, about a 5-minute drive away from Las Vegas Strip. Right now, it says, oh, by the way, just in case you were wondering where you're, it says Mercado in that mall. Want to take a guess as to what kind of district that is? If you're in line 4:07 p.m., you will be permitted death presumption, so friend. The front is within an hour. We have the person that still wants to work
need you to go somewhere where it will not look like overwhelming Republican same-day majority that it is. I've got just the place, Supermercado. It's going to work out good. I also will not.
That it is. I've got just the place, Supermercado. It's going to work out good.
I also will not be confident walking backwards.
Right.
We're going to be turning around a lot at high speed.
What made you pick that location? Well, the polling station behind the Telemundo affiliate was no longer operative.
I just want to find one person who speaks outfitted English.
Don't try to sell some counterfeit DC shoes.
I studied where lids across from a rocket store.
Sorry, Lido's. Sorry, we're going to Phoenix. Hey, let's go to take their down.
All right. Let's see here. Check here.
She spent a lot of time putting skateboard wax between my nails. Look, can someone inform me, maybe in chat if you're on lockdown right now. I do this, obviously, comedy and effect, I still don't understand why all these other countries can do their vote, their election. It's the same thing. And yes, before.
All right, we're gonna head back to the Daily Wire, see what they're up to.
You can't resign for papacy, you know, and it's kind of weird. And then the Pope, Benedict, resigned for health reasons. Like 10 years ago,
Kept on living. Yeah.
kept on living and writing some things that look like encyclicals. So anyway, it's just really weird.
And dressing exactly like he's the Pope.
Yeah, it's just weird. I guess what I'm saying. What?
Temperamental.
Come on, explain it.
I wouldn't even endorse Trump or DeSantis. Without the same thing. It was an interesting time.
So wait, first of all, this is an outside.
Finished before this election's finished.
An outsider, it seems to me that Benedict resigned for no reason, and then the Antichrist took over. You know, is that fairly accurate?
You know, to put it
Yes.
comparatively, some had suggested an post, but I don't know. I mean, it's more complicated than all that. But it is kind of weird. You know, it's only happened at most one other time that a pope has resigned.
But you always qualify that. Whenever you talk about it, you say it only happened at most once.
Because I don't know that he was on the basis. You know, that it never happened. Yeah. It's just a
Wouldn't that
very.
sort of be? Wouldn't that sort of be like if the divine line of kings is broken, that every pope can sin and then not
No, not necessarily. I mean, there are long-standing questions of this. And, you know, when the papacy moved to Avignon, there were anti-popes in Rome and all sorts. You know, the thing is,
Anti-pope.
there was, yeah, I mean, when you become an anti-pope, you just Trump. So, you know, it is an open question. And I'm actually not being all that coy in that I truly, my whole opinion on the thing is, it's just kind of weird. And ultimately, you know, the thing when it comes to the Catholic Church, I believe it's ultimately the Holy Spirit is guiding it and will never leave the church. When it comes to the American presidency, you know, I think we might have a little more power.
If you resign the papacy, you have an obligation to just die.
I don't know that one can resign. I mean, it's kind of odd.
The person I would most like to see elected pope is our good friend Stephen Crowder. He's joining us right now. And listen, he'd be a great pope. He does everything that a pope, as a Protestant, all the qualities of a great pope.
This is dad.
Yeah, he's got a beard.
Yep.
He's genuinely funny.
Yep.
He wears silly hats. And he's always packing heat. That should be Pope.
What am I? Anything that have to do with being a pope?
Well, I said I'm a Protestant. I don't really peddle like all these like virtue and chastity. It's not for me. Stephen Crowder from Louder with Crowder here with us, and I think we're also here with him. I think it's kind of a cross-stream thing. I don't fully understand it. I also know how I keep talking before they just put him on the freaking screen. Hey, Stephen Crowder.
No, not mine. And this is also important because Kemp, right? We're talking about Kemp and Abrams. They tried to accuse. Remember, this is if you go watch that film on HBO, we can say this. They can even show some of it on Rumble. Kill Chain on HBO. This is a whole documentary about vote fraud with Stacey Abrams and with Kemp. And guess what? They showed how you could hack Dominion voting machines live in that film, and they tried to suggest that Kemp did it. And then said, by the way, we're totally wrong about it. Yeah, Daily Wire. There you go. There you go. Let's sing her in, and I want to get this off.
An amazing job right now.
Stephen Crowder, I just said that you should be the next Pope. Tell me why I'm wrong.
Daily Wire, the whole truth. Are you there?
We are. We were just talking about how you should be the next Pope.
Why should I? What? Well, I couldn't pull off the red shoes.
The Prada is not flattering on everything. That's true.
Well, Knowles and Walsh, obviously, rather than Catholic, said, "What is it? Is it? This is my understanding that not only is there someone who makes the shoes for the Pope, which I understand, there's someone who makes some other shoes, but there's someone who exclusively makes the red shoes."
Yeah, I mean, I don't have a pair, unfortunately. I'm not sufficiently high up in the hierarchy. But I don't know. Someday, if you are in power, Stephen, I hope that I get a pair.
Well, I don't know. If I'd be a Pope with a nice pair of Vans.
Yeah.
So, Daily Wire, what have you guys been following? Obviously, I know you've been following the election. What have you been covering here on the Arizona stuff? Because I think you guys, I have to be careful. We're on Rumble here tonight. We're not on YouTube for reasons.
Yeah.
We had Taylor.
Well, I'd just like to say this, Stephen, just for YouTube, you know, obviously, there are never any questions about election integrity, and I believe anything that the government tells me.
Amen.
Yes,
Absolutely.
absolutely.
Yes,
Well, once the
Second
Campbell is sitting in his laptop like, I've almost got him.
No, I'm not going to come on and get you guys, believe me, I'm not going to say anything to get you guys in trouble. We'll talk about it afterwards on Rumble, because the Arizona stuff is bizarre, and we just watched on CNN. They said, we fixed the problem. And I don't know if you saw this on CNN. Hey, Andrew, nice to see you, by the way. Oh. And Candace. Candace, you're the smallest from the depth of field because I'm looking at a camera and you're also, oh, hi. It's like looking up. You make all these guys look like shit. Sorry. I'm not being facetious at all. Just on CNN. Hold on a second here. I have to bring this up because it's screwing up my iPad. On CNN, they sent someone out to Nevada, was it, Gerald?
All right, so the two House races in Texas I thought would be bellwethers are Texas 28 and Texas 34. They're not going the way I'd hoped, so I don't think it's not looking like the red wave I was hoping for at this time.
And of course, we know that same-day voting favors Republicans. Now, I guarantee you this is what happened, and let me explain to you, and you tell me if you think that I'm being presumptuous. So he goes out there, and he's in a mall that looks like that time the Richmond High as one does. And so he goes there, and I bet you the CNN producer said, look, it's same-day voting. That's going to be heavily Republican, and this is not going to go well for us in Nevada. We need you to find a precinct where same-day voting is going to lean heavily blue. And he said, say no more, and he's talking to people in line underneath a Mercado, Super Mercado sign. Not a word of English written.
That's not a great story.
No, that's the only place he could find it because the Telemundo offices weren't available. It's the only place he could find a majority Democrat voters.
I
did. What are you voting for? I voted for Democrat, and that was it.
I think the problem is that I just didn't understand the joke.
No, it's not a joke. He's underneath the sign that says Super Mercado is where he went. An entirely Hispanic
That's
area.
a really good Spanish accent you got going there. Super Mercado.
I'm sorry, we can't all be Dominican, or whatever the hell it is.
We have quite a tale.
We can't all we're walking around in a perfect Dominican brown suede evening gown. Rub it in my face, Candace.
Stephen, who's going to win and who's going to lose? Just tell us that. As the Pope.
It's the Vans Pope. Yes, yeah, I'm the new Vans Pope. I will say this: I would have expected Arizona, Lake,
if not for all the questions,
Irregularities?
Strange coincidence. Excellent voting procedures.
yeah.
I think, listen, I'm troubled by what's going on in Maricopa County. I think that it's unconscionable that you can't, in the United States of America, in the year of our Lord, respectfully, 2022,
Don't tell that to me. Tell that to Ben.
yeah, that you can't, that you can't actually effectuate an election successfully. It's unbelievable. But I still think Carrie Lake's going to win. I think that we're going to spend all evening fretting about Arizona, and Arizona's actually going to be a bright spot by the time that the evening's over. I'm a little bit more concerned about Herschel Walker down in Georgia. I'm a little bit more concerned about Dr. Oz over in Pennsylvania. I'm a little bit more concerned that we're going to lose races where it isn't because the voting machine isn't working. I have a feeling we're going to still fare. I hope. I mean, I'll be the first to admit if I'm wrong. I'm hopeful that Arizona's actually going to break our way, even with all these irregularities.
Well, I agree with you, and I was just talking, obviously you guys are the political experts. I'm just a comedian with a horrible Hispanic accent. But I will say this, maybe someone can clarify for me. Explain this to me like I'm a dummy without getting banned from YouTube.
I was about to say, hold on, they're on YouTube. We're not.
I know they're on
freedom of not.
Yes, and genuinely, I know you guys are probably on edge because I'm not going to do it. I promise you have my word. But here's my question. They're talking, and Jeremy, to what you were just discussing there. Okay, Arizona. I think it'll be a bright spot long term. But, and this is something we sort of have all accepted, and I just was discussing this. They're saying, hey, we will have a certain percentage of the vote tonight until we might have 99%. Just said this on CNN by Friday. Once we count the early voting. Now, hold on a second. Just go with me for a second. Wouldn't it stand to reason that the early voting could be counted early? I don't understand why the same-day voting is counted today and the early voting is counted Friday. Your thoughts? I may be functionally retarded. I've never heard of that explanation.
Yeah, so this is actually idiotic state law in places like Pennsylvania as well. In Florida, that's not the way it works, right? My home, wonderful state of Florida, I'm praising all night long for being the best state in America. In Florida, they do count all of the election ballots early as they come in, and that's why they're able to get out all of the election tabulations like an hour and a half before polls close. In Pennsylvania, they're legally not allowed by law to count the early ballots until the polls close. That's it. That's
well, hold on. Pennsylvania, they don't follow their own laws.
Okay, but that's
law.
I mean, that's law. That's the law. But that's true. But what I'm saying is that a lot of these states have crap voting procedures, and that just didn't get fixed from 2020. And in some states like Arizona, there's no excuse for it because Republicans were well, actually Katie Hobbs were in place in Arizona.
Yeah, well, Katie Hobbs is Secretary of State, who also is the final say.
Right. That's a lot of coincidence. And in Nevada, it's the Democrats who are running the thing. In places like Pennsylvania and Georgia, there really is no excuse for not fixing the voting procedures at this point. This is it really is third world crap. But isn't the problem?
It's not even third world crap. You dip your finger in the purple ink, you put your finger on the person you want. That's how they do it in the third world, and then somebody counts the purple dots. You can do it all in a day. Or worse than the third world.
Isn't the problem not the counting of the early votes? I don't know if we're allowed to say this, but isn't the problem the early votes? I mean, you shouldn't be voting for 2 months.
I thought you were saying the problem is switching.
Yeah, and all the fraud that takes place. But that's
a joke.
We're joking. But isn't, we shouldn't have 2 months of voting, right? I mean, that's not a problem. And Republicans need to come out against it and stop it. And stop saying, well, we're just going to fix it around the margins. Don't fix it around the margins. The only reason they have early voting is because they exploited COVID to pretend that this clock was the reason why we had to destroy all our election laws. And then they kept it in place implausibly in this election, and they're going to keep it until we stop.
You have 2 years to plan your day, to carve out some time to go vote. 2 years to figure that out.
Yeah. I have another question also, actually. This one's about the state Republican Party. It's a real question. Why is it that the best state in the country, Florida, they could rack up voter registration for the Republican Party to the point where they were actually out registering the Democrats by this election cycle? And in Arizona and in Georgia and in Pennsylvania, apparently everybody went to sleep for 2 years instead of actually registering voters. What the hell are you doing? What do you do for
This is why Selden can't win in New York.
Yeah.
No organization. Every single Republican who wins builds his own kind of world for himself. For every Democrat that wins builds a coalition. Builds a machine.
Well, I think in Arizona, there's a little obviously you can't underestimate the idea of how the Secretary of State was planning all along to run for governor. And I do think that Carrie Lake kind of emerged because there weren't a ton of strong people in Arizona. Once she emerged very, very strongly. And you look at that gap that was made up as quickly as it was. Here's my point with Carrie Lake and Hobbs. All right, you're Hobbs. Okay, you're ahead. Now the gap is tight. Now you're losing. You're not showing up for the media. You're not hitting the ground. So we can talk about Republicans not being very effective, but think about this for a second. You're not really hitting the ground running, not a super effective grassroots campaign, and then you don't even show up for a debate when, at that point, at best, it was a statistical heat. At worst, she was already, it's like she didn't want to win, but, hey, why does that matter when
maybe she knew she might get lucky and have 20% of the machines just magically go. Maybe, I'm just saying, maybe she had a dream and then suddenly she got lucky. 20% of the machines go out, this is YouTube. I want to keep this user friendly.
No, you're right. Someone doesn't give a shit about you. That's what I do.
You can tell jokes just as funny as Steven.
And
I'll have them.
Bobby, you're my resident Arizona expert. How do things sound like they're gonna go in Arizona? Because I thought it was gonna be very clear that I thought it was gonna be very clear in 2020 that Trump would win Arizona. I thought that the Republican, I believe it was McSally, was gonna win the Senate, and then it all went to hell pretty quick in that state.
He looks like Furlong didn't get shot at the end of American History X.
Yeah, what do you guys think is going on in Arizona?
Your move, kid. The Mike Gun corner of the world. I mean that figuratively, not being beautiful.
It just anytime you see things like that, Stephen, it reminds me of one of the great days of my life, the time that you were waterboarded. That was a wonderful time for everybody. That was Christmas episode, was it not? It was in celebration of our Lord and Savior. You got to watch the waterboarder, if I recall correctly.
Everyone move your chairs back from Ben about 6 inches. He's going to Did I tell you, Ben?
Go ahead.
Did I tell you, Ben, that I tried to cheat that, the waterboarding? For people who don't know, what happened is they put the cloth over my face when it was Tim Kennedy, and I thought that if I stuck my tongue out, I'd create like a pop tent effect, and the water would go. And it's so immediate. I was like, it just makes it worse. So like I thought that I figured something out that Sheikh Muhammad missed.
It was one of the great days. I was so excited to see Stephen suffer.
Yeah.
And he took it like such a man. Well, I hate to say anything kind about him. He would have lasted, at Gitmo, he would have lasted like 11 and a half seconds, which would have been an all-time record. And I was so angry that he suffered so little that I went upstairs and clogged his crapper.
Because he knew I was going to bring that up anyway.
In his brand new beautiful house.
Yes. Let me hear from you. What are your sort of flyer predictions there? I mean, the one that I said, I think an upset could be Oregon. I think.
Good night, Charlie. I'll see you tomorrow.
And then I think that Hochul wins, but I said by less than 4. Those were kind of the ones that. Oh, and I think that Evers loses in Wisconsin, Democrat there. But what do you guys have as far as long shots or sort of what you would call predictions that maybe are up there?
I was a little bit more optimistic, I'll admit, like 2 hours ago. And I think that as the night wears on and as I spend more time with you, I become more pessimistic about the state of the world. And so some of my upset predictions, like Hochul, I actually thought had a chance of losing that race. I doubt at this point, given sort of the turn of the scene, that she's going to lose that race. Also, I think that the estimates that Republicans were going to take 53, 54 seats in the Senate, those are starting to look a little bit outpaced right now. In Georgia, Walker and Warnock look like they may go to a runoff. That may be the most plausible possibility.
It's a good thing that you're the pro ball player. You can run that shit.
Well, I mean, the good news is we can always come up with some extra children, maybe of age at this point. Maybe they can finally tip this thing over victory category for the Republicans in Georgia. But it's the joke was right there. I had to take. You have to go for it. You run the daylight. Run the daylight, guys. That's But
we've had an ongoing joke about Herschel Walker campaigning against demon babies, which makes sense to only people watching the stream. Fool me what demon baby, but demon baby's not going to fool me again. We need to throw them all in the put them. There's a demon baby epidemic in the country. I'm gonna take out every other demon baby. It sounds like something you would actually do. You look at that baby, you said that baby look like the girl baby. I said, it's pronounced demon baby. Go baby, look at me cross. Yeah, that's how the only way to handle demon baby. Got around the demon baby, and I was shooting. I drowned every last damn demon baby. And I'm gonna drown every last damn demon baby that I come across. When it's a run off, walk off, demon baby off, I'll go off from demon baby. Trying to never.
Hey, I have a point, I think.
I loved the Daily Wire.
Is that the vitamin C song playing? You know, such a pessimist. I mean, aside from the fact that I'm here in extreme, but I don't see any reason that we wouldn't be able to fully Senate majority here. Really, if Fetterman wins, we still in week 2, unless they've called some things during this interview. That's totally within the realm of possibility.
Well, I don't think that. I think the Republicans. I think 51 is still, very, very, very plausible actually. But I think that 53, 54, which is kind of how the night started. We're going to take New Hampshire. We're going to take Pennsylvania. We're going to take Arizona. Take Georgia. Take Nevada. Maybe we'll take Washington State. Like I think that some of those things started to, reality started to creep in. Still, it can be a good night for Republicans. Listen, Republicans having to hustle low means that Joe Biden's agenda is now over and he's not effectively president anymore because he just can't get anything through. But with that said, it's late at night. We're hanging out with you. It's a dark time for all of us. And one of the things that just occurs to me is that candidate quality actually matters just a little bit. And it's been my
No, I
message.
agree with you. I agree with you. And I also, hey guys, for everyone else not named Ben, what was the crossover moment that Ben got a stylist? Because I don't know when it happened.
He's revenge.
No, Ben, you know this. You went from, like golf shirts like Geraldine.
Whoa, don't throw me.
Oh, come on. And then all of a sudden, you started looking like you were, a Xenia ad, the Hugo Boss, whatever. I was going to say Hugo Boss, but I realized the whole not.
Know that the end of American history acts.
Celebrated by growing a beard.
Yeah, that was the zigzag that I
Growing a beard, then you just stay
I
at
picked y'all out.
it was the most important political story of 2020.
Poor sad.
Well, you see, I love the beard because Kanye thought he was a Jewish werewolf by now. How that, you're trying to play me for a fool.
Oh, man. That's why we can't have nice things like friendships or a company.
Look, guys, I think, hey, Andrew, you never call me.
I know. You used to call me all the time and said, please get me a job. And now I never hear from you.
Once I realized you had no power.
I'm telling you, no one could place you, Stephen. It's,
And all those long nights for nothing. All right. Well, look, guys, I think there's a lot to. Do you think we'll have any final question? Do you think we'll have any concrete results here tonight? Do you think we'll actually be able to make some calls? I know the media doesn't want us to be able to.
Green John Scare is very clear. It could take months to
That's how
have
it's work.
the election, and that means the election is working. So let's all calm down.
There's only one race I care about, Stephen. You asked for long shots. My always race.
I like that's what I'm saying.
The New York Senate report, right? So, yeah, I'm sort of.
He can make that joke. He's in the town, right? He's part Sicilian, the southern
The
Italian.
Sicilians have always occupied an ambiguous racial territory, which is very helpful. The race that I'm looking at is New York 17. Sean Patrick Maloney is the head of the DCCC campaign committee, and he could lose. I don't know that he will. If he loses, though, that is a message to not just some random Democrat in New York. It's a message to the whole campaign. It's a message, I think, to the entire party in the House. And so there's a very, very good shot we will get those results tonight. That would be extraordinarily satisfying. And then on those crucial races, we're probably going to have to wait until 2027 to figure out what happens.
Yeah. Well, I think you're right. And I will say this too. I think this is what I don't think this is the most important election of our lifetime. I think it's the precursor to the most important election of our lifetime in 2024. That's how I see it, and that's why I see the gubernatorial races. I think you guys would probably agree most indicative of where we would be if you were to hold a national election today, because obviously with the House, obviously with the Senate, less so, but kind of as you veer more towards governorship, you're talking about local politics, which is why local politics are so important. You know, how effective you are with kind of a campaign, right? You can have red states that have entirely blue races or entirely blue victories. The governorships here and the momentum that we're seeing there is, I think, a pretty strong indicator of where we're going in 2024. And I think, the last election that we covered, there was a sort of referendum on legacy media. And last we checked, here we're not on YouTube, we're not on Facebook tonight. We're, right. I mean, 350, 400,000 people, something like that on Rumble. This is sort of a referendum right now on YouTube, and I think it's a good thing. You guys are building your own platform, obviously with Daily Wire, but this is, I think, a tectonic shift of people realizing we all want to be off of these platforms, but there isn't a viable alternative. Tonight, enough people are migrating away that I do think that's a really big win, just beyond the politics. But I will leave you guys with this. Candace is actually, she brought up a very good point about Juncan, and that's how you know the election is working. I couldn't hear, I think that was the person you were quoting, right, Candace?
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah. And the thing is, that they could not be a more, that's the most apt person to make comparisons, because you know why. What's the one to tell you? Juncan, that is one grown-ass piece of dead alive.
All right, thanks, Stephen, for. I hope I get that guy in the Secret Santa.
Well, folks, if you listen to that, saw that segment of the student crowd, you just want to pull the covers up over your head, die a little bit inside, or maybe you just wanted to go to sleep. Well, give me boring. We're gearing up for a long night here at Daily Wire headquarters. I'm not worried because I slept really well last night on my Bowl and Branch sheets. I love my Bowl and Branch sheets. They're made from the finest 100% organic cotton threads on planet Earth. In fact, their signature hem sheets were made with threads so luxurious 3 U.S. presidents have slept in them. Bowl and Branch sheets are made free from toxins, pesticides, and other harsh chemicals. They actually soften with every single wash cycle. They come in 9 different colors, all natural sizes. Their signature sheets come wrapped in a beautiful holiday gift box. Who would not love gifting good night's sleep after tonight? Best of all, Bowl and Branch gives you a 30-night risk-free trial with free shipping and returns on all orders. But you're not going to want them, and they're amazing. Try the sheets I trust myself. The long lead to sleep at night. For a limited time, get 25% off your first set of sheets plus free shipping when you use promo code election at bowlandbranch.com. Bowl and Branch, BOLLANDBRANCH.com. Bowlandbranch.com, promo code election. Offer ends November 27th for a pair of covers you want to sleep in, and also will shield your eyes from the horrors of the Stephen Crowder. Wow, that's a dude who says stuff.
We've been here long enough now to have stale popcorn. It's just like they have to actually refresh our plastic food. Yep. It's unbelievable. And yet we're no closer to the answers. Than we desire.
In Georgia, it looks like it's going to head for runoff. If I had to predict things right now, Georgia looks like it's headed that way. Herschel Walker's in a very, very narrow lead over Raphael Warnock. He's at 49.4, and Raphael Warnock's at 48.7. But again, the Libertarian Party candidate, the Libertarians, man, can't trust him. Yeah. 1.9% from the Libertarian Party, drawing away from Herschel Walker. That would come over to the top. So instead, we'll get yet another runoff, which is just riveting, exciting stuff. There's nothing I love better than a good Georgia runoff. They work out amazingly well for all of us. Meanwhile, the results have started to come in from Arizona, where all the voting machines are beautifully run. And Mark Kelly is right now up against Blake Masters, 56-41, but that's 30%, according to those numbers mean nothing. Obviously, urban areas tend to bring in the numbers first. Meanwhile, over in Pennsylvania, we're starting to see some numbers. 49% reporting John Fetterman. It's up 51-47 over Mehmet Oz. Again, the mail-in ballots have not been counted, so you imagine the numbers are a little bit better for Fetterman than that at this early stage. Again, there's a bit of a blue mirage that happens at the beginning of the night when all of the early towns get counted: Philadelphia, Pittsburgh, Allentown. And then it's a little bit later in the evening when some of the rural areas come in. So, right now, if you're ballparking this thing, it's not looking like amazing for Republicans in the Senate. In the House, it's looking a little bit better. They already called Colorado for the Democrat, so that race, which at one point was considered maybe a plausible win for the Republicans, with Michael Bennett running against his name O'Brien, that race was called the plug off of that. So that is where things stand.
There's also news out of Arizona. Rachel Maddow, my doppelganger, is reporting
And just to let you know that it's not only Republicans who are claiming voter fraud and shenanigans. Rachel Maddow is reporting that Arizona Republicans are intimidating Democrat voters with guns. I assume that this is, these are white supremacists, Nigerians in MAGA hats, taking Subway sandwiches from every Democrat voter in Arizona. But she is on air reporting that right now.
It does look like there has been one reversal. I suggested earlier that the networks were calling Virginia second for the Democrat. They've now reversed that.
That's right.
The Republican State Senator Janet Kagan will defeat Elaine Luria in Virginia's second
Wow,
congressional district.
that's what I thought.
That's good news.
That is good.
Yeah.
It's a race that I thought was won. Here's my sheet of paper with all the margins on it right now. That district, the Luria district, was Biden +5. Wow. D +6. So, again, looks like a red tide, not a red wave. It's kind of how I describe it.
I'll take it. If Oz, I thought we call it. If Oz actually loses, if he loses to a guy with brain damage, we talk about accountability. There has to be accountability for the Republicans that got behind Oz in the primary. Like, you're going to actually lose to a guy that can't even speak.
But unfortunately, the Republican, most notably who got behind Oz in the primary, is Donald Trump. And as far as I can tell, he did it exclusively on the basis that Dr. Oz was also on TV.
Yeah.
Listen, I think Oz is. Listen, I think Oz is a terrible candidate. I am infuriated by him. He's just awful. But David McCormick, who I think was probably better, but he was fairly squishy on a lot of issues. Kathy Barnett was the conservative in that primary. There was a broad consensus. Again, I thought she was great, but there was a broad consensus she wouldn't be strong in the general. So a lot of people in the party came out against her.
Telling people that they essentially didn't have to play the party if they didn't.
Yes, no, look, I thought the Oz shilling was disgusting, and I don't like Oz, really at all. But the point that you make now, which is that, can you believe this guy with brain damage is going to beat Oz? I think if the situation were reversed, and I'm up against, let's say the Democrat had this fully functioning brain, such as Democrats have, but, was advocating for, abortion on demand, and transing kids, and destroying the economy, and open borders, and all the rest of it, and then you had a Republican who had suffered a stroke, I would gleefully vote for the Republican, knowing that his wife would actually take the seat, or they just appoint some new guy to take it, or just knowing that his staff would run it. So I get why Democrats would do it, because the power of a senator is not what it was 100 years ago. 100 years ago, senators had many more responsibilities. A lot of that has been outsourced to bureaucracy. Fetterman was always running to be just a rubber stamp for Chuck Schumer and Joe Biden anyway. So I'm not terribly surprised. I mean, I think yellow dog Democrats are the people who would vote for a yellow dog over any Republican.
That's the way I feel about Herschel Walker. Totally. You want to vote for the guy whose girlfriends have had an abortion, or for the guy who will actually make abortion legal until the kid's 2 years old.
I agree with you, but just the fact, you're a doctor running against a guy with brain damage. How do you not leverage that in an effective way?
Well, he tried. His campaign went after.
All right, so this is not turning out to be the red wave I was expecting. This is looking like a solid day for Republicans, but this is not the blowout I was expecting. I think based on these numbers, the Democrat might win in Kansas.
He's carving up for this overnight venture.
It's only 7:30 my time, so there's still plenty of time for this, but
37% of the vote for Walker is winning on the same day. So election day voting right now, there's still 49% of that left to count. So that's a big number for everybody to keep in mind. When we see Walker and Warnock really, really close, I think Walker right now has a few thousand vote lead. I can't really tell where they're saying right now. Actually, it's 21,000 ahead at this moment, right? So 21,000's got 49.3%. They need to get above that magic number of 50% so there's not a runoff. But he is doing very well. There's a lot of these votes left to count, so that's a really good thing. 70% of the votes counted at that 925. Herschel Walker, like I said, is winning. We've got this over 64,000 votes. That definitely is a ton of votes. So let's see how that goes. And I know that Jeremy said when we talked to the Daily Wire people, he was concerned about it. I'm not as concerned. There may be a runoff here. Yeah. right? But I'm not. You can show me. I think people will be predicting that I'm eating.
Let's see here. Checking on a race for a friend of mine. She's running for like county commissioner in North Dakota, so just checking to see.
So the person who was doing the stream on YouTube, fantastic job. You ended it. They took it very much. They ended the stream. So we'll send you a gift package. Yeah, just, we just had to make sure that we came down on your heart so you understood the lesson. Well, because when YouTube ever comes after us, they would say, look, we actually addressed this on our show. I really hope I could be the wire removed. No, I don't think you did. But if we didn't, people would run over their streams from so we will have tenders on here in just a couple of minutes. Make sure that you're ready for that. I'll make sure I finish my gruel. You have to finish your gruel before.
What would be great though is if I would furlough yes, if you were young.
I need some more cake.
Yes, all of a sudden I started slurring for some reason. I apologize.
Hilarious.
I am not drunk.
No, that's 9 days is sober as a clam.
That's right. I don't know if my plans are, but
they're very sober.
Yeah.
Clam, it doesn't smile.
Yes.
So,
Let's see.
why don't we do this right now? So just really quick, you see it's talking about Georgia. They're talking about 2 counties, the Carroll County. So okay. Oh wait, hold on. Before that, you guys should celebrate. Now remember early on I said they're trying to say that it's a toss-up in Oklahoma. What are the numbers in Oklahoma? We saw the guy won in Oklahoma by 16 points. Take a guess of what they said. What did they say? Was it 1 point? 1 point, yeah. So they're only off by like 1,600%. The celebration, even though it shouldn't have been a toss-up.
Let's see here. Herschel Walker's up by about 30,000 votes. Or less. And let's see. So that, yeah, I think the Georgia race is going to be the one we're looking at all night. Everything else, at least, from here, Georgia race is going to be a big deal. We'll probably be talking about that for about another month and a half. Let's see here. The Georgia Senate race, I mean.
By the way, let's bring this up. Is it, did you guys just pull it up? See, they put it in the map? Yeah.
All right, so we just need to see Ron Johnson take the lead, and I think he'll hold that lead for the rest of the night.
Do we have that here? Do we add it to the document, guys? Is it at the bottom of the document? Or not always have that token out? If we have any numbers as far as the amount of votes that have come in and counted, this is something that a lot of people sort of miss, especially with midterms. You can have a certain percentage of votes. This is also, by the way, how pollsters work. I talked about this before. Big way that pollsters are involved in say something, Joe.
Something Gerald.
So we'll look at the. No.
The guy right now.
It's a major league call. That
looks like Stelter.
Kansas has better jokes than you.
That sounds like it.
Remember in Major League where it's like upside down and it goes upside down? Joke in the British. My humor's just too good. By the way, Kemp is beating Abrams by 10% right now. 10 points.
All right, so Steven Crowder is saying that Kemp is up on Stacey Abrams by 10 points. I really don't understand how those votes did not drag. How does that not drag Herschel Walker across the Senate or across the finish line here? So we've got 71% there.
You wouldn't even say that great big back, but you mean the great big beautiful.
Same amount. Yeah, it seems really weird because you're. Just how are you not? I mean, are people voting for Brian Kemp and not voting for Herschel Walker at all? This is kind of just odd because I would have thought Brian Kemp would have some coattails to be able to pull Herschel Walker over the finish line. The fact that it's staying this close, I mean, it's really weird. Brian Kemp signed a law that, if you're voting on abortion, that seemed to be the thing that the issue Democrats wanted to run on this whole time. For them to be in Georgia and vote for Brian Kemp, the guy who signed a law that banned abortion effectively after, I think it was 8 weeks, and then vote for Raphael Warnock, who thinks you should be allowed an abortion probably after, I think at least until 40 weeks. No, that much. He's willing to vote for abortion up to 40 weeks. That seems kind of odd. So if that's the issue that people are voting on in Georgia, it seemed weird. I don't understand how you would vote for Brian Kemp and Raphael Warnock. It doesn't make any sense to me. So,
given district and be pretty sharp and square. That room right there, the independent room, which by the way is usually more so represented. There are more Democrats who are elected to claim independence and not be independent than Republicans because they're cowards. That's just a statistical fact. Maybe it's changing now as more people are sort of migrating from elected to Republican, but historically there are more people claiming independence. But in that sampling, you could choose what the independent looks like exactly. And that's why you can have a poll that has, for example, I don't know, maybe it has 14 points.
all right, so this was the race I said earlier I think was going to be a bit of a bellwether, was the Pennsylvania governor's race. I figured Josh Shapiro would win, but I was hoping that would be close. So I was hoping is that Shapiro would win like 52-48, something like that. And this number right here doesn't look good for Dr. Oz then. So that seems kind of
So the point is they can determine what that
it doesn't look good for Oz. The fact that the race was called this early. So we'll see how it pans out. We'll see what the final numbers are, but yeah. I do still like that in Michigan, Gretchen Whitmer is barely above 50% right now. You got less than 25% of the precincts reporting. That's really good. Democrat Evers isn't up that much, but I don't think this is much of a, like I said, in the governor's races, this is not as much of a red wave as I was expecting. I thought the New Mexico governor's race was going to be closer. We'll see how this goes in Arizona. It looks like the Democrats going to win in Kansas, at least for governor. And Lee Zeldin is not doing as well as I thought. So, yeah, this is not the red wave year I expected. This is more of like a just decent Republican year.
Moving forward with these elections post-COVID, you keep reminding people they didn't get it wrong. They silenced you. They arrested people in some countries. They kicked you off of social media. They shut you down if you disagree with the experts. The expert card, it's unfortunately one of the most common logic fallacies that you run into, the appeal to authority fallacy. It's gone. It's gone forever. COVID has given you that gift. So remember, whenever someone tries to say, no, you have COVID, and no one really knows what to no, scorpion that shit. Get over here. Bring them right back to what you want them to see. Remember when they told you this. Remember when they forced you to do this. Remember when they said theirs was wrong, that there were no adverse reactions. Remember when they told you it was 98% effective with the booster, then the third booster. Remember when they told you that it absolutely came from a wet mark. Remember all of that is what is on the ballot, not only in this election, but particularly in the next election. Notice I've been tuning the CNN quite a bit. I don't think they discussed COVID once. Surprising. I didn't talk about January 6th, though. Did they talk about why did they talk about January 6th? No, we can't. We don't have to drink yet. It wasn't on when we were on. But speaking of on, I think, do we have Ted Cruz right now? Is Ted Cruz ready to rock and roll? All right. We have Senator Ted Cruz. Senator Ted Cruz.
All right. I'm going to take a quick break. I'll be back.
Senator Ted, what is that? What are you sitting? You sitting on a wild coyote set? What's happening?
So I'm sitting on the set of my podcast, Verdict with Ted Cruz, which is getting ready to
Senator Ted, what is that? What are you sitting? You sitting on a wild coyote set? What's happening?
listening. So I'm sitting on the set of my podcast, Verdict with Ted Cruz, which is getting ready to
You know, I agree with you. Probably, like, you grind my gears sometimes, Senator. Well, I'm glad you guys are going.
And that's hard to do because, you know, you're a really sensitive soul.
I know what you mean to say. I'm a total prick. It's okay. Now, as a matter of fact, actually, Senator Tippers, I want to let you know that this is not to our own horn here, but this is a monumental election. The last time we did the election stream, I believe you were part of that in 2020. You know, that was sort of referendum on legacy media. It was the most watched live stream in our world. But this is a monumental election. The last time we did the election stream, I believe you were part of that live stream. That was a referendum on legacy media. It was watched live stream. What's your read on what happened in Arizona? It's a big
and why people are so frustrated with them, and I think it's the single biggest threat we have to free speech in our country.
Right.
On Arizona, if you look at what has happened in Maricopa County, the largest county there, it's where more than half the voters are coming. Now, 1 in 5 on Arizona, you look at what's happened in Maricopa County, there, it's voters are coming over their country.
time when she said no debate and was making no media appearances. It was very confusing. Again, this is the beauty of nothing up our sleeves as we do this show live. The numbers don't lie, and what we tell on here doesn't lie. It's happening live. We also, it doesn't seem like she wants to win. She needs to make up this gap. Well, the only explanation left is God let something happen with the voting machines because she was not running a campaign like someone who needed to win that race.
Well, I'll give a slightly different interpretation, which is Democrats have a corrupt corporate media.
To make up this gap,
The only
explanation
they know
Oh, she-
Kirk too signaling that you need 9 masks and you should force kids to be vaccinated, throw them out of school, and shut down churches, and all the issues that we've seen over the last several years. And
All right, let's see here. We have a few more races. Yeah, I really thought Maya Flores was going to pull that out. This is not the wave I thought. It's just nothing's turning out to be the red wave I was expecting. In fact, let me take a look at my house map.
is the corporate media is utterly corrupt. They never ask you a hard question, which means the only time you would possibly be questioned is during a debate. And if you hide from it, never face any flack from it, then the largest super PAC for the Democrats today is the corporate media. And I do think Katie Hobbs believes the media would win it for her now. I also think historically Republicans vote on a much higher percentage on election day than on early vote. So the more incompetent, the more they screw up the election day vote, right, the more that benefits Democrats. And it seems these mistakes always benefits the Democrats. Isn't it interesting that it's the big blue cities and the critical states that can't count their damn votes, that take days and days, and then you have the White House saying, well, it's perfectly normal to take many days to count your votes. No, it's not. Texas counts them at night. Florida counts them on election day. Most places that are competent and can find their ass with both hands count the votes on election day. It's not just, but it is often these white blue strongholds with corrupt Democrats that sit there counting and counting until they get the result they want.
Well, you say explained. I would say, look, what you're failing to take into account here is they're going to need a particularly long amount of time to count your early votes. Think of that for a second. I'm approved, right? This is one thing. Right? Sometimes the fastest path to victory is the most effective. I don't know if Republicans just don't want to say that. Like, oh, yeah, no, that makes sense. Of course, you would count the election day votes on election day, but you would need more time to count the votes that came in early. Just leaving it like that and leave the question. And the American public, they've never been forced to say, yeah, that really doesn't make sense because sometimes there's too much word salad. It is complete, since you said ask. Oh, bullshit. It doesn't, there's no reason for it.
Should you stop it's early? Dishonest. And you and I both live in the great state of Texas.
Yes.
Texas is a much bigger state than Arizona. It's a much bigger state than Pennsylvania. Somehow, Texas manages. We have 2 weeks of early voting. It's actually very easy to vote in Texas. I usually vote early. You go in, you have shorter lines. You go vote for 2 weeks before the election. It's pretty easy. You go vote, it's done. And we count all the votes, and we get election results on the night of the election, unless it's an insanely close election where there's a recount. You know by, 8 or 9 or 10 o'clock at night or maybe midnight or 1 in the morning, but they count them and they're done. And why, if the state of Texas can do it, why, if the state of Florida can do it, why is it that these Democrat strongholds can't figure out how to count the votes? It is a consistent problem. And the media, look, the corporate media, here is their standard line. There was already one guy on MSNBC saying, Georgia, the Senate race has been stolen. By the way, they haven't even called the Senate race yet. But here's the rules of the corporate media. If a Democrat wins, the election is entirely legitimate, and you were a crazy lunatic if you dare question the outcome. Right. If a Republican wins, the election is illegitimate, and everyone knows it. And by the way, Hillary Clinton said that, Stacey Abrams said that, Joe Biden said that. You may have seen a couple of weeks ago when I went on The View and I pointed that out, Whoopi Goldberg and the rest of them lost their friggin' minds.
Yeah, how off-putting was it to sit that close in proximity to Whoopi Goldberg? So hot. Look, I get that you're friendly. I get that one way of putting it. Yes, I get that you're friendly, but my lord. Yeah, in that case, yes. like a Bunsenburg, yes. Because they all have hot flashes. So, let me ask you this. How much joy are you taking in Beto undoubtedly losing, not the question just by how much, for a third time? Because this is, I would say, your old worthy adversary, but let's be honest, completely unworthy fodder. Fodder. I wouldn't say fodder, not father.
I'm going to defend his kid to his father, but that much I'll defend. But the rest of it, he can make a lousy senator, he can make a lousy president, he can make a lousy governor.
No, hold I wasn't saying a lousy father. What I meant to say was father. Oh, okay. I said because there's a Skype delay. I'm sorry. You were the one. I stepped on your joke. I'm like Gerald. Go ahead. I screwed up.
Great father, terrible at everything else.
When he launched his gubernatorial race, I had reporters come up and say, hey, what do you think about it? And I say, well, I guess Beto wants to get his ass kicked a third time. Today I saw a reporter running after him saying, Beto, when you lose tonight, are you going to run a fourth time? And he wouldn't answer. And I had to go to Twitter and I just tweeted out, born to run. And it's, I think he ought to run for Secretary General of the UN. I think he'd be a damn fine UN boss.
Oh, I'd pay to see him titled by Hans Bricks. He's a sadist. It's 50 Shades of O'Rourke. He can't get enough pay, this guy.
I think just the secretary before.
Yes, secretary.
Did you ever see Team America when Hans Bricks gets fed to the sharks by Kim Jong-un?
Yeah.
Kim Jong-un, right.
Yes, Kim Jong-il, yes.
It's one of the great movies of all time, Team America.
Oh, it really is. It's definitely up there. Let me ask
Matt Damon, I'm Matt Damon.
Let me ask you this. Bruce, do you have any predictions tonight? We just talked to the Daily Wire people. Do you have any predictions that are maybe sort of, we talked to Donald Trump Jr., flyers, ones that are sort of out of left field that might be long shot?
Look, I think we take both houses. I think in the House of Representatives, I think we see a significant majority. It could be as many as 30, 40, 50 seats.
Right.
In the Senate, I think we're at 53 or 54. I think it's a crying shame we didn't win Colorado. We should have been competitive in Colorado. It is always a bad thing when the
Can I ask you why? Because Colorado, to me, it's sort of like the blue equivalent of Ohio and Florida, right? Where they try and say it's a swing state, and they're not. Ohio and Florida are incredibly deep red states. But Colorado, to me, is now almost, it's firmly entrenched in blue. So I'm genuinely curious what you think they're going.
We won Colorado in 2014. Cory Gardner won it. 2014 was not that long ago. Also, I think the incumbent Michael Bennet is incredibly weak. He's done absolutely nothing. I've served in the Senate 10 years with him. If you put a gun to my head and said I'm going to pull the trigger, if you cannot tell me one thing Michael Bennet has accomplished in the Senate, you should be. Because I literally cannot tell you anything, and I served in the body with him. What happened there...
Don't you have to see him next week if he wins?
So,
but
you know what? I'm quite confident that Michael Bennet is not watching live with crowd. So
that's probably
you wouldn't understand.
no, he absolutely wouldn't. He's probably not listening to the verdict either. He's watching the old Paul Newman film. But this is not what I thought. But you do think so? You think that was winnable? I understand why that's disappointing. But what do you think is the long shot that you think of the election?
And so when it went off the rails is when the Republican nominee got in a pissing match with Trump.
Yeah.
And 100% of the time, when you have a nominee who just goes to civil war with Trump, the winner ends up being the Democrats. It's just a bad. We've got to be unified. And the races where, like I think Adam Laxalt win in Nevada. Adam has done a good job of unifying the
Okay, so Herschel Walker is 30,000 votes ahead of Raphael Warnock. He needs to get above 50%. All right, so there's that.
Yeah, will win by a sizable advantage, and that will help Walker get across the finish line. I think we have a real shot in Arizona.
How's New Hampshire taking so long to count their ballots?
I thought we had a real shot in New Hampshire. We'll see how that changes.
Can you do me a favor and explain for the audience, because I was just talking about this earlier. New Hampshire is so reliably red in terms of governor, and obviously you're talking about the House. It's really at the toss-up. How do you have such a difference, for example? It's one of those states where you look at the poll. I don't know. Did they declare a winner for the governor, I think? I don't know. I think we did.
Yeah, I think they called. I thought they called Sununu the winner.
Right. But how is there such a difference?
Well, I'll give you one difference. So there are a couple things. Number one, New Hampshire has a very late primary, September primary. So when you win the primary, you have a very limited time to consolidate support to move the general. I think it would be a very good move for New Hampshire to move their primary earlier in the year so you have time to get ready for the general. But secondly, Look, if you look at what Republicans did, I think New Hampshire and Arizona were massive mistakes in that in both instances they're winnable seats. We may end up winning them. I hope Blake Masters wins. I'm supporting both Blake Masters and Jennifer Bolton. But what happened, Mitch McConnell pulled Republican money from him. And Trump, who supported both, didn't put money behind him. And so the two biggest sources of money potentially on the Republican side of the ledger are Mitch McConnell, who spent between $300 and $400 million in the super PAC, and Trump who has $100 million of cash to spend. And neither one of them spent significant amounts in either Arizona or New Hampshire, and so our candidates were vastly overspent. I mean, overspent by large multiples. I think it's indefensible. I mean, I went and spent campaign on the ground in Arizona with Blake Masters, with Jerry Lake, but I do not know why Republicans would allow nominees in competitive states to be outspent 2-1, 3-1, 4-1, 5-1, and it's a collective screw up of everybody not to ensure their adequate resources to contest those.
Well, Senator Cruz, we've been running late all night. Maybe check back in later. I know your show is The Verdict. I didn't know that you were on YouTube, so people can actually subscribe on audio. Will you be on YouTube streaming here for the rest of the evening?
Yeah, momentarily.
All right, as long as you can get new because do you have a question there, Gerald? Well, really quickly, one, I love the spicier after hours Senator Ted Cruz. That's been kind of fun. But you also have but justice corrupted, how the left weaponized our legal system. We want to make sure and let our viewers know that.
Things don't look good in some of these races.
Thanks for doing my job for me. All right, Senator Ted Cruz. I have to go and meet him with a rubber hose. We'll talk to you later. Thanks. Gerald, since you're so into talking, you keep everyone an update while I finish my own. Okay, so what we call those really nice suits. That's my job. I do my job, and I get lamb back. We don't have the venture bureau stylish budget, but I really don't. I'm not saying it, sure. Okay, these are my life choices. What I wanted to do is tell you guys a little bit about Arizona. So right now, the numbers in Arizona don't look very good, right? Okay. So looking at Arizona, we're seeing that there's a lot of ground to make up. But all of the votes that were counted to start in Maricopa were early votes, and Democrats outvote Republicans big time early voting. All counties are 45 to 70% voting. So really what that means is, one, they've counted a lot of very heavy Democrat districts. They've counted a lot of the early voting. So that's the numbers that we're seeing right now. Do not be surprised if you see those numbers really start to tighten when they start getting into more of the voting that's happened today. But then also realize the 20% rule. Oh, we can go on to CNN right now. Same thing is happening with Walker and Warnock, where you're seeing the polls close to 7 o'clock. The gap is widening. The gap is walking. We're 83% of the voting, which is why we really like mission control to tell me which districts are yet to come in or have yet to come in, because that could really give us a pretty good idea as to where it's going. Yeah. Let's hear CNN. They just snatched that Rachel Dolezal hairdo, right? Then they go back. By the way, you know my favorite part about Rachel Dolezal is, by the way, hashtag about the election stream.
All right, I'm going back to Daily Wire, see what's going on.
He is this.
Nope. That's Crowder.
I'm not going to that because I'll have people here in the stream. The funny part of Rachel Dolezal to me.
Okay, so Ron Johnson has pulled ahead in the Wisconsin race. I don't think that'll go back. That's locked in. They just called the Iowa race for the Senate. Grassley was supposed to win, so I'm actually surprised it took this long.
So, straight and narrow red. But Rachel Dolezal, what everyone missed to me is she permed her hair to straighten her hair, and she dyed it dark so that she could dye the tips so it looked like her fake dark roots were growing out. Yes. But what she did, that's a lot of effort. She models her black off of Maya Rudolph. Yes. But you know, how many times did she have a conversation like, oh, I need to touch up my roots? Yeah. And I want to see my hair is just dark.
Dark night.
She was really the first trans person who got away with it in the sense of racial.
It also makes more sense. Honestly. You should be able to more easily change your race than your sex.
That's true, because I changed my race for a while in the 90s.
Yeah, just like your pants. You just undid a couple of belt punches.
Yeah, that's all you do.
That's all I was doing.
Sag your pants.
Kemp is up on Stacey Abrams by 9 points almost. So that's
Well,
good.
never change it to the other
Yes. Like me, Stefan.
Yes. Yes.
It was cool, but not really cool. Like good looking, but they say like like in Urkel, they told us Stefan was good looking, but we were all watching. I'm like, I'm not getting that.
It was just the juxtaposition between want some cheese really made Stefan very good.
That's fair. What are you looking at, Joe? Do you think you're high for opening G something like that?
Well, no, we're talking about it. It's us.
Why is it taking so long to count votes in Michigan?
Plus 49, 84% in Cobb County.
Wait, hold on. So go this a little slower so I can hear this in the audience. So Fulton County is Georgia, right?
Right.
So and that is Warnock plus 49, and they already have 84% of that voted. So that means his stronghold.
Yes.
The bulk of that vote is in.
And DeKalb is one of the biggest. He's plus 75 with 71% in. Right. So those are the two biggest, right? Then you got Gwinnett, which is he's plus 25, Warnock, 51% of that vote is in. So his strongholds, it's going down a little bit how strong he has a lead there, but also Cobb County, 72% in. Yeah. All of that said, a lot of his really strong counties are 71, 72, 84% in.
Right.
And
by the way, those are also the biggest counties, of course, big urban areas.
Yes.
So the fact the majority of big urban areas in Georgia have come in where they're way into double-digit leads for what he makes for Warnock. It's good. Either Warnock, we did one.
Let's see here.
But we can call Ohio for J.D. Vance.
Really? So we legend of J.D. Vance
Continues.
hit the celebration, baby. I'm not finishing. We're taking a drink, though. You guys can take a drink. And then also, can we find that MSNBC clip that Jeff Ruby talked about? Where they stole the election in Georgia. Which he didn't do that next, but I just.
But by the way, all the counties that I listed before. Yeah, he does. He did seem a little spicier, though.
He was
saying
spicy.
five there.
I'm going to say a word.
Yeah. With both hands. Yeah.
Fuck. Bullock had a chance.
Just sort of going to count person to person. Yeah. This new thing.
It's really not about how beta besides that.
He's a little one, though. Don't be shy to bury it up.
Yeah, he's right. Beta's always like, hey guys,
I know.
yes.
So one thing I wanted to bring up, so New York City, not New York City, this relates to
New York City!
Yeah.
No, it's fine. That commercial went away for 4 years after 9/11. It did.
Yeah, basic Connie sauce.
And then they
never
brought it back.
Oh, but everyone would got the rep talk.
Yeah.
For a couple of Gen Z out there, like, what are you talking about?
That was the commercial where they tried.
By the way, we bring up some of them were off. They were about like to brand a man's asshole.
Yeah.
They're like, he brought just because he brought salsa that happened to go through a distributor ship
Right.
in New York State. They're like, what? Back at the brand.
And you know what they really wanted to say? They were like, choose.
That's the code. Yeah. It's like, it's from, look, guys, it's from Albany. The guy's code for diamond district.
So I need to get a little bit of an updated number, but Selden was at 30% about 35, 40 minutes ago in New York City. That's huge. If he gets to 35%, estimates are that he would actually win the race for governor in New York. But the last GOP candidate barely beat 15% 4 out of the 5 boroughs. So,
Holy shit, who's that? I'm seeing it. Oh, Maine. Oh, Janet Mills. Oh, God.
Is that really her?
Yeah. Oh, damn. Janet should be tossed in the old middle. Oh, right here. Oh, my goodness. Oh, well, no, Brett Little looks like a happy guy.
yeah, he looks happy and weird.
He looks like he could, like he could drill a hole. He's certainly not a handsome guy. We have, hold on a second, go back up to see, we have Michael and,
What they're saying too.
yeah, we haven't heard, let's see what they have to say.
It is.
Yeah. Okay, I wish you guys were, hey, you know what, hey, control room guys, let's have a scorecard up tonight with pictures of the wins that we have. So let's have a scorecard of all the ones so people kind of have a visual cue here as to the victories that have already taken place. Because you know, there's quite a bit. And also, that's a perfect example. If you have any trust in your institutions, look at what they said with Georgia. Yeah. My voice just went all down. James Spader. It worked though.
Personal Walker is running again. 32,000. Yes, it is a little bit bigger.
Well, no, it's shrunk a little bit from the last time with more than 1 point, so now 7.9.
No, I mean 30. The number of raw votes ahead.
The most interesting story of tonight is Chase Alpha. He's the little Chase who couldn't.
Yes,
Really quick.
the underdog
Yes.
didn't go in.
He couldn't even finish the phrase, I think I can get.
By the way, I'm actually disappointed in you guys.
All of his fans
Dave, I'm disappointed in you, Steve, this
All of them are twisted. Come on.
Ted Cruz gave me a layup. He said, if Herschel Walker can pull it out, and I thought immediately, well, that'd be the first time.
No! Chill! You're disgusting.
I'm sorry. It would work, and I thought one of you would take it.
I was told to keep my mouth shut at certain.
No, you were just told we have to be careful of it.
I figured it was too
Down to 57, Fetterman's lead, 57,000.
Can we get, guys, that is actually very helpful as far as getting us the breakdown here on what votes have come in, for example, in Pennsylvania. So what we did with Georgia, I think is very helpful to the viewer. If you guys want to, since I don't have the ability to bring it up right here, you want to let me know, token out, let me know if it gets put in the doc, or if Joe brings it up on his iPad. Elizabeth's districts coming in. Because I do think that what you will see, and I could be wrong, with Walker and Warnock, I do think you probably see that continue to go up based on the ratio that we're seeing.
Yeah, exactly.
So it's
Know that about Pennsylvania as well.
we would need, yeah.
Obviously around.
Did you have that link sent to you, or did you bring it up yourself?
So they're sending this stuff to the on-air channel, so we can pull this thing.
Okay. Actually, you know what? I forgot about this. Hold on 1 second. Gerald, hold on, talk for a second. I think we're going to have another guest here.
Do we really?
But I'm not sure. It says relate here in the index, so I know the guest is. As far as Warnock, can someone let me know where that is here? As far as Warnock, really quickly, there's supposed to be a lead in here. There's been a story. Oh, good. Yeah. And I think we actually have them on the show. Like we're supposed to. Yeah.
That
Took it out?
Yeah. Not where it is.
No, I think. No. I know later we have them on, but there's a story before that that should let us know about what happened there with Warnock and his past. Do you remember his past? I don't remember the exact details of the story. That kind of came back here with his ex-wife.
It was his ex, yes.
All right, let's go back to the Daily Wire, see what's going on.
You know
there.
what the woke agenda is? What's our agenda? I think Herschel Walker is making some live remarks, and we're going to try to join those in just a moment. Then we're going to kick it over to the election wire guys. Our friends at Trafalgar are doing some polling, and their results are a little different than what we're seeing kind of in a lot of the reporting that's happening right now. So it'll be nice to hear a different perspective as we go. And then hopefully we'll be joined by Megan Kelly shortly after that. So we have still a lot of great voices coming to you tonight. We know it's been a long night. We appreciate you sticking with us. In the olden days, back in the heady bygone days of 2016, we all drank heavily when we did this show, and it made for some really funny moments. But we're certainly not doing that tonight. Looks like we're going to go over right now to Cabot Phillips and the election wire team and hear about the polling that the Trafalgar Group is doing. Poll analysis.
That's poll in the Senate. John Bullock has been defeated by incumbent Democrat Matt Hassan. A race that obviously a lot of people were hoping was going to be closer. It looks like it's already called by decision desk. So we're going to keep an eye on that one. Few more updates. We mentioned earlier Pennsylvania. We had a mistake in the error. It was not 90%, 73% reporting right now in Pennsylvania, and it's getting a lot tighter. It's Fetterman right now, 49.3%, Dr. Oz at 48.3%. So Pennsylvania very much in play. Same with Georgia. We're going to get some more data coming in there. But right now, 86% reporting. We've got 49.4 for Walker. Warnock is at 48.5%. Now again, Fulton County, we still need 15% of their vote. Gwinnett, we're still waiting on 44% of their vote. DeKalb, 32%. So there are some populous counties around Atlanta that tend to go overwhelmingly Democrat. So expect things to tighten in Georgia. And if it does in fact tighten, you're probably not going to see any of the candidates getting to 50 tonight if the trends continue that way. But Robert Haley from Trafalgar Group. Robert, what is a state where you've seen kind of a surprise and then a state that's playing out kind of how we expected it?
Yeah, I think New Hampshire and Ohio are perfect. Ohio's one that everybody was saying was going to be very competitive. We never really believed it would be competitive. I think the margin's 8 now. It's probably going to grow to more than that. New Hampshire's a state where everybody had within 2 or 3% on either side, and it looks like it's a blowout. And now New Hampshire people are very clever and not always forthcoming with their opinions, but yeah, there's perfect examples of two that just completely in line with what it looked like it was going to be, and then way off.
And as the guys were talking about earlier, how kind of the eyes of the Republicans are now shifting out west, looking at Arizona, Nevada, it's 2 spots that they're going to need to get to 51. As those results start coming in, where should we be watching in Arizona and Nevada?
Well, I think you should. I mean, obviously, we've always thought Nevada was going to be a win, just like we thought Ohio was going to be a win, just like we thought North Carolina was going to be a win. We didn't really see those as the ones that were tossed up for high. So I think affirming that turns out the way we expected in Nevada, it's going to really go to Arizona and seeing how far behind Masters is from Lake. If Masters stays within 4 or 5 points of Lake, I think he makes it. If he sinks a little wider, he's not going to. So, but it looks like right now he is that close. And what we also know about Nevada, about Arizona, is those votes that are going to be favoring Lake and Masters are going to come in at the end and not the beginning. And it's kind of where it's supposed to be.
One final question for you on Pennsylvania. We mentioned candidates trailing governors. Right now, Fetterman is about 5.5 points behind Shapiro, about north or south there. Do you think in the end, if he stays within 5.5 points of where Shapiro was, it'll be enough to put him ahead?
No, I think Fetterman's going to be a little more competitive than that because where Shapiro is, you've got a situation that Fetterman has people who might actually agree with his philosophy more, but just don't think he's competent. He's losing a lot of those. I mean, and the only thing Oz is really suffering from, the real problem is the out-of-town guy. I mean, if he didn't have that carpetbagger thing on his back, he would already be there. But I think that margin is separate enough that it is easily a split, can be a split decision in Pennsylvania.
All right, well, the night is young. We're going to be talking to you about some more. We're going to keep digging into all these numbers. Back to you guys.
9 points ahead, and they haven't called it yet. It's really weird in Ohio.
It reminded me of like the hockey when, in 1980, they've got professionals on the team, and we have hopeful, chipper amateurs. They've played professional politics. It's their religion, it's their job, it's their hobby, it's everything. And it's tough, because if your entire political persuasion is we need less politics, you're not going to draw people who are really good at that conversion.
I think this is the thing with the Republicans, though. I think they are in this shift and they have not found their feet. I mean, I just believe that this is. I think the Democrats ultimately are doing themselves, even though
I agree.
But I think that the Republicans have a chance to renew. They have a chance to change. One thing you might think would happen in a democratic republic is you might listen to the people a little bit. We were talking about this a minute ago. I think the people repeatedly in the last 20 years of elections have been saying, move it back somewhere in the middle. Move it back to, they keep overcorrecting. The politicians keep overcorrecting. They elected Joe Biden for normalcy, and instead he's turned into, he thinks he's FDR. He's a lot more like a bad Stalin or something. But no, he's gone all the way to the left. The people never voted for that. They don't want it. On the other hand, we do the same thing. We don't speak to the social issues that people care about. That move people emotionally. You're talking about the fact that we're emotionally.
Yeah, this is definitely, I've been saying it, it's really the only thing I've been saying for the last last hour or so is that, yeah, this is not the red wave I was expecting. I thought Kansas was going to go completely red. I thought Nevada was going to go completely red. Nevada can still go completely red. The fact that Lauren Boebert is behind with 70% of the vote counted, that doesn't make sense. The fact that Kirk is still behind, that doesn't make any sense to me.
Who I trust to actually be able to do the job. You can do the culture war stuff, and it's the icing on the cake. The cake has to be competent governance. And this is what you're seeing. Again, I'm going to use DeSantis the best example because he's the only one who's winning a huge victory now, the overwhelming victory. Dan Kemp, actually. We talked Kemp, too. Right? Kemp ran directly in the teeth of a lot of what Trump was saying about him. Trump didn't want to be the gubernatorial candidate. He ripped on him for a solid year and a half. After the election of 2020, he suggested that it was Kemp's fault that he had lost Georgia. And Kemp said, listen, I've done a good job in this state. I've made sure the state stayed open. I was competent. And on top of that, will there be some icing on culture war issues, and we can do all that. And people are like, okay, this guy's competent. I trust this guy with this job. And the same thing with DeSantis, except even more so. And then you can look at sort of this. So when we talk culture war, because that's what we do for a living, and when we talk about the issues that are really important to America, and I think the culture war issues are, in many ways, more important than the day-to-day in terms of the direction of the country over the long haul. When it comes to actually voting, in the same way that people will be polled and they'll say, I hate Congress is terrible, it's really bad. And then just keep voting for the same congressperson because they understand that the person, or they believe the person has a baseline level of competence. The Republicans have to stop putting up candidates who is appealing to the kind of most passionate side of them, as opposed to the candidate who they believe can actually convince people that they're going to be somewhat decent at the job. And this is something that you've all been over at AEI.
Well, this is good.
Correct.
Virginia 2, I thought it was going to go to the Republican, and it did. That's good. But I thought both of these, Virginia 7 and Virginia 10, there's a chance, but no. Looks like Spanberger eventually ended up pulling it out. In Virginia,
You're going to have Fox News. You're going to make sure that everybody hears what you have to say about a particular given topic. Well, that may be a great way of building your following. It is not a particularly great way of winning elections, as it turns out. And I think in 2008, and particularly in 2012, Democrats got high on their own supply. And I think in 2016, Republicans got high on their own supply. They still haven't come down yet. And the lesson that Democrats learned in 2012 is there's a forever coalition of minority voters that we can cobble together who will continue to vote for us no matter how stupid and crazy and woke we are. And they got smacked in the face by Donald Trump in 2016 on that basis, and then smacked in the face in terms of the House over the course of the subsequent years. Republicans in 2016 ran Donald Trump, and they got high in their own supply, which was, we can be as bombastic and break all the rules as we want. They don't understand. Obama was a unique candidate. Trump was a unique candidate. There are no more Obamas. There are no more Trumps. Carrie Lake is a unique talent. But it's hard to find unique talents.
Yeah.
You know what it's actually a lot easier to do? Finding steady, competent people who are not going to blow it out of the water. Not everybody needs to run for president. We need 400 people who aren't going to run.
I think it needs to be a little bit more holistic with this. I don't think you can divide it. First of all, I completely agree. When we're talking about this guy coming in and asking for a job and saying my values are the same, but I am going to bankrupt your company. No, the first thing he's got to do the job, and that's absolutely true. But if you look at Glenn Youngkin, I think he's the perfect example. He's a typical Chamber of Commerce Republican. It wasn't until he picked up on the education issue that he really started to move forward. It's not that, you should hammer that more. Gorton was ragging on him for not being more Trumpy. And I was thinking, no, this is a purple state. But it's a holistic approach. It's a way of looking at the world that Youngkin finally at least imitated. That put him over the top. And I think that you're right, it begins with competence, and you're right, it begins with political competence. And you're also right that Obama and Trump were outliers. but also, it is part of a way of life. It's, you think about prosperity and freedom because you also think that children should learn certain things and not other things. It's all one point of view, and I think that Republicans have just been too shy, in the old British sense, of cowardly, in talking about their whole vision, and in talking about a vision in and of itself.
So like the two breakout candidates, like Kerry Lake and DeSantis, right? I mean, DeSantis is already there, but just performance out of the park. And to me, the one thing that they both have in common, immediately and obviously, is not just the conviction of their beliefs, but they have rhetorical dexterity. When somebody comes at them with an attack question, they don't just take it. And not only do they not just take it, they come back with an answer that puts the person who's asking the questions. I remember when just a couple days ago when Kerry was asked a question about the woman whose son was died of a heart attack.
Okay, in Oregon, Betsy Johnson. If she doesn't get at least 10% of the vote, then I don't know if Christine Drazen's going to be able to get across the line to take this. So, my prediction on Oregon is not looking good. We'll see, but it's really tight right now. We'll see how it pans out, but if I was counting on Betsy Johnson here, who is somebody who's a Democrat, who's running as an independent, and I was expecting Tina Kotek to lose because Betsy Johnson was going to pull enough votes away. It's not looking that way right now.
We're doing all stick and no carrot, right? And we got a great carrot, and we're not able to basically formulate it in a way that people can connect.
All right, let's go to my state in California, see how the results are going.
I understand, of course, the economy is bad.
Yeah, those were given. We knew those were happening.
Vote against that. But you do have to give them something to vote for. You really do. You have to stand for something. And it isn't enough. Conservatism that's purely no, we don't want to change.
Let's see if my
because the world changes and things have to change. I mean, you and I have talked about this a million times. We don't actually want to go back to the 50s. We want to have some of those values move into this new world that we're in. And I just think that Republicans have been bad at this, and Trump was good at it. Trump was good at visionary politics. He wasn't good at actually governing. I don't think he wasn't as good at governing as I wish he would have happened. But he was good at visionary politics, and you can say anything you want about it. But I understood what he represented.
That was stupid. This is going to be stupid.
Guys, I just don't. I think that just reactionary gestures and basic, all capitalism all the time. Not winning.
Nobody said that all capitalism all the time is going to win. And I agree with you that Republicans should engage on social issues, particularly the stuff about kids.
This is the one that I really cared about, reproductive freedom. It's allowing abortions up until 40 weeks, and there's a bill in California where they're going to try to allow abortions up to a week after the baby's born. So, yeah, I hope this fails, but it's not going to, which is sickening.
Not win a double-digit victory. You should be winning a double-digit victory in Ohio. That is an underperformance by J.D. Vance, even if he wins the seat, which he did. Ohio 13, that was a Biden +3 seat. Trump endorsed a beauty queen over there, and Amelia Sykes held the seat. It's Biden +3. That's at 43% approval in blood-red state like Ohio now. Macy Captor is in Ohio 9. That is a Trump seat. That's the seat Trump won. She's a Democrat. She held the seat against another Trump candidate. This is not just a. This is the three scenarios are laid out at the front: red trickle, red tide, red wave. This is a red trickle. This is not a red tide. This is not a red wave. This is at best a red trickle.
So I want to go to our friend Megan Kelly, who's joining us right now to get a little bit of insight. We've all been talking, Megan, for the last 5 hours nonstop. We've gotten up from our seats. We're loopy. We're inarticulate. There's actually slurred speech happening. Please take us. Give us inject new life into us.
Well, I have to tell you, I haven't listened to the whole thing, but I feel like people got themselves all wound up that it was going to be the tsunami, and now they're failing to see that this is a big night, okay? Can we just remember that just about 4 weeks ago, it looked like absolute devastation compared to where we were a couple months before that. The Democrats had the wind at their back after Dobbs. Trump dominated August with Mar-a-Lago. The Republicans' numbers were free falling from astronomical heights back down to really dire numbers. And then, like a miracle, in mid-September, things started to change and their fortunes started to look better again. And let's say they don't win another seat in the House or in the Senate, that they don't win the Senate tonight, which I still think they will. But if they don't, and they only win the House, it's huge. It's obstruction. It stops the agenda. There will be no more Inflation Reduction Act nonsense. January 6th distractions are over. Their prime time show is done. Like, they needed to be stopped. They were out of control. And at a minimum, it appears that the American people have said, and seen on the nonsense that we've been witness to for the past 2 years. So that is cause for celebration. I'm with Elon Musk. I like divided government too. Whether they win the Senate or not, I don't know. But I'll tell you what, I can make a good case if I wanted a Republican president in 2024, that it is better for the GOP to not be in control of both branches of Congress. The more they control, the more they're going to get blamed. The more I've watched this for many years now from the anchor's desk. The more they control, the more the Democrats have their foil to say, we were going to do all these amazing things for you, except for that evil Mitch McConnell, and that evil Kevin McCarthy. It's going to be a lot tougher if they control the Senate and the GOP controls the House. Right now, I'm feeling good because I think we're getting divided government. I don't really care that much about whether the Republicans control both houses of Congress. I think you're right about candidate quality, but I think we're also learning that the Democrats are truly deeply ideological on some of these crazy issues. And the Republicans are just going to have to get real. They're going to have to get in there and get dirty and fight those battles where the Dems are.
And it was always a bad map for us in the Senate. We've known that for the last 2 years. We knew that this would be the heart. And things are more advantageous for us just from a straight map point of view. 2 years from now, there is a real opportunity for Republicans to have a great 2024. And to your point, if we stop their agenda in the House, we stop the Biden agenda in the House, just that alone will be cause to continue drinking well into whatever ultimate date they finally stop counting votes.
The only big thing, the biggest thing that would be looming if the Dems controlled the Senate would be a Supreme Court retirement or death, right? A Supreme Court vacancy of some kind, because obviously the Democrats would control that. I don't know when.
Well, that sucks. They called it for Kathy Hochul, and they called it for Gretchen Whitmer.
Plans of retiring under.
That is just awful.
Something worse happened to him. Yeah, but still, it's 6-3 right now. So, I mean, forgive me for just being all.
Yeah, this is not at all. This is not good. This is not a good night.
I'm just saying,
this is not the night it should have been.
The GOP not winning the Senate is really not that large. I realize it's a disappointment for people who wanted the tsunami, but look, remember how you.
Yeah, it's not even close, and it makes me worry about Arizona.
They end up at the House because anything that stops.
For both the governor and Senate seats right now. So
I wonder what you think about the sort of big winner of the night is going to be on the Republican side of DeSantis, who just crushed it in Florida. He's winning by 20 points in Florida and dragging the entire Republican Party victory across Florida. Meanwhile, I just want to read you. This is Donald Trump's only tweet since the election on Truth Social. You ready for this? Here it is. This is Donald Trump's response to the election so far. Joe O'Dea lost big, capital B-I-G. Make America great again. Joe O'Dea is the Republican candidate in Colorado who was not sufficiently pro-Trump. That is his only comment so far on the election, is that Joe O'Dea lost big in Colorado, make America great again by keeping Michael Bennet in the Senate. I don't know how this is going to play. Like, at a certain point, aren't people tired of this? I'm sorry. Like,
It's a really good
it's
question.
like,
That's what I've lived so far.
I'm sorry, this is extraordinarily exhausting. He spent the last 2 days and a half attacking Ron DeSantis, who's the only big winner of the election, and who expended actual resources trying to get other senators elected. And then his first statement during the election is ripping on Joe O'Dea. That's his move.
Okay, can I tell you what you sound like to me, Ben? You sound like there's no way the Republican Party is going to stand by him after that attack on Joe.
Oh, no, I'm not saying that.
No, I'm just
yeah,
saying,
it's absolutely stupid.
It's another. No, they are not going to get sick of it. No, they are not going to abandon him over this. No, the hardcore Trump faithful is not mad about any of that, and they don't really love Ron DeSantis anywhere near as much as they love Trump, so he can get away with it.
You don't think that they're going to hold Trump responsible for picking candidates by whether or not they think?
So, what we're finding out now is that the 3 governors who deserve to lose the most all won their races today.
Now you're depressing me that the former president.
I mean, I'm really sickened by that. Gavin Newsom, Whitmer, and Hochul all won their races. It makes absolutely no sense. Especially Whitmer. I have no idea how Whitmer. She is. Oh my God, she's awful.
Did not control the Senate. He told people for a month.
So yeah, it's
He was not disqualified on that basis. Why?
just absolutely terrible. This is actually to me this. I'm disgusted with the Republican Party right now for them to lose these kind of races that are infinitely winnable. It's I don't know how Arizona is going to look now because yeah, it's absolutely sickening. I don't know. So
In the win column, to spin it. And let's face it, his art.
But like I said earlier, if Republicans don't come out of this election cycle with a majority in the Senate and at least 235 House seats, the entire Republican leadership needs to go. They should be gone.
There's no one who can take him down.
It's absolutely ridiculous that they're not performing better than they are today.
I hate to disagree with you, and I hope that you're wrong. Obviously, I think that that because Trump can't hold himself back, he will take a pot shot at DeSantis within the next 48 hours. I mean, just without a doubt. And I'm sorry, but the only thing that maybe I'm too online, or maybe I have too many Republican friends. But the only thing Republicans feel good about tonight is Florida. It's like the only thing that Republicans feel like really good. Not just like, okay, we can console ourselves. We'll do the New York Times calming ourselves by putting our face in cold water thing, and then we'll realize that we have the hell. The only thing that people are truly pumped up about is the fact that Florida was great for Republicans tonight. When Trump goes out there within the next week, because he's declaring for the presidency, and he starts ripping on the only state that's did well for Republicans while celebrating Joe Day losing in Colorado to a Democrat, like,
All right.
will sanity, will someone be sane, for 5 seconds?
Here, I got you, Ben. Here, so believe it or not, I recognize all of Donald Trump's flaws. I do. But he's polling better and better in these hypothetical matchups against Joe Biden or some hypothetical Democrat. I am not convinced that he cannot beat a Democrat, that he's not the best choice to take on that role. He is the 800-pound gorilla. He knows even better than DeSantis how to fight. He's got a way bigger name recognition and some brand loyalty. The GOP.
All right, Devin, I'm seeing you here, just seeing your chat here. I'm checking my chat for the first time.
His core will be out there for him.
Well, that's good. You're getting those write-in votes. That's good. You got to actually run then, man. You have a solid, it's 1%, but you got people that'll vote for you. So maybe take a look at that.
To the actual policies that he put in place, most of us really like them. So it may be like one of these again, like, oh, what happened? But there's something to wrap around yourself when you go to bed tonight, like a Supreme Court justice, taxes, and somebody who fights the woke wars that we're all in.
There's also just understanding whose movie it is. It is Donald Trump's movie. We're all but bit parts, right? In the movie that is Donald Trump's movie. His name is right there at the beginning. It said Trump across the screen. And their narrative is an actual power that exists in the universe. It's as much I don't think that narrative is just something that we create to help us understand the world. I think it's something that exists because the world is the way that it is. And it is Donald Trump's story right up until it isn't. It's never been, there are things that have happened in my lifetime in politics that you simply could not have scripted. They would have told you it was too on the nose. You couldn't have made up that on the eve of the election in 2004.
Yeah, Devin, I definitely recommend you run for whatever is going to work for you. So I'm just looking in the chat here, Devin. I mean, running that state house, get that at least get that experience so that you can get an idea of like, okay, where are you lacking when it comes to your campaigns? Who do you need to bring in to make sure you win these elections, win extra votes? Who can you get to volunteer for you to go and canvass, stuff like that. So that's a big deal. So yeah, definitely keep trying at it, keep going, and Yeah, like I said, I mean, you and Amelia Dahl, you guys have kind of, I'm gonna start getting more active here in my hometown here in California. Hopefully, I mean, I'm stuck in a very blue state, so it's a uphill battle. But if I can hopefully head off some of the more terrible things here locally, maybe we can keep my area from being the shithole that other parts of California have become.
He's not on the ballot tonight, and he's the only person I've seen that gets people to vote. You've seen his rallies. Now the question is, how wide does that go? And a little discipline would help. But nevertheless, he's a vote for guy. There are millions of people who are like, I'm in. Yeah. And Biden is a vote against guy. Right? He was elected to the degree that he was elected in 2020. It was a vote against Trump, is what that. But nobody gets up in the morning and goes, I think I'm going to go out and look at pictures of Joe Biden again today, because he's not a vote for guy. He's a vote against guy. Yeah. And so you kind of have to hold on to your strengths, and you got it. So here you got this vote for guy, Donald Trump. Can we do something to turn down the negatives a little bit? Can we just kind of
no?
All right, let's see here. Let's see.
That's vote for guy, Donald Trump. Can we do something to turn down the negatives a little bit? We just kind of got.
That's weird. Check.
They didn't really have a choice. He's pretty much sitting all the time unless he's in sleeping. Being changed. That's true. That's gotta be humiliating.
Let's see here.
Pretty hard to get and bark out orders when you're being changed. Hey, we should lower taxes. My opponent thinks that we should lower taxes, but I don't think we should. I disagree on account of the fact that he's a grown man being changed. Yeah. They're wiping his ass there and saying lower taxes. I propose we do that, Mr. being wiped ass.
Yeah, this was a night when I thought Washington would have been really close in play, but yeah, it's just the obvious winners are winning. The ones that were close, but the Democrats were ahead, Democrats won. And even close Republican seats that were looking like they should have gone Republican are too close.
What is it you think we should be covering? We have so many pieces of material that are prepared. We have, of course, the Corbett a little bit. Oh, you're not going to need a microphone. Yeah. Are we good? We need to bring it up a little more, or is it good? We good? Yeah, you talk about it.
Are we good?
it's like if you stuff out like to do it, people will get almost past
So one of my college friends, Amelia Dahl, barely missed out on being a county commissioner in North Dakota. So Amelia, I'm looking at these results here. Tough loss, really close, but hey, you put yourself out there, and good work. I mean, it's tough. Just putting yourself out there for people. Basically, you're putting yourself out there to be judged, and there's a lot of that takes a lot of courage. So anybody running for any kind of public office, you definitely you got in some level my respect. But you definitely do. Anybody I consider a friend gets the thumbs up for me. So good job putting yourself out there, and maybe better luck next time.
So there's victory to be had or trends to be seen even in losses when we look at the House. Because we're going to overtake the House, and they're also making major gains in places that we shouldn't be making major gains.
Right.
Yeah,
that's
right. Yeah. Brown, I heard that.
That being said, that can just be a switch of like 4 votes. Well, that's it. You don't have to go knocking into the doors. No, it's just some people decided to vote for their second home instead.
And I think one interesting thing, and I think you touched on a little bit when we were kind of updating the RCP numbers right before, we just updated them last night. All the switches that we looked at today, every single one of them was in Republican. Every one of them. Right. So that's kind of my feeling when I was putting it in, and there were big changes in all of them.
Yeah, and that inflection point can be about 5-week point. Depending on some races might be 6 or 7, but that 5-week point, there was a noticeable shift.
Right. Especially in those kind of Rust Belt states that Trump won in 2016 that no one thought he was going to win. The Wisconsin, Michigan.
I hate my worst Michigan, remember? Oh, yeah. I really did not think. We were there that night, and I said, there's no way he's winning Michigan. But I think I said, of course, he's going to win Ohio. And I think I was pretty confident he would win Pennsylvania. But he won Michigan and Wisconsin, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes.
And I was very surprised at both, but particularly Michigan.
I was not as shocked. That's true.
I was shocked because I went down to the Bernie rallies, and they were huge in Michigan.
Oh, they were, yeah.
But I didn't account for was the fact that a lot of Bernie people hated Hillary Clinton and a lot of Bernie people ended up switching over to Donald Trump, and a lot of them switched back. Those are people who said, well, the Trump voter, Democrat, those are the Bernie voters.
Yeah.
So, well, they should have. Yeah. All right. Is there anything else that you want to
No, Twitter. It should not take time to count all the votes. Florida is the 3rd largest state in the country by population, and they got done in 2 hours after the polls closed. Go fuck yourself, Twitter. All right, that is not true. Somebody tell Elon that this is bullshit.
Trump is different states.
Yeah, you're not on the ballot.
I'm just going to say Bowman actually is down by about 9,000 votes for FRINSC, the last name pronunciation there, in Colorado. So that's about it in one of his lists. There's still some time to go. It's only 77% in, so I don't have any details on which counties she's over there. But she's actually losing right now. So that's a big story. Hey, hold on a second right now, really quickly, too, in Georgia, just so you also see, it looks like, if I'm not mistaken, it looks like, does Warnock have fewer of his votes remaining uncounted than Herschel Walker, meaning there are more uncounted Walker votes? No, so Walker's got a 19-point advantage on 23% left, or 28% left, and it's hard to look at that and go, yes, he's going to win. Oh, well, that's right, because Warnock, most of his votes came from mail-in. Yeah, so those aren't counted yet. Well, they have to count the early votes later. Yeah, 25. Well, also the insane amount of mail-in votes, which have to be counted after. Yeah. It's definitely narrowing it down to somewhere around 15,000 votes right now. It's referred to as the Black Friday vote. Oh, really? You just keep voting until, well, they count them on Black Friday. Oh. They get the Thanksgiving holiday to, make it happen. Yep. Turkey votes. Either way, you're getting a deal on TV. Let's see, John King, who's, by the way, completely straight. Yeah. He's doing something on CNN that, oh my God, look at his hand. It looks like it's grabbing that, Let's pronounce it.
If they continue to come in disproportionately Democratic as they are now, then you see the size of the circle being he's got the margin percentages, different kinds of votes, and understand where they're coming from. If you look at this, this is not a, and they're both below 55 right now. You see where it comes in. I have something I want to talk to you about for Pennsylvania, but before we do that, I'm going to throw the Anderson over this panel was a over all of what we could do.
Was it just me, or was that a needlessly gay little laugh? Yeah. That's not becoming a professional broadcaster. Like, what do you think, Anderson? She would say. Pretty birthday! Oh, gee. Well, that's from my neighbor, one of the, yeah, like CC. That's my favorite joke of the night. Hey, look at really quickly before we bring on the board. Hey, dude, if you want to just come, let us know if you want to come to campaign. All right, is somebody at ready?
Well, the only thing I wanted to add was kind of on the Florida race is just one detail that I think was not touched upon as much as it needs to be focused was that Jen Psaki put out this tweet earlier, and actually Reg brought it to my attention, that she's saying, well, this is not all Latino voters. They don't represent, that's just the old Cubans, not the young generation. But if you look at the final results of DeSantis, he won by 1.5 million votes.
Yeah.
He won the last election by 30,000 votes. So I'm guessing that some people that are younger also have been, they're really worried because this election in Florida, and if we see the same things, even in where it's close, California, where the district seats an Asian American community, right? That's a repudiation of the demographic suggesting argument that the Democrats have been making for ad nauseum.
Do we have actually those numbers? Do we put them in the map as far as the Hispanic votes in these districts that went heavily for not only Donald Trump but some local elections? It is kind of starting because of not local elections. So fortunate, but yes, yes. No, I understand that it's a component of this as far as demographics. The left plan not bringing in as many people that are possible legally. What's backfired is they didn't realize that some of these people didn't just want to correct. But some of them also are still maintaining the values from and yeah, Texas, the idea was because of more Hispanic voters, it was going to be, it's more red than it was. Florida was going to be, well, it's more red. The only exception is Arizona goes to the it's not good. It's not great. It's not great except in Arizona, but it's a smaller state than Texas, Florida. I mean, the idea that, oh, more Hispanics mean it's going to become, look, Texas has more Hispanic voters and more Californians, and it's more red.
Well, they get here and they experience what it's like to live in a place that has freedom. They're not going to tax you back. So they,
Let's see here.
socially, are not crazy.
I mean, that's also kind of a misconception that the people coming from, I know it's easy to say, no, California, like Texas, but in general and overall, if you look at the people coming from California.
All right, so I kind of made two predictions in the House that I thought were kind of long shots. I thought there were two House races. I thought Fung in Rhode Island was going to take that seat, Rhode Island 2. He did not, so there's that, or she. Either way, the Republican is not winning that. And I think it was... Let me check my map again. I think it was... I think it was 23. Yes, I think it was. So I thought the Republican Bud was going to win that election. Turned out no. So those are my two long shots. The ones in Texas I thought were long shots, but I thought they'd win. Well, the one I thought was a long shot, but I thought would win was Maya Flores, because she's an incumbent. She's running against another incumbent because of redistricting. It's not looking good, so that kind of sucks. I thought we were going to see a legitimate break in the Hispanic vote. I thought the Hispanic vote was going to show up in large numbers and really turn the tide for Republicans, especially in South Texas. Turns out that's not looking like it's going to happen. So, yeah, we'll see how it goes, but it's not looking good.
This guy can suck a bag of potatoes.
Now let's talk about this book. So it's kind of a love letter written to my kids, my twins. I have one boy and one girl, and you can get it from trytobook.com. You can order it right now. Of course, it'll be available here going into Christmas season. But for people expecting some kind of book, it's not about a trans kid. It's also not about the child who votes for Donald Trump. It's just a classic, well, meant to be classical type book about boys and girls, about twin boys and twin girls. It's called Beautiful Differences. And it's really about how boys and girls are different, fearfully, wonderfully made, how they are different, how that's okay.
All right, well, it looks like Herschel Walker's taken a little bit more of a lead recently, like in the last few minutes, because I checked a little bit ago and Herschel Walker was only up by 1,000 votes, like maybe 1,500. He's up by, what is that, 17,000 now? So, yeah, this is looking like a runoff, which sucks. Let's see here. Where are we at right now? Probably it's at 45. 1, 2, 3. Get you up to 48. Yeah, this map is nothing like I thought. Absolutely nothing like I thought. So 48. Alaska, one way or another, is most likely going to be a Republican. So,
That's what it is. And frankly,
that's not Oklahoma. That's Alaska. I don't know what they're doing there. Let's see here. Kelly Shabaka is the one that we're really working on here. Is the one that that I'm pulling for anyway.
Whatever it may be, right? This is kind of fun because it actually pushes back. It doesn't do it directly, but indirectly what they're going to hear, right? And it informed ears saying, hey, there are these differences with girls. This is not a political message, but I know that you're going to face an argument later. Well, I think it's honestly sad because, you know, we have I know, especially having a twin boy and twin girl, kids have questions. I mean, my dad had to explain to me how boys were different. Just something you need to be able to answer. Not, I'm not just talking about boys have a weenie, girls have a weenie. I'm talking about the fact that boys are different than girls are. They always have these questions, and now it's considered controversial to answer those questions. This book is just designed to say, hey, look, boys and girls are different. It's okay. They're both beautiful in their own ways, and they're the same in a lot of ways. You can be happy, you can be sad, and both of you.
Why haven't the numbers moved in Arizona in like 30 minutes? I mean, I really cannot fathom why the states that have had the biggest controversy surrounding them, their votes don't move. They had all the issues last time, and you know, Michigan's still at 41% reporting. That's stupid. Arizona is at 47% reporting. Now they're moving faster than Michigan. Like, at least Oregon's kind of got it together. They do a lot of mail-in ballots, so that's kind of rough. But I mean, if they're mailed in, they should be there. You know, they're there early. You should be able to get them counted early.
They have a whole other one. They have a whole other one. Just a bunch of samurai swords and tearful.
Let's see what's going on in Daily Wire.
Abortion. We see it from Republicans sometimes on sort of fringe things that are considered fringe social issues. For DeSantis, who's part and parcel of his broader agenda, which is I stand with parents, and that was built on top of the I'm not going to force you to mask your kids. I'm not going to take your kids out of school. I'm going to make sure that your kids aren't forced to get a vax. Right? I'm going to do all of these things for you. And on top of that, I'm going to make sure your kids aren't indoctrinated. And he did. And he did. And that's why, again, they would do these polls in Florida, and the National Democrats would be like, this is so crazy, it's so radical. And then they poll these issues in Florida, and they find these are actually real popular issues in Florida. But it's a different thing when Ron DeSantis, very competent governor who's able to handle a hurricane, does it, versus when Doug Mastriano, quasi-crazy person, apparently, does it in Pennsylvania. When Doug Mastriano campaigns on that, people are like, well, yeah, but that's also attached to like all this other stuff that you're saying over here. It's an adjunct to sort of the main event. And so,
But to Bill's point, the press, whatever you do as a Republican, the press are going to ask you, well, what about, a 12-year-old girl who gets pregnant when she's raped by her father?
Right.
And they're going to ask you those questions. And I think that those are the things every Republican who gets that question, anybody could have told me he was going to get that question. They're all like, yeah. And you have to have a holistic approach. You're absolutely right about this thing. We have no argument about the competence issue right now. And I think it's everything with the politics. These guys are supposed to be executives. They're supposed to run things. They're supposed to run the thing that they're given. But you have to have a holistic, a visionary kind of approach.
this is where I think that I keep coming back to the same thing with confidence. Because I think that the Democrats' pitch on democracy doesn't hold, and it wasn't going to hold.
Yeah.
But the one thing it did is it made some people in the Republican Party look clownish. And when you're able to make the other party look clownish, it's a very positive thing for your own party, right? The whole art of politics is make it very difficult to vote for your opponent, but make it very easy to vote for you.
Yeah.
And the Democrats did not make it easy to vote for themselves, but they did make it kind of hard to vote for some of the Republicans, right? They did a fairly good job of labeling some of the Republicans. The Republicans did a good job of falling right into those boxes sometimes in competitive House races, in a lot of these Senate races. And Republicans need to understand that it's easy to make it hard to vote for the Democrats. That part's the easy part, because what they're doing is so crazy and so nutty. But you actually have to make it really easy to vote for you. And what makes it easy to vote for you is that you appear as though you can do the job. You don't appear as though your chief mechanism is attention getting. And
Yeah, so what I'm really looking at here is that I think the issue here is that my issue here is that there was so many, and I'm picking up what Ben Shapiro was saying on the Daily Wire, is that yeah, I mean there has to be something weird going on here that Republicans weren't able to capitalize as much and really win. I mean, the fact that Lauren Boebert is not way ahead right now in Colorado, I think is huge. The fact that Colorado 8th District is the Kirkmeyer is not way ahead right now, I think is huge. The fact that these two races are not already done, like they should have been called by now for a Republican, that is unnerving. Same thing in Montana, the 1st District. How do you not have that sealed up? I mean, that should be locked in. Granted, it's fairly early. The polls just the polls closed there 2 hours ago. I mean, I've driven through that part of Montana several times. Sure, it's hard to get the ballots to the right place. Same thing in Idaho here. But still, it is a bit unnerving. I mean, this part of Oregon is just as rural, and we're able to get that called. So it is frustrating seeing how Republicans they're just underperforming today in all the big races, and I'm just wondering, like, is it bad candidate selection? It's not money. I know that. Donald Trump has $100 million just chilling. So does Ron DeSantis. Mitch McConnell yanked a bunch of money out of Arizona and New Hampshire. I don't know what that was about. Those were two races that could have been won. Arizona's still up in the air right now, but when are we going to know? Because Arizona apparently decides, oh, we're just going to take forever to count our votes, which, again, doesn't make any sense considering Florida's done. Yeah, effectively done counting all their votes. Ohio's basically called most of their races. I think they're out. There's a few races that are outstanding. I mean, I don't get what the problem is here. So it's a bit annoying. Yeah. I'm obviously frustrated by all this. Let's see here. Let me take a look. Yeah, all these governor races are, basically they've just turned against Republicans. I really thought Tudor Dixon was going to pull this out. That really frustrates me. I I don't get it. But I'm going with this. If Kerry Lake and Blake Masters, I think if Kerry Lake doesn't win in Arizona, I think it's time we can just start calling Arizona a blue state. Um, yeah, so we've got to, Republicans are going to have to realize they're probably going to have to write Arizona off. I think enough Californians move there, and they're intent on turning Arizona into a shithole, just like California. So yeah, we'll see how that goes. So yeah, but I'm going to take a little bit of a break, and I'll be back.
So fortunately, we have two lovely ladies doing it for us. Ladies, what's going on the Twitters, etc.?
Okay, guys, obviously this red wave is not necessarily going exactly as we thought it would, but I can't say that the Dems, are all that happy about it online. No, because as we know, you can never please the left. They will always be angry about something. You can never please the mob. So this Twitter account, I'm not sure if it's a troll or not, but this just caught my attention. It says, as a gender-fluid lesbian, I do not feel safe living in the U.S. This is why I always carry a knife with me. I still can't decide whether or not to move to Canada or Sweden, but at least those two are better than here. Which, okay, again, this could be a troll, but the fact that we don't know is the scary part. Unbelievable. There's also something else that I found that's sort of appalling, but it was interesting. At a polling station, this is what it looked like. And see this picture? It's just a bunch of rainbow flags. And I thought there's one flag that seems to be missing from this photo. And it's just crazy thinking about the Georgia voting laws and the fact that campaigns couldn't give people, water, and yet this is allowed. Yes. And speaking of Georgia, there was something funny that Stacey Abrams posted, which is this: Little Miss Future Governor, the great state of Georgia. All right. And then swipe seems kind of reminiscent of something else we saw a couple years ago. Happy birthday to this future. Okay, didn't end up turning out in the paper. So tough. So tough. But I feel like there's one thing that we really need to talk about. This stood out above them all. Thankfully, comfortably smug, made us aware of it. LOL, New York Times telling Dems to literally breathe like a baby to cope. And we should walk through a few of these quick steps because I find it incredibly interesting. Thank you, New York Times, also, just for helping me through this evening. So their first tip is to try 5-finger breathing. Trace the outside of your hand.
Arizona's numbers haven't moved.
When you trace up, breathe.
It's absolutely ridiculous that they can't get
breathe out. Can't make this stuff up.
this shit counted faster.
Plunge your face into a bowl with ice water for 15 to 30 seconds. You should get it full of ice. Guys, remember the ice bucket challenge? That's what New York Times is asking you to do. They're telling us to move, to walk around. This is my favorite one. Breathe like a baby. What does that mean? They elaborate. Focus on expanding your belly as you breathe, which can send more oxygen to your brain. See, this is the difference between the left and right.
All right. Well, at least they finally called this in North Carolina. That's good.
And yet I can still breathe. Yeah, you don't need a step-by-step on how to have fun. And then it says, limit your scrolling. Consider plotting out specific times when you will look for election updates.
All right, let's take a look at this.
So apparently spending too much time on Twitter is not necessarily a good thing, according to New York Times. Apparently not. Which is good for us. We should probably step away from our screens for a little bit. I'll send it back to you guys after short.
That people who cannot fight for themselves and shouldn't have to. Public schools covered up the rape of a 14-year-old girl with a handkerchief boy wearing a skirt. They arrested the father of the victim. The students are being exposed to pornography in schools.
One book describes a fourth-grade boy performing oral sex on an adult male.
The transgender stuff, it's smart. We are talking about things they don't want to talk about.
You cannot become a man.
They're performing healthcare disease. And anything, pretending your sex does not exist.
The ones about 4 years ago, what is
That's a great question.
we have exposed Vanderbilt's child mutilation practices. We have made sexual indoctrination of children and medical child abuse
Let's see.
enormous national issues.
We're not going to rest until every child is protected from this madness.
Yeah, I'm going here, and I'm just saying right now, if it basically, if Blake Masters loses in Arizona, it will pretty much effectively mean that Republicans won't be able to take the Senate. So I am pretty convinced that if the Republican, and I've said this earlier, if Blake, especially if Blake Masters loses, I think Mitch McConnell needs to not be the leader anymore. Now, I think Mitch McConnell should not be the leader in the Senate anyway, but it's but this is egregious. I mean, getting New Hampshire was a winnable race. and to get smoked that bad, you had to pour money into New Hampshire, and you didn't. You just pulled all the money out of there. If the same thing happens here to Blake Masters in Arizona, it's almost like Mitch McConnell decided, oh no, we're fine with Democrats winning statewide elections. Well, that's how you lose presidential elections. That's how you lose Senate majorities. Eventually, that's how you lose House races too. So it's
Bad news.
it's absolutely ridiculous.
But I do want to say, for playing all these trailers for great content at Daily Wire Club, we're really proud of the offerings we put together this year. And, because of our Daily Wire members that were able to be here, we have great supporters in the advertising space. We brought you some ads from some of our top advertisers, Good Ranchers, Stamps.com, Legacy Box, who I think is maybe our OG advertiser at this stage. We're happy. ExpressVPN, all of our best advertisers really weighed in tonight, and we're grateful to them. But at the end of the day, it's our Daily Wire Plus members who make it possible for us to do all the work that we do to make all of this content we're bringing. People out great content like What is a Woman, Greatest Life of Soul, unbelievable Trump documentary, My Dinner with Trump, which we haven't seen it yet. Truly must be believed. I think no ex-president in the history of the country has ever given such unfettered access to a meal between he and his advisors. It really is a remarkable thing. How are we able to produce that kind of content? Some people will see and say, oh, if you really want to save the country, you put the content out for free so everyone can see it. But it's precisely the opposite. That's the end of the content. That's the end of the if you really want to save the country, I would say you have to build an institution capable of self-sustaining and creating more.
Well, I mean, I think Democrats can look at this night and go, thank God it wasn't as bad as it could have been. Democrats are going to be able to look at this night and go, okay, well, I mean, we held in New Hampshire. There's a possibility that they could still pick up. This is a pickup in Pennsylvania. Pick up in Pennsylvania. Possibly they could hold in Georgia. Possibly hold here. So, yeah.
But we're doing, I think, the best work of anybody in the country today. I would stack up what we're doing in Daily Wire against anyone. I think the biggest conservative nonprofits are less effective. I think the conservative media companies, I think there's some great ones out there who merit the support, but I think we've left behind. And we're only just getting started. So, again, dailywire.com, dailywire.com, hit that subscribe button. Join us. It's an important mission, and it's a mission that will trade you value for value. We're going to create more excellent content that does have a huge impact on the country. You've seen it with the work Matt's been doing, even at the state.
But yeah, like I was saying, the Democrats, should be very thankful that this did not go as bad as they hoped or bad as they thought. Yeah, I mean, they could have lost in New Hampshire. There's a possibility that they could win in Pennsylvania. It's looking more and more it's looking less likely that they'll win in Pennsylvania, but it is still a possibility that they ran a brain damaged candidate. But Pennsylvania apparently has a habit of voting for brain damaged people. So,
do take the House, even if it's by 3 seats. And I know the fact we have to say if is crazy. Yeah, that's crazy. It's nuts. And I don't think, the Senate, we could still take the Senate. And even if we take them both by 1 seat, that is a big win, and that actually does impede Joe Biden. And it's not what we wanted, but. So what if we lose? That also big win. I would like to push back and see your direction, okay?
Because I was listening to Megan, and she's this lady. She really is incisive when she's talking about these things. But these guys need to be rebuked, and they're not. And I don't really know. I think part of that is some badly picked candidates. But I don't know if that's the whole story. I think
nice.
Just a confusion and a division in the Republican Party. It is not ready for the fight. These guys, everything the Democrats touch, every single thing that the fingers on the work has been true for 60, 70 years. It was Jason Wiley with that book about waxing please stop helping us. I think we could also that us, please stop helping us. Let's leave us alone. Make everything worse. And yet, the elected us not repeat the manner they deserve. And I think that's a bad thing. I mean, I think that I think we're still going to take the House. I think we have a chance at the Senate. It's going to be a lot less in the House, and it's probably going to be your trickle numbers.
It's it, like right now,
Yeah.
we're talking like, they're forecasting 7 seats,
Maybe. Yeah.
7 seats, less than 50 seats. That's
I think
that's
it's, I think
Well, it's the job of the Republicans to articulate what that review is supposed to be exactly.
I agree with you.
And they didn't do that. And to go back to what we were saying before, it really comes down to what is your message? What's the Republican Party's message? What does it stand for? These candidates, what do they stand for? And I just, the curse of the Republican Party, it's been this way for years now, is these candidates, you listen to them talk, they're just saying things, I don't believe that they believe everything they're saying. They're just sort of talking. And, picking up talking points, whatever works, they say it. Of course, that's all politics is good to a certain extent.
Biden, Schumer, Pelosi, I mean, that's for them too.
It's worse. It's worse than the Republicans.
I always go back to the fact that, the GOP hated Reagan, didn't want him. The minute he was gone, I mean, obviously Bush was vice president, but they kind of pushed Bush on him to begin with, and you got this mediocrity. I mean, both Bushes were good people. I like them personally, but they were not conservatives. As Buckley said, they were conservative, they were not a conservative.
Yeah, right.
That made all the difference. And I think that when you think about the Mitt Romneys, the John McCain's, and the Jeb Bushes, who they would have run if they could have. This is a party without a vision, without any real goal that they're trying.
It's like the Tories in England. They're just
I'm gonna push back a tiny bit with a question. There is a question that we haven't asked since the mood turned dour, and that is, what role, if any, was played by, in the last week of this campaign, Donald Trump reasserted himself in a major way into the national conversation. He started attacking Ron DeSantis. He held a giant rally last night, which, everyone from Benny Johnson to Seth Gorka was intimating would be him announcing for the presidency on the eve of the election, which it makes a voter, and maybe it's one of these young
new tax deals a week ago that he's going to announce. So we know he's not sure to announce. It's a good question. Which date?
He throws himself back into the conversation at a time when this election should not have in any way been by him. Did that have an impact on what's actually happening?
Of course it does. I think that I don't know. I think he might pay a price for that. I think that I thought for 3 years he was one of the best presidents of my lifetime. I really did. I thought he did wonderful things. If he only overturned, one of the justices who overturned Roe would have been in the Hall of Fame for me. But even so, he was better than that. He did really good things. Could be incredibly annoying, but really terrific, and I celebrated. After he lost that election, and you're right, that it seems to drive people crazy. Al Gore started to think the world was going to end. Sold that.
I met Mike Dukakis once in college. This was decades after he lost. And we weren't even asking about that race in '92. Within 5 minutes, he brought it up. He was angry as though it happened the day before.
Jimmy Carter is still an angry man. There's not a rage. It's obviously a tough thing, but with a guy with his ego, with Trump's ego, I think it's just absolutely transformative. It's transformed him from an egotist to an utter egotist. I mean, he was always about himself, but now he's not about anything else. I think it's
okay. So this football team sucks. Okay, let's put it this way. And some coaches need to be fired.
Yeah.
So are we going to fire some coaches or not? I mean, that's really what the Republican Party is going to have to ask itself. And I don't just mean Trump here. I mean, where's the House leadership?
Yeah.
Okay, Kevin McCarthy led a House that had 212 seats into an election with a historically unpopular president and an economy that's in the middle of an incipient recession and 4-year high inflation. And he's going to pick up less than 10 seats. Does he need to get, where's the leadership class of the Republican Party? It does not exist. And the one place it does exist, the Republicans did really, really well. Right? And so the question is, where's the leadership class of the National Republican Party? Donald Trump is not the leader of the National Republican Party because the only thing that he leads is Donald Trump. He's not leading the Republican Party because he's not interested in the Republican Party. He's literally tweeting out against a candidate in his own party who lost and attacking members of his own party in the middle of election cycles who are not sufficiently bending the knee to him. So he's clearly not the leader of the Republican Party in any real sense, in the sense that a coach is a person who leads the team onto the field so that they achieve victory as a team. That's not something that Trump is interested in. He's interested in him. And if there's some sort of ancillary victory that the team achieves, great. They can take care of it.
The other thing to remember is Donald Trump in 2016 was not a Republican in any.
This is not a moral critique of Donald Trump.
Yeah.
This is a simple description of the situation. He's not the leader of the
But
Republican
that's what I'm saying. He never was a
That's
Republican.
fine. I agree with you. All of that's true. And none of this is, again, to sort of ignore all of the things that he did while he was president of the United States. But he's not the leader of anything other than Donald Trump. This has always been true of Donald Trump. If there's ancillary crossover, it was ancillary.
Yeah.
Okay, so he's not the leader. McCarthy clearly is not a leader because he presented no agenda at all. And not only that, he was unable to dissociate from Trump to the extent that the election was not about Trump. Right? You would figure that he would do what he would have to do in order to make sure that his own House members could win. Namely, do whatever he had to do to take the hit from Trump. He's going to say it to Rick McCarthy. Take the hit from Trump and create room between the other House candidates and Trump sufficient that they could win. He didn't. So where exactly is the House leadership in all of this? McConnell, I will say he did his best to intervene in, again, this is not me standing for Mitch McConnell. I got a lot of problems with Mitch McConnell. McConnell tried to intervene in a bunch of Senate races where Donald Trump basically overruled him in the Senate race, and he got none of his favorite candidates. He wanted Dave McCormick in Pennsylvania. He did not want Herschel Walker in Georgia. He did not want Blake Masters in Arizona.
But then is that not to say that Trump is the leader of the Republican Party and that he overrules the rest of the leaders?
Well, I mean, no. So he's the leader in the Republican Party in the sense that he can put his thumb on the scale. But he's not a leader in the sense that he actually gives a crap what the team wins or not. I mean, he proved that in Georgia last time around.
Trump definitely has help. This is, like you've been saying all night, this is really candidate.
I agree with you.
And I was saying before about these Republican candidates who are just saying things they don't believe what they're saying. I said, what about Schumer and Pelosi and this sort? And yeah, that's true on the Democrat side of it, but at the same time, how many conservatives are in the Democrat Party masquerading as liberals? So like it doesn't rise. Right. Whereas in the Republican Party, you got Dr. Oz is a far left. Yeah. He's a far leftist. I mean, he was shilling for transing the kids in 2011. And abortion months ago. Right. And they nominate him for they give him the nomination, and then voters are saying, why the hell would we go with this guy? If we want a liberal Democrat, we got the real deal here. Why would we go with this guy? That's the Republicans do that. You take leftists that don't believe any of
They may hold up Manchin, but I think it would be a weak. I think there are
maybe the one possible exception. The exception that proves the rule.
I'd like to invite on now our good friend Dennis Prager from PragerU, among other things. No. Live almost anything on the internet today.
Yeah, this is a disaster for Republicans. I mean, they're probably going to take back the House. I don't see them winning the Senate.
But I think anyone to really understand the world in which they live. Dennis, thank you so much for coming on. Listen, it's late in the evening. We're slurring our words. I've already said like manja, fuzzy sushi. I don't know. We really need the help of a seasoned and professional broadcaster. So thank you.
Well, first of all, I'm on Danish time. I just came in from Denmark.
Wow.
I don't know what time it is. I am theoretically 3 hours behind you, 2 hours behind you, and 7 hours ahead of you. So it's an honor. I just want to tell you guys, I have never joined a conversation, and this is rare for me to speak like this, where I have nothing brilliant to add. You guys, I'm telling you, you guys have covered this so well. I will only say in my own words what a bunch of you have said, and I have said this though longer than you because I'm older than all of you, and I think, and I will tell you, I have said to every Republican that I have ever met, every Republican candidate, every Republican in office, you have no message. Your message has to be what the left is doing to the United States, and the Democratic Party is the party of the left. That is it. That is your raison d'etre, to stop the damage that they are doing. Most Americans...
Okay, so Mike Lee won, good thing. McMullen lost. It's good.
2 years, rendering our schools to be sexualized objects, to make kids aware of their sexuality when they don't even have one. to have.
So there's really only 5. Was there? Let's see here. Well, no, they've got most likely a Republican's going to win in Alaska, so that's 1.
Right. And all these other candidates.
So that gets you to 48. So we got 48. So Republicans have to win half. Well, they have to win. Let's see here, 3. Yeah, 3 out of the 5 that are left, not including Alaska, in order to be able to win this and to take control of the Senate. I'm not seeing that happening.
The question is quickly turned to 2024 because one silver lining to me that, since I've been dead down literally all night, I was very excited.
Oh, great.
She's lovely. She's lovely. By the way, this is also, you go to cigarsdaily.com, friend of mine, not official sponsor, just to let you know. Tip over there. If you smoke cigars, go to Cigar Daily. They have a product sale plus 1 sampler, so you can know exactly what it is that I really enjoy.
Okay, so the only thing is, this map is exactly what I said it was going to be at the beginning of the night, and it's still pissing me off. The only thing that's different is I thought Herschel Walker was going to be able to get the he's down by 1,500 votes right now, 1,700 votes. Herschel Walker's back underneath Warnock, and yeah, this is just ridiculous. This should be a blowout wave year for Republicans. I'm not happy at all.
I think they meant that as something that they should screech over, so the meltdown, the screech. There we go. Yes, this is exactly what happened. Right there.
Let's see.
So that's about it. No, there was a thing. I said, there was we'll have that too. Wait, one other thing. You're not supposed to question live. Okay. So one of the things we've been mentioning in Arizona is what the chat is actually He did it again. Yeah. Right, so they haven't started counting some of those. They start off well, this is Hey, Tim, it's a guard deal. I know you said it's more wrong. Let's go to Barry Lake. We'll be at the show here later, too. See you then.
We win. First line of action is to restore honesty to Arizona elections.
We can have
Underscore that there is no evidence of
Hey, that's part of the drinking game, by the way. There's no evidence of voter fraud. It's the thing. When you hear this thing, drink along with us. Drink a toast to the demise of our republic. Look right there. If you ask for 2 better anchors, you've got Mrs. Botox, Mrs. Cleveland.
All right, let's see if there's other things.
This is what happened. Remember, I told you this at the beginning of today. Yesterday. They're trying to set the narrative. Oh, there's going to be a red mirage. And even, here's the thing. They're out there saying that means that they're concerned. Because right now, technically,
Carolina's fine. Yeah, but they're saying, just so you know, he still probably won't know. They only say that if it's if it runs the world.
Yeah, and so that's, she actually made my point. She's like, yeah, just understand that's true. There was one the day of voting that hasn't been counted yet, so she's not wrong. It's just like begrudging. So I think what we're going to see for both Masters and for Lakers,
Was the AP not calling?
right now with her, it looks like it's a 2.5 point spread. Right now, I don't know what the numbers are there.
How did you measure that? How do you measure that win streak?
I did, yes.
Hey, by the way, did you know you have a cigar thing a little bit? Hey, let me give you the scorecard with the overlay racetrack here as far as what's been called. Again, hashtag broader election stream if you want social media. Have this ready to go here. What we have is Texas governor has been called, Abbott, Florida Governor DeSantis called. State's coming back. New Hampshire Governor, Arizona. Georgia Governor Kemp, Florida Senator Rubio, with Oklahoma Senator Nolan, of course, the governor, that should be on there too. You have Mullen in Oklahoma, you have Langford in Oklahoma, you have North Carolina Senator Budd, you have South Carolina Senator Scott, Kent Senator Moran, Ohio Senator J.D. Vance, you have Kennedy in Louisiana, Alabama, Katie Fritz, you have Indiana Senator Todd Young, Senator Chuck Grassley, Dakota, South Dakota, Idaho. So these are expected, and it seems like, of course, the races that are close, they're not going to be long. Why can't you have to sit here and
AP website sucks. Man, I've been trying to find one better than Fox News, but Fox News is solid compared to everybody else's. Jeez.
Yeah, that's right, buddy. That's right. Correct. Oh, gosh, it's so sad. Shit. Oh, my God. And that's my salad for my chicken. What do we have? You said that we have this. I wanted to get through this in sentences. We're still kind of waiting for those results to come in. Myth of the educated voter. Is this somewhere in the map?
Goodness.
They were this is something I just want to talk about. We are still alive. And who knows how long we're going to do this. We're going to go as long as we can once they say we are sending everyone home for the evening. Because it's very comfortable.
Okay.
You should win the game and you lose. Then most people would look for a new coach or a bunch of new coaches. It's so much larger than any one individual that why do all of you and I, and we're not alone, why do we understand what is at stake with Democrats and the left wing? And that is not conveyed by the Republican Party as a rule. Tell me, that's the riddle. Why do we understand and they don't?
I can take a stab at an answer to that. It's because Washington, D.C. is on the East Coast. It's because the kinds of people who can afford, generally speaking, to make a run for public office have already had success in their life. And most of them in that success have moved to urban settings, they've moved to coastal settings, and their own children don't share the values that the party purports to represent. And so you end up in this very interesting situation where, you know, true, and I talk about this sometimes, it's true for everyone here except Matt, but we're coastal guys. You know, we've all spent 20 years in LA, or Ben's spent his entire life in Southern California. You spent your entire professional life in Southern California. We are not rural Texans. We're not rural Tennesseans. We're not rural Panhandle of Florida Floridians. I think part of what distinguishes us, perhaps, living in the environments that we've had, is that we have some sort of character trait which has allowed us to be, perhaps we're contrarians. And so in the environment of living in LA, if it radicalizes us even further to the right. But I think that isn't the reaction that most people in those environments have. I think the longer you serve in DC, the longer you're in party leadership, the more removed you become from the sensibilities of the people that you represent, the more removed you become from the sort of traditional conservatism. We might argue about some of the disagreements, but the general things that we're all trying to promote. And the more your kids go to very nice schools, and your kids have very liberal educations, and they're just you're surrounded, your friends, your young staff. In all of these ways, you're being pulled leftward. And what you're left with is either you're still a conservative, but your suit doesn't fit very well. It's uncomfortable when you put it on. You're a little bit embarrassed in front of your friends. You're a little bit embarrassed in front of your kids. Your kids are either themselves questioning their sexuality, your kids are questioning their gender identity, or their friends who they're in school, who you've known since they were a little kid and they come over. You're just immersed in the world of the left. And because you're so immersed in the world of the left, it's not necessarily that you don't believe your own values anymore. It's just that they don't sound well. You're not proud. That's exactly right. I really do think that for my entire life, I mean, Mitt Romney was ashamed of conservatives. I don't hate Mitt Romney the way others hate Mitt Romney. Most people hate Mitt Romney because Donald Trump hated Mitt Romney. I never let Donald Trump tell me what to hate. Other people hate Mitt Romney because he lost. But if you're going to hate losers, you wouldn't have any friends in the Republican. I never wanted Mitt Romney to be our nominee. I opposed him in the primaries in 2012. I never believed that he could win. It's not because of the hatred of Mitt Romney. I think big lip. I think he's a good man. He's just a big lip. Mitt Romney wasn't proud of my dad. I think actually part of what people like about Donald Trump is also not a conservative in any sort of constitutional way. But Donald Trump kind of is proud of my dad. He really communicates to the American flag. He hugs the American flag. He likes the country. He likes people who work with their hands. Now, is some of that chauvinism? I don't know. I don't know Donald Trump. He certainly communicates that, and in communicating that, he's able to build a coalition that a lot of these Republicans aren't able to put together. Yes, it's that he fights, but I don't think it's just that he fights. I think that it's that
It's really chased after a Marine staff, who I said, I didn't even think about it.
That
was not proposed. That was something that stood. I think any one of us.
Yes, doing very well economically, moving to that area, and it's great. So this idea that it's the uneducated voters who vote Republican, I understand. West Virginia, sure, there's maybe that component, but even then, would you rather be with white trash out in the hills of West Virginia, or I don't know, on a subway in New York City? Because this is a direct byproduct of policies that have been voted and enacted by the educated elite. Do you really believe that university students and their Democratic representatives, their Democratic representatives in these major cities have made these cities better, even if you start with the premise that they are educated, that they went to university? Fine. Does that make these cities, does that make these districts better? Now, let's zoom out. Pennsylvania, if we can bring that map up again, guys, 30 seconds or less. That map of Pennsylvania, the electorate we're talking about, two areas that are blue. Philadelphia, shithole. And your emblem's crap. Pittsburgh, shithole. But the rest of the state is dictated by these two cities. Yeah. And by the way, that affects their overall crime rate in these states. So these entire states are held hostage by the educated voter in these big cities. And what does that do? Look, it makes it worse for everybody. Here's the silver lining. People are leaving these big cities. That's why the left wants you in big cities. That's what they want you to do.
Oh my goodness.
Because guess what? It is true. In Texas, or for example, in Kent County, like Michigan and Farmville, right area, that's one tonight. Probably 100% blue. Joe Lewis voted. Did you? Fine. I live there. But you just think what happens in these states, and they just become worse and worse, and the left wants you not able to afford them. Overseeing their policies. Yeah, you can just go to Russia and say, look, Denmark use both land and they cost you $42,000 This is what they want. They model it.
Just call these freaking races in Idaho.
If they have their way, completely unfed the Democrats, they will cater to the educated voters in the big blue cities. And invariably, whether it's the Green New Deal, whether it's the Inflation Reduction Act, invariably it always chips away at your freedom. And these cities aren't doing better. It's not up for debate. Philadelphia is worse off than the rest of Pennsylvania. New York City is worse off than the incredibly rich.
Okay, so Fox News called Michigan for Whitmer, but Real Clear Politics has not. Let's see here.
Or if we just go a little bit in.
Let me check this here.
The rest of the state would look like Detroit. Michigan is a perfect example. Look at Detroit. Absolutely terrible. Mayor after mayor since 1961. Going back.
See what's going on? Why is...
If the left policy Detroit would be utopia. For crying out loud, they put Democrat mayors there who may or may not have killed strippers in the mayoral mansion while doing crack. And it still wasn't that big of a deal. That's, yes, I know I'm mixing something up.
Yeah, Tudor Dixon has actually been closing the gap here a little bit since Fox News called the race. And you have other outlets not calling that race, so...
Denver number 8, Chicago number 9, Minneapolis number 3, red, crime. Well, I think it is
the people who forget to give my generation everything you just didn't know how.
And people see somebody who looks like they are not.
All right, so it looks like they finally decided to start counting some votes in Nevada, even though the polls closed 2.5 hours ago, 2 hours and 45 minutes ago. That's good. I'm really surprised that Ron Johnson hasn't closed this out yet.
going to be that those kinds of that
For you about moving forward to 2024, given the fact that DeSantis is wildly moving forward, and that a lot of Trump candidates look like they're in trouble. What does it say to you about leadership of the Republican Party going forward?
So, okay. I have come to the conclusion that there really is such a thing as Trump derangement syndrome. I never used the term for 40 years of his presidency. I thought it was a little wild. I now am convinced it exists. But I'm now also convinced that the opposite exists. Trump preoccupation syndrome. Whatever term one would like to use. Not suffering from either. I don't think, let's put it this way. If Donald Trump were to say, I am not running, because I don't think I should be the issue, rather the damage the left and the Democrats are doing should be the issue, the man would be regarded by most people on our side as a saint.
But Dennis, if my grandma had wheels, she'd be back.
Correct. That is perhaps, now, Ben could tell you the original Yiddish version of that. I don't know.
Exactly. You know, it does make me think it's time for the Republican Party to wake up. And when I need to wake up, you know what I do? I get a nice big mug of black white coffee. I do. It's been a long night here, folks, over at the Daily Wire headquarters. And on nights like this,
And in fact, the lowest income Americans, who by the way we denigrate as being uneducated voters elsewhere across the state. Yes, the silly, uneducated, low-income voters.
Yeah, this is done. This is.
Essentially what I just said, you're basically, if you give this person 30 years of my time, you saved me $11 per year. And made free. I can't buy a meal because of inflation. Certainly can't buy because we still down to not governor replaced by a cardboard cutout on rent a center. $11 shows up. Well, so here's the thing, right? So the people that claim that we were pushed into Vietnam by the educated, that's essentially what it is. It's the Beltway chapter of the Harvard. They put the next post was so they're the ones that now this generation, the one that protested that, this generation thinks, no, wait a minute, now that we're intermediate, we can save, we can be in the same problem. It doesn't make any sense. There's never a safe, there are people that see power. There are people that want to come in and do a good job occasionally, but you can't look at the elites and say, well, we just need really smart people, because that just leads to people like Putin trying to centrally plan the economy and doing a very bad job of getting more toilet paper than they need. But you know, food, stuff like that, separating work. And
Yeah, so you know what? I'm gonna call it a night. I think this has been a ridiculous, terrible night. I'm just gonna recap it. It doesn't matter, to be honest, if, for example, in the Senate, if Blake Masters wins, Adam Laxalt wins, Dr. Oz wins, Herschel Walker wins, they could run the table in the Senate, and that would be kind of a bright spot. The fact that Republicans haven't already basically been called that they're going to win the House, like they don't have this locked up yet. Like it's a possibility that they could end up with a majority of like, you need 218 for majority. It's a possibility they could end up with a majority of less than 225 seats. That is not what was expected tonight. And for Republicans to have inflation at a 40-year high, and honestly, if you use the same numbers they used to use back at the turn of the 1900s, it's at 100-year highs. To have a wildly unpopular president, to have you you have people like you have good candidates in some places, but yeah, it's really it's ridiculous that the Republicans haven't wrapped it up already tonight, and it's already after midnight Eastern time. I think it's ridiculous, and at this point, like I said, if Republicans don't have at least a 235 seat majority by the end of this election cycle in the House, the entire Republican House leadership needs to go. It's I mean, it's terrible. It's very bad how they have performed today, considering all the advantages they had going in. This is absolutely ridiculous, and I really cannot fathom how you lose in this way. I mean, even if they win, they've lost, as far as I'm concerned. So yeah, I'm not really happy. I do hope that, you know, obviously Republicans get. I'm honestly more interested in the Senate if Republicans can win the Senate, preferably with 52. I would like to see 52 seats. Then it would be better because then you could hold up Biden's judges and make him appoint more, you know, probably more middle of the road judges. The problem is that you needed like 53 or 54 senators to do that because traitors like Lindsey Graham, traitors like Mitt Romney, they will vote for any of Biden's nominees, basically. So they'll do it. They did it with Obama. So I see no reason why they wouldn't do it with Biden. So I'm really just I'm not happy with the outcome. You know, so far the map shows exactly, you know, at least at the state level, it's showing exactly what I predicted, but this is not the blowout that I expected, and that's really what it needed to be. And you had a Democratic Party that was running on January 6th, which nobody cared about, abortion, which only 7% of people cared about as their top issue, and you know, 40% of those people are pro-life. You had the entire country blames Biden and Democrats for inflation and the bad economy, and you're barely able. I mean, if you're barely able to squeak out a bare majority in the House, and you gave away at least one Senate seat. It's absolutely ridiculous. So, like I said, if Republicans don't take control of the Senate, the entire Republican leadership needs to go. And if they don't get at least 235 House seats, the entire Republican House leadership needs to go. I'm going to be very disappointed. I think Arizona was kind of like, that's where we were going to see a lot of the, you know, how is this was 2020 kind of a blip for Arizona being being a blue state? It's not looking that way right now. It's looking more like this, you know, Arizona is, you know, a bluish purple state, and it's probably just going to get bluer. So we'll see how it goes, but I'm not sure at this point, and I'm very disappointed in the party that I generally vote for. They have been this has been a disaster of a night, regardless of whether or not they take control of both houses. It hasn't been great. So I'm gonna sign off for the night, and for those of you who stuck with me through this time, or you know, through this whole, where are we at? Let me check. Where are we at tonight for as far as time? It's been a lot of time. Let me see. We're at what? 5 hours. So yeah, so I appreciate you all sticking with me here, and yeah, I will. I'll do a recap. You know, maybe I'll sleep on it, and hopefully the votes that get counted overnight somehow turn out to help Republicans for a change. So maybe that'll happen. We'll see how that works out. But I'm gonna go ahead and sign out for tonight. But not the red wave I expected. But I did have some. I got a steak. I had some wine. So red meat, red wine. Had some red vines. and it just wasn't the red wave. So hopefully 2024 we can get that red wave I'm hoping for. So I'll talk to you guys later, and if you have any questions, go ahead and comment below, and I will try to be that guy next time around. All right, guys. Night.